just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 할리우드 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 말할래. 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when that's how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you like real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold.
shoes off, hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, fire. Like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground. She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money. Bunch of sexy ladies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grips in there. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them make out. She make music with her body, she that #1 single. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, running. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like chicks like chicks like I'm in it, it's a lie. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like chicks like chicks like I'm in it, it's a lie. Go chucking on my balls, running the empire. First lady of the camp, presidential stamp. These tramps, they sweater like winter wool. Got my pimp cupcake, I make like sprinkles. I'm a boss like bow. Oh, she's sexy, bragging on 6 skills beyond ordinary. Sit still, watch the realness, keep 'em coming. Yo, girl, we on the side. You used to messing with tricks, running through they family. Got 'em all up on Maury like you ain't the daddy. This here exclusive, limited edition, demand high, supply limited. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like chicks like I'm in it, it's a lie. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like come on, chicks like put your order in now, ain't no guarantees you get one. I'm like my own species, speak easy, diamonds on the tongue, CE. Old company, higher on S-Corp. I'm the madam who running the S-Corp. Top fluid, the best thoughts, get me the A-girls. Clap, clap for my girls who running their own show. Get that money, ma. What you know about a boss lady, baby, who making my own moves? I can really care less about what I do. If he ain't on my level, so what? On my ball, bitches, throw your hands up. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like chicks like chicks like I'm in it, it's a lie. Put your order in now, put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like chicks like chicks like I'm in it, it's a lie.
Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Somebody call 911. My mind no ones and I'm undone. Try to hide, but it's not that I run from. Bye bye, little guy now. Run, run. It's my time, I'm alive and I'm young. And I'm in the prominent one. Better get a watcher when I get a feeling like I'm about to hit him with a shot from a stun gun. Ain't I'm about to get him on a different kind of level. I'll be on it like I thought it would be. Ain't nobody ready for it. Better get him out. I'm about to make out and then I paddle up on the one side. Call it what you want, man. I wanna see the only one who's winning. And I gotta be a little bit offended by the way you're trying to talk to me. I'm about to come and check and ask her what you really want, son. y'all don't get it. Neither do I look, I'll admit it. Y'all are trying to take island visits. I'ma run my own island business. It don't exist, I'll invent it. Man, I'm about to be childish with it. Money about to be piling up this so high we might see a pilot hit it. Bang, you gon' remember my name. I got the infinite aim, bringing the infinite pain. Working to get to the fame, then I'ma dip in a similar vein. Whipping the whip when I'm switching the lane. Admitting I'm gifted is simply insane. Man, let me work. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Yeah, all I do is work, all I do is work. Keep it on the loud like a movie work. All this money crazy, too absurd. I'ma do the money dance, you get served. Lambo or Bugatti, which do you prefer? You standing there in silence, you should use your words. Look, actions speak louder than what you have heard. We bout that action, so you know we bout to do it. Word. My, what a business. Money crazy, so I know just what it's like to be senseless. They say that I can't be crap. Somebody find me a dentist. I'm about to buy up your tap. So soon you might be evicted. I'm saying, man, oh man, we get money all day. I can't hear you talking, I don't care what y'all say. Out of getting nothing, and it's what you call pay. You think that you working, man, that's what they y'all say. Let me work. Yeah, yeah. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. I'm the coldest, get it done in freezing rain. When I get in my zone, I can feel it in my veins. I go tunnel vision, ain't nobody that can stop me. I'm legendary, they just want the jersey on my body. Put up the numbers, people trying to say they love me. Work out every summer, cause the winter gon' get ugly. Feel like the world against me got me going even harder. Take off like a rocket, I'ma snipe it like I'm Harden.
When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
Boy, don't lie, do or die, it's my time. 14 inches, put it all on the line. I'm a big boss, yeah, I do it, I decide. I really run this, you just running out of time. I'm pushing a rock, when I dish it, it's a dime. But it's a decline, but I'm still in my prime. All this hard work, only right that I shine. All I know is grind, put it over time.
When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
don't stop. When you're rolling in green, they flop. Look at my ride, too clean. Interior Krispy Kreme. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no drinking my cup, pour up some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop.
4 AM and I came for my face, yeah. Pour me up some more bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me.
You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no drinking my cup, pour up some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop.
Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time, that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. y'all too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the education don't pay off. Better know your worth. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode is a deep grind. Speak gold over each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real. Raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
그래 너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐.
네가 누군지 알아, 걔도 누군지 알아. 빛나던 너한테 속았어. 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라. 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라. 넌 날 속였어. 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어. 완전히 밸런스 잡았어. Not to left, not to right, just right at the center with the word. 네 시간 이제 끝나가. 나보다 네가 더 잘하잖아. 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어. 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 눈부시더라고. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. Get swag은 완전 간지. 네 swag은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 네가 그 자리에 있으면 너도 대세 될 줄 알았어? 짱 먹을 줄 알았어? 넌 그렇게 뱁새같이 따라해. 네 다리는 황새 줬다 아파해. 이제 너는 개의 심판 속에 떨어질 일만 남은 지랄 같은 운명 속에 넌 히컵해 하늘에서 비웃어 땅 위에서 비웃어. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. Get swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. Get swag은 완전 간지. 네 swag은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 걔가 완전 이겼어 깨끗하게 이겼어 깨끗하게. 너는 완전 다졌어 비참하게 다졌어 비참하게. 걔가 완전 이겼어 Get swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. Get swag은 완전 간지. 네 swag은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy.
기억나니 네가 했던 말. 나만 있으면 세상 그 무엇도 필요 없다던 지킬 수 없는 약속이라도 받고 싶었어. 어쩌면 우린 다르지 않을까. 하지만 너무 남은 것은 상처뿐이야. 이제 나
기억하는 수많은 손짓 입에 발린 많은 얘기 지긋한 속삭임에 지쳤어 The night is bright 그 수많은 조명 거리의 불빛 그 속에 만나 처음 만난 네 모습에 새로운 나를 만났어 눈빛이 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰 불빛이 사라져가는 밤 놓칠 수 없다는 걸 느껴 이대로 스쳐보내지 않아 내 거로 만들어야 하겠어 뒷모습 바라만 보지 않아 이제는 넌 내게 빠질 때고 거절할 수가 넌 없을걸 출구가 없는 나인 걸 매력이라는 종착역 지나가는 사람들의 시선 한치 앞도 못 보는 그 비전 Black and white 섞여버린 회색 빛을 띠는 도시 방황하는 널 찾아온 무지개 빛 도로시 위아래로 둘러봐도 돼 여기저기 돌아봐도 기억 구석엔 두 다리 뻗고 잘 수 없을 때 내 생각에 밤들이 저기 돼 고민을 더해 커미네 내게 밀고 당기기 내게 한 통에 눈빛만 봐도 이없이 통해 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰 불빛이 사라져가는
Matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurking through waters and bushes, oh man. Cool guys, we deepin'. All of you die, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't talk dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it climb.
There's nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this, set it off like this. Burn it up.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea. Here we can see G22 and O arriving to the arena, hoping to keep that undefeated streak alive. We'll be playing against Evil Geniuses in our opening match of day 2 of the Rumble stage. Inspired already getting lost en route to the venue. Let's see if his pathing is better in-game. Top of the morning to you. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda and Orgs for an all-Irish analyst desk.
Yeah, could have thought Cursi to awesome downer.
I understood that. Did you understand
I
that?
did not understand that at all. My Gaelic is a little bit rusty. So anyways, let's take a quick look back at some of the most noteworthy developments after our first day of play in the Rumble stage. I think I have to start with the biggest surprise, the biggest story, the fact that G2 are the last undefeated team, taking down T1 and RNG.
Yeah, I mean, look, one, I was kind of like, all right, you know, this is really cool now. We get to see G2 take down T1. I never expected it to kind of clap us as well, taking down RNG too.
Yeah, I mean, it was equal distribution to both the LCK and LPL. And honestly, some flawless play. And I really want to highlight Caps, who we had talk in the group stage about him being the best performer in the tournament. It is an absolute fact at this point.
I mean, no doubt about it. I think when you see the clips on your screen, T1 really played that early game well, and I did not actually believe in G2's ability to team fight their way back in. But time and time again, they found the initiations, and just in that last fight as well, Flacket's killer instincts repositioning in team fights was flawless.
Yeah, I mean, I think Flacket really stepped up, but the team just felt like they were all on the same page, considering we expected, you know, Jankos and Caps to be really working well together, but it feels like all 5 members just clued in so well.
And that seemed to be the story of G2 yesterday, right? Like, they took down T1 with superior team fighting. They took down RNG with superior team fighting. It really felt like they were just playing off all the same hymn sheet, and it kind of got to a point where I was like, look, Jankos having these big down ults, setting up for those fights fights against T1 with Caps falling over the top. And then as we got into it, as you said, Flacket against RNG, that Kaisa was absolutely incredible.
The thing that I really, really appreciated about all the games, actually all of the games yesterday, just a big step up in ability to compete and trade with one another. You know, the fact that T1 were winning early and then G2 had to come back. I do think I want to draw some conclusions, though. Not too bold, but I think everybody anticipated a top 3 and a bottom 3, with G2, T1, and RNG being up there. But now in both the top 3 and the bottom 3 with the results from yesterday, there are some shuffles that have come in here. I mean, G2 on top.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was expecting G2 to at least be able to take 1 or 2 games off RNG and T1, but to see them take both games yesterday was incredible. And I think it kind of highlighted a lot of the issues that we've seen on both T1 and RNG, right? For T1, not really being able to play the side lanes properly. We end up seeing some of the flips that we got at Baron that they've done domestically as well. And for RNG, it just felt like, you know, trying to find these team fights didn't really work out for them, and they looked very disjointed.
Yeah, and I feel like this needs to be a learning experience for both of them, because I feel like these top teams are going to be able to trade blows, but G2 clearly have a really good read on the meta. They have a good understanding of what works for them. And I think ultimately T1 and RNG need to bounce back if they're going to contest in the second round robin against them.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting to see from Caps as well, like how many different picks he's been able to bring out. Like it shows that G2 do have that good grasp of, you know, different pocket picks they can bring to the table.
You know, you just made me nervous. I hope G2 are not peaking too early. We talked a lot about the top half of the table. Let's take a look at the bottom. I mean, Saigon Buffalo, that balloon just exploded. I think the battle for the expected 4th seed is going to shape up to be very interesting, especially once we take a look at PSG, EG, as well as Buffalo and how they perform.
Yeah, we had the good news for G2 coming out 2-0, but for Saigon Buffalo going 0-2, it's rough, especially as a lot of people were super hyped in this team after coming out of the group stage. Very aggressive, really good at establishing early leads and contesting the enemy team. It felt like they weren't able to find those windows yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the big one. Not being able to establish those early leads meant that they couldn't actually play that aggressive style, because oftentimes when we looked at them in groups, it was a lot of them playing for skirmishes and team fights, and they were able to take down teams like DFM with superior team fighting, but not having these early leads meant that against EG, they couldn't actually come into those objective fights and actually find those leads, and then that aggression turned against them, where EG were able to get that continuous lead from Saigon Buffalo's just essentially thrown themselves.
I'm so excited to see how both halves of the table play out, and then also whether or not these expected, anticipated bottom 3 teams can pick up wins against the top, because we still need to see all these things and we're making some bold assumptions. But do you think expectations coming into Rebel was that PSG or Saigon Buffaloes would have been above one another? And it's an interesting dilemma based on group stages, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of, it's been a bit of a funky one for me, because I don't know how to gauge PSG talent. It feels like we've kind of seen them grow a little bit over the course of this, because you kind of look at the bot lane, it's been a little bit funky, but that started to get a little bit better. You're looking at their team fighting, objective setup getting a bit stronger, whereas Saigon kind of seem to have started to deteriorate as this has gone on.
So I do think this is something I want to pick up later throughout the day once we get a couple more games under our belts. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the stellar individual performances that have already happened in the Rumble stage, shining a spotlight on, let's say, PSG's bottom lane. Unified, welcome to the tournament. That was the tone of social media yesterday.
Yeah, I think Unified, we saw really good performances from him domestically. Wasn't really there in the group stage, but he had such a fantastic game, particularly on this Xayah. Just able to find perfect opportunities for the feathers consistently and really driving the team forwards in these team fights.
And I think it's really interesting to see how Unified and Kaiwing have both stepped up, because domestically they did struggle when they got to the playoff stage. Then we had a similar...
And I definitely think the bot laners have been a little bit of a surprise hit coming into the tournament. There was so much focus on the mids and the tops and junglers that I do think maybe pre-tournament, a little underserved. Now we're seeing a lot of excitement. Another bot laner that's popping off as well, Flacket. This is a kid that continues to surprise me. I think I just need to change my expectations, because the group stage looked fantastic, and yesterday against T1 and RNG, he played phenomenal.
Yeah, he looked absolutely incredible, and especially as we kind of look towards like his story from LEC, right? At the start of playoffs, G2 weren't really setting this guy up for success, and they really struggled in team fights against teams like Fnatic on their first round of playoffs. But now as we teetered on in towards later playoffs, and as we've seen now in MSI, they have been so much better at setting him up. The Kaisa yesterday, the killer instincts were absolutely incredible, and Flacket was popping the hell off.
And it's been such a hype meta that we've seen for an AD carry to be popping off. It's no longer the sort of Jinx Aphelios backline teamfight carry. It is like you're playing these aggressive picks that want to dive forward, the Kaisa moving and setting the pace for yourself in the teamfight.
I mean, great job to our live design team, because we had a chat with them prior to the tournament. They want to see some diversity, want to see some things being mixed up, and all of those changes giving us a lot of hype games. Turning our attention to one of the other oldest people in League of Legends, former world champion and currently probably the best season in several years. I'm talking about Impact, of course. Yesterday, Freak said this on the cast, that Impact has always been an impactful player. But I think in particular 2022, he may be in the best shape on a variety of picks that he has been in years.
And I think what's cool is we've seen yesterday in particular, they were putting him on more carries. It wasn't just the Orange duty that we saw domestically heavy in the LCS, things like the Jax and the Gwen. The fact he brought out his own Will skin and had such an impactful performance when it came to those later game team fights.
Yeah, especially the Gwen against RNG. He absorbed a ton of pressure in the early stages. Now look, unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up the win in those games, but the fact he was able to take that much pressure, then still come out as a big team fight carry, and especially as Danny hasn't been able to find the same success as he found domestically on the international stage, having Impact step up to take that mantle has been incredibly successful for EG.
I mean, a question I'm also going to have about EG throughout the course of the Rumble stage is the changes in the meta, some of the adaptations that need to come into play. You just talked about those front-to-back team fights and the carries that allowed Danny to shine in some ways. One final thought on Impact. I cannot wait to see him taking on T1. Now, we can't possibly have a conversation about standout players without turning our attention to the middle lane. And we've got some absolutely legendary talent in attendance this year. Xiaohu, Caps, and of course, Faker. So we'll take a few minutes to talk about all three mid laners. They've been crucial to the early game for all of their respective teams. Dags, I'm going to come to you first. Can you draw any similarities or clear differences between these three players?
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing is that the conversation around Faker and Xiaohu as we came into MSI was that they were both kind of playing that facilitator role, often leaning to cover like cross-map plays and stuff like that. But we're actually seeing Caps do a very similar story. Like you can actually see it on your screens right here is on this Zoe against RNG, moving down to the bot side, covering the dive. We're actually seeing Caps lending himself to that style, but he's actually doing it on very different champions from what we've seen from the likes of Faker and Xiaohu.
And ultimately, as you said, facilitators for Xiaohu or Faker. If you look domestically, if I think of carries from the LPL, it's Knight and Rookie. If I think of carries from the LCK, it's Chovy and Showmaker. But for EU, Caps is that big carry, the one who steps up, the one you want on your team in an international best of 5. And I feel like that is what is giving G2 an edge.
I mean, Caps is probably playing potentially the best of his career, and I know that is a bold statement to make. Maybe it's against expectations. Maybe there's a little bit of a surprise after last year's performances.
And that's the thing. I think as well, like one of the big things for Caps, of course, is the crowd is back, right? Like this is a guy that thrives off that energy, and you're seeing it now. When we weren't having the best of times from Caps even in this split, he came into playoffs, suddenly the crowd is back, and this guy's popping the hell off once more. You get a crowd and boost on. This is a guy that feeds off that energy, and you're seeing it once more.
Crowd buff, crowd buff. Okay, now, can Xiaohu get revenge on Faker? For any long-time viewers, Faker and Xiaohu went head-to-head best of 5 in Shanghai, if I recall correctly. Faker played 5 games of Galio in a row and took down Xiaohu and RNG. Now the roles are reversed. Xiaohu is playing on Faker's home turf. The all-time head-to-head's 12-5 in favor of Faker. Do you think Xiaohu can take him down?
I believe he can do it. I mean, I think Xiaohu has been so instrumental for this team. T1 has been fantastic, but I feel like the role Xiaohu has played for RNG is the reason they're at this tournament, right? They had a struggle in playoffs, and he was a difference maker, even against those big mid-lane talents, those big carries I talked about, like Knight and Rookie.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like for Xiaohu as well, like he's always kind of been living in the shadow of former people. Like when you look at RNG in the past, it was Uzi that he had to try and step out from. He was Spring Emperor because Uzi would come back and Xiaohu had to take on his role of facilitating Uzi. Now you're still looking at he's never beaten Faker in an international best of 5. This is the last demon that Xiaohu has to take down so he can actually become the player that everyone's expecting him to from RNG.
The thing that's shocking as well is that coming into today's matchup, as they will be facing off against one another, they both lost to G2 yesterday. Nobody was expecting that, so we're going to keep unpacking as the show plays out. And these mid laners have clashed multiple times in years past. Tonight, Faker and Xiaohu will face off in what's become a heated rivalry between T1 and RNG. This is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. T1 and RNG. Two of the most storied organizations in League of Legends. The only teams to have won MSI twice.
SK Telecom continue to rule the world! RNG, take down the world champ!
Uzi, MLXG, Ming, Xiaohu, Faker, Bang, Bengi, Wolf. These teams have stood the test of time, and now they're on the hunt for their 3rd MSI title.
Third Dragon available here for RNG. Jojo again in trouble. He's going to go down to Gala, and now Gala's going to keep on going. Bing with the wraparound, but KI over the top. It's the double, it's the triple, it's the pentakill for Gala!
In the past, the LCK has dominated the League esports scene, but they have been quickly overtaken by the number of talented players within the LPL. Now, with the second coming of Faker, it seems like the perfect time for T1 to assert their dominance over the East once again.
So now he's trying to protect his mid laner, but the last breath comes in. The ultimate's there from Zeus as well. No one's died just yet. Faker is going to be able to take down Targamas, but then immediately 3 kills. And now Owner is trying to chase this one out. Caps is in trouble. The heartbreak comes on through and the resets are coming in. Can he find the next one? Yes, he can.
This is the most played matchup on the international stage, and right now the score is 15-5 in favor of the LCK champions. However, RNG have a title to defend and are determined to show that the LPL should still be considered the best league in the world. In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we get to see what could possibly be a preview of the finals. This is a historic matchup with two of the biggest organizations in professional League of Legends. We talked just a little bit there about Xiaohu versus Faker, and I've got this thought bouncing around in my head that I need to validate throughout the course of the day. But the last time that RNG and T1 were at MSI together at the same time, meaning they had won their respective leagues, was 2016. And since then, these teams have kind of been top of their region at different times, you know, trading international titles. I mean, you think back to 2018, the almost golden road, T1 weren't there. So what I'm interested to see is, as they are right now, the #1 teams from their leagues, the strongest they can be at the moment, how they face up against each other.
Yeah, I think T1, you know, historically have had such a legacy, right? But RNG kind of came in a bit later, like their MSI wins, particularly the most recent one when SKT went there.
Yeah.
Now, though, I feel like we're looking at a situation where T1, people are asking, is this, you know, a chance for them to overcome like their 2015 form? And for RNG, I don't personally think this is their best we've seen them at, but we still have a lot of tournament left.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like, there's been so many changes through these two rosters, right? Like, or even through these organizations. Like, you look back, you know, 2013 when we started to see the T1 dynasty start to kick off, and then you come into RNG where the Uzi dynasty ended, and now it's the Xiaohu reigning supreme. But you know, you got Bin coming in, you've got Gala, the new upcomer as well. Even got Wei coming across from eStar only just last year. Like, it feels like you've still got a lot of changes and growth coming through on both these squads.
The parallels as both teams at different points were the best team in the world, and then supplanted, upset, overtaken, and then they need to rebuild new names, new players that now have to carry the torch of the former champions. I wonder if it would be fair to say that this could be the battle for second place, gentlemen, as we continue to look ahead towards today's games. I'm going to have a little bit more fun with this one. I want to talk a little bit about the meta, see what's developing here at MSI. I want to talk about Kalista and Zoe especially. Kalista yesterday, 100% presence. One of the big jumps from group stage to Rumble.
Yeah, actually 100% win rate as well. It was banned for pick 2, won both those games. And the thing is, in the group stage, the only time we really saw it, there was a couple of games, but mostly it was banned against Holy Phoenix. But we have come into Rumble. Clearly, people have seen this step up in scrims, and it has just been either banned out or completely prioritized. And it's kind of understandable with how much impact it can have in the early laning phase.
Yeah, and even not in the early laning phase when you get out of that as well, because a lot of the strategy that we're seeing here develop is that teams are foregoing things like Dragon, looking for turret plates, looking for Rift Heralds. And when you're going towards, you know, early skirmishes or the ability to be a lane bully, Kalista fits that beautifully. We're also setting up for these big wombo combos that we're seeing, particularly that ultimate can be so crucial in some of these early fights.
I mean, we're seeing those brawler bot laners kind of rising up a little bit, and a big discussion on broadcast yesterday was talking about the team fight style in some ways. We already mentioned today, T1 struggling a bit with some of the side lanes. So, Augs, do you think we're going to see more of these champions that do well in 5v5s and big team fights and kind of the meta shift towards that, let's just go, you know, ham at the Baron Pit and whoever comes out on top wins the game?
I mean, I think it's worked for G2, right? I think they really delivered on those sort of team fighting competitions. And I mean, I kind of want to broach this into the other champion we discussed, which was Zoe, because I think Caps had a fantastic Zoe performance. This is something that, you know, we saw a little bit in the LPL domestically. Knight was really big on it, but mostly we haven't seen a ton. And then he brings it out. has a good lane matchup into Ari in terms of providing pressure, but when it comes to those team fight setups, the long-range bubble is so hard to contest if you don't have vision of the Zoe, and it means if you do land a bubble, that's like the signal to go in and engage.
Yeah, and I think as well, just great in like facilitating some of the, well, shutting down of the roams coming through from the Ari. And as well, I just think it's a good shout out for Caps, right? Again, like we're seeing him bring these new picks to the forefront. We got the Anivia, now we're getting the Zoe as a counter to the Ari. He feels like he has so much in his tank that he can bring to the table, and I'm excited to see if he can have a similar impact if we end up with this Zoe Ari just becoming the meta now.
Now, the next question I'm going to ask is, are we seeing the final form of this meta, or do you anticipate some more changes to come in? Are you missing anything that you thought would show up?
So I actually think, and talking to G2 again, I feel like they have more in the tank. Like we saw the Vladimir come out from Broken Blade as an answer into the Gwen. It feels like this is a team that has really kind of deep dove into the meta to try and figure out, you know, what are actually going to be the big picks coming through and what can we bring to the table. So I don't think we've seen the last of what G2 have bring to the table.
Yeah, I think G2 have the best read at the moment, but we've seen even from groups to Rumble, there's been such a development in teams' read and like what counters they can bring out, what champions are going to prioritize, what's good. So I feel like the pace is still very fast. And at the moment, I'm still looking at like in the top 3, RNG and T1 are playing catch up on G2.
I mean, can't believe that. Please don't peak too early. Please don't peak too early. Let's take a look at today's schedule so we know what we are looking forward to seeing. It is going to be a day of rematches, of course. I'm going to take 2 of these games off the card. So G2 versus Evil Geniuses will open the day. We've got a pre-match plan for that in a few minutes' time. And RNG versus T1 at the end of the day. Everyone is excited for that. So,
that'll be all right,
gentlemen,
you know?
What other games would you like to see?
Yeah, I'm looking at PSG Talon and Evil Geniuses. Like, this is kind of the battle for that 4th place slot if you're looking at the separation with the top 3. And it feels like PSG Talon have kind of come from strength to strength as they've kind of figured out how they want to try and play. We even saw them having a great game yesterday where they had Kaibing roaming all over the place. So I think EG are going to have to work cut out for them here today to see if they actually can take down PSG Talon.
Yeah, and honestly, I am kind of looking at that last game, Trevor, to ruin your afternoon. Everyone has talked about how Saigon Buffaloes could be that sort of kryptonite to G2, that early aggression could catch them off guard. And we've seen Fongvu Buffaloes manage to cause issues for them in the past when they had that 2-0 against them. They could end that undefeated streak.
Wouldn't it be the most G2 thing ever to win against EG, have 23 games in a row, undefeated, and then drop again to the VCS?
It'd be beautiful.
I think the odds are probably...
It would be hilarious.
It's going to happen. I think it might just happen. Right, let's turn our attention to the matter at hand. G2 versus EG, our first match of the day.
3 dead for EG, but the carries aren't the important thing, as Inspire gonna again interrupt that knockup. +1 kill for EG.
I don't think I played at my best, so I'm looking forward to having a rematch and showing up better.
Double kill for Yanko's already in the T5, throws down the ulti, he's picked off Gumayushi.
G2 with the stronger undefeated streak here.
And welcome to the 5th time that we will see G2 taking on Evil Geniuses. This is obviously a rematch from the group stage where G2 went 4-0. So I want to shift our perspective to that of the Evil Geniuses. What can they learn? What are the expectations? What do they have to change to come in and look for that win against G2?
So I definitely think we've kind of seen them like picking up the pace as they've started to learn against G2, right? And we've seen every single time these teams have faced off, they've gotten closer and closer. But I think the big thing for me is kind of having a bit more of an impact in the early stage, because it felt like G2 was continuously able to run away with those early games. And I think a large portion of that comes down to like the champion choices from Inspired, right? We've seen them go for the Karthus, we've seen them go towards the Lily as well. And personally, I wasn't the biggest fan of these. Like you can see it behind me, right? But this Karthus pick, we end up with a Karthus and a Ryze in the mid, 2 AP mids, and then you get Caps with the Anivia, which means you've got a ton of opportunity to try and like push in mid, shut down the Ryze roam. Karthus doesn't really get the opportunity to play.
Nobody expected that Anivia, by the way. That was the first real professional game, because I think the last one was at Rift Rivals or All-Star, something like that. I mean, mind-boggling response. But I mean, in terms of the draft, did you see adaptation over the course of the 4 games? Are you happy with what you've seen yesterday as well?
Yeah, I definitely think we got to see a little bit more. I think the Lilia was not the best idea, though, because I think the Lilia kind of fit into that farming style where I want to see Inspired actually have that big impact in the early game and actually like try and contest Yankos at those early buffs. But I think the problem that we saw is that when the Lilia came through, you kind of got the same with the Karthus, where there's just no impact from Inspired in the early game, and G2 can run away with this.
But honestly, I feel like even in this draft, a big thing was the lane matchups, right? We got Tristan and Ezreal, which is completely fine. Jojo Pion on the Trinity main to Silas is a a good matchup. He had a CS lead, was providing a lot of pressure, and then top lane that GP into the Gnar. That's a completely fine matchup. I feel like, you know, we've seen adaptations over those 4 games where there's more favorable early matchups for EG. And honestly, I feel like if you're playing a team multiple times in a row, it's better for the weaker team because eventually you might find a game where they slip up, but also you're the one playing catch-up and you're the one learning more from these defeats than G2 is.
Now, can they put that into practice is going to be the question. This is an interesting thought here. I wonder if it might be fair to say that EG challenged G2 more than RNG or T1 did yesterday. Come on, don't laugh at that. Don't laugh at it. Okay. Maybe it's bold. Orcs, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here, some of the plays that did work out, at least in EG's favor. And they're going to look to capitalize on that. In terms of gameplay, because we covered draft extensively, what do you also want to see from specific players?
Well, I think ultimately Inspired has been such a massive factor in this team's early game, as you know Rob was saying. But also when it comes to those team fights, this is something that G2 actually felt like they had some challenges against EG, and I think it's where EG have really flourished domestically. So if they get to that point of the game and they have a lead or they even, I could see them looking to challenge G2.
Yeah, and there was definitely a game against G2 where they should have been able to take it, right? Unfortunately, Evil Geniuses end up just having that misstep in the base where their G2 were able to take the fight. Again, Flack had popping off in the Kai'Sa. So I think getting rid of these big picks like the Kai'Sa from Flack, enabling your own team a little bit more with these early game junglers should set yourself up nicely. And just being able to contest in the early stages where you can hit this mid game, set up for these strong front-to-back fights and actually take it against G2.
The other thing that's very important to remember and call out is G2. They do make mistakes, especially around Elder Dragons and Barons. We saw in the group stage as well, making a couple of bold choices. Yesterday against T1, they lost the early game pretty handily. So there are opportunities here for EG. The pressure is on EG to surprise and to take them down. But of course, yesterday, Law did get some insight from EG's head coach, Turtle, in the Verizon Game Day interview.
And welcome back to present for the second day of the Rumble Stage MSI 2022. I'm joined by Turtle, the head coach for Evil Geniuses. Thank you so much for joining me.
It's my pleasure.
How do you reflect on day one? 1 win, 1 lose. Talking to Volkan, he was telling me that there's some good takeaways from the RNG game. What's your view on that?
My view on that should be 2-0 for us, but unfortunately we couldn't beat RNG. But we could see our progress after groups, because we have some tough games against G2. In the beginning we lost some of the games and lost hard, and then we got better, we almost beat in the group stage. So now we're feeling really confident that we are really better than before. Yeah. So that's our take on that.
We'll get to the G2 topic a bit later because I have so much to ask about this, but first the lineup. Some veterans, but also some very young players. I believe it has been a bit hard maybe for them facing, I think about Jojopion on the mid lane, facing the likes of Xiaohu, Caps, Faker. How have you been able to help him, but also Danny, to relieve some pressure off their shoulders and to put them in the right mindset? Yeah,
so we always try to remind them that they are here to enjoy the trip and learn as much as possible. So my philosophy is not like we shouldn't get too stressed about oh, we need to improve so fast, we need to be put so much stress on them. So we try to relieve that and just focus on enjoying the progress, see things that they can improve, and not get too stressed about putting so much pressure on themselves just to improve. Because just improve fast, because it's kind of really hard to do that. So they want to improve, we want them to improve, but we don't put that pressure on them. So it's a big difference on that, because a lot of rookies who come to international level and they play against these really good players, veteran players. So they try to one game to the next, they are try to improve so much, but it's so much pressure. Yeah. So we just try to keep that cool and looking forward for the improvement as smooth as possible.
I think it's an amazing learning experience also getting to face these players. They're going to be super strong coming back to the LCS. But you were talking about G2 earlier. Seeing that they beat RNG and T1, how do you feel about being able to challenge them in the group stage?
I mean, we're pretty confident, almost beating G2 two times, and now seeing them beating T1 and RNG, we're okay, so we almost beat RNG too, so we can beat G2 and we can beat T1 too, because they beat T1. So we are feeling confident there. So because we had close games with them, we feel like we are good too, so then we can beat them, all of those 3 top teams.
Have you been able to watch their games today?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your takeaway from this, and what should we be focusing on? for the rematch, G2 and EG?
I mean, G2, they have like a really strong mid laner, Cap, so it's really good. So this is like the most important matchup for Jojo. So I think if you can beat Caps in the lane, we're gonna win the game. So pretty much it's like that. Jojo can control the map too, so we're just gonna beat them. So it's almost around that.
All right, control Caps, control the game. Well, Turtle, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck against
It's my
G2
pleasure.
and the rest
Thank
of
you.
the game. And guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law. What a fantastic interview with Turtle. I really, really appreciate the perspective. I like the tone that he was talking about in terms of not putting more pressure than you need to on the players. You need to learn, you need to adapt. I mean, that was the entire premise for our pregame and what we're looking ahead to. I do, however, have to call out the most pure form of hopium I have ever heard in an interview. We almost beat G2, who beat RNG and T1. So by the transitive properties of understanding the circle of suck, for people who remember that, we can beat RNG and T1. Now, I acknowledge the fact, yes, they did have some competitive games, but now it's up to them to prove it and step up.
Yeah, look, I think they have definitely improved over the course of time. And look, when you've got these guys that are like learning a heap, as you can see, like they are actually like every single time EG seem to take the stage, like you can see the improvements from Jojo Pyun, you can see the improvements from Danny, and especially for like Jojo Pyun, when he's got enough cheek for a second arse, I want to see this lad grow with that confidence and actually like use that learning and then keep that confidence and then move on into the later portion of his career.
I just love that it was like, you know, talking about the rookies and like, you know, we want to develop them, don't put too much pressure on them, but we're going to slam G2, right? And it's just like, you know, fair play, you got to have the confidence going in.
The thing that I like is it's more games on the meta. It's more games for Danny to adjust and adapt because the things that made him and the team successful domestically are not necessarily working. Just one moment, I want to check in with what the fans at home are thinking with our MasterCard fan predictions. You can vote every single day on Twitter at MasterCard Nexus. And today the fans at home have voted for G2 with 87% of the vote. I actually thought it was going to be higher.
Yeah, I mean, look, G2, you're already 4-0. It feels inevitable that you're going to get the 5-0. And look, for me, you just have to keep this so then you can keep the win streak alive for, you know, Buffaloes to take it.
But it would be hilarious if they lost to EG, honestly. It would be such a G2 thing to do. I feel like the fan vote as well is pretty generous for EG. I feel like people are like hoping for that upset potential. It's like no one beats EG 5 times in a row, but ultimately G2 coming in heavily favored.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. All the pressure is going to be on EG to develop, to improve, to impress. Let's see whether or not they have enough tricks in the bag to pull it out. That is enough out of us as we kick off day 2 of the MSI Rumble stage with round 5 of NA versus EU. Enough cheek for a second.
I love playing League. To stay on the Rift, I want to keep winning, make semis, make finals. Just keep winning so that I can keep playing against players like Fager and Xiaohu. And just playing the game a lot.
오늘 G2한테 지긴 했지만 그리고 또 내일 어떻게 될지 모르지만 결국엔 우승을 하는 게 가장 중요하다 생각하고요. RNG에 대해서는 일단 바텀 갈라 선수의 캐리력이 그 팀의 승리 패턴이고 그 부분에서 그냥 제가 잘 맞대준다면 쉽게 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
无论对手是谁，无论挑战多大，我们都会拿下胜利。我们将会卫冕。
我们毫不畏惧，将会全力以赴，战胜比我们更强大的敌人。
We definitely treat the games against specifically PSG as must-wins. We can't afford to drop games to them.
就是他们上路选手 Impact， 其实我已经在这次 NSI 算起来是已经第3次跟他交手了，就我也很熟悉他的打法，就明天会想办法压制他。
Cap và Jiu đánh có một lối chơi rất là màu lửa hiệu chiến. Thì trong trận lần đầu tiên mình với Cap thì mình rất hào hứng muốn đo kỹ năng với anh ta. Truyền thống của Buffalo là luôn cho Jiu ăn hành.
these Buffaloes. Like, well, why do they want to beat us? Like, I don't even know them. But then I talked to Jankos and he's like, yeah, we always choke against Buffaloes. I'm like, what? So I'm not sure. Anything can happen.
Tôi nghĩ chúng tôi cài người nhà vào của đội tuyển G2. Giang Văn Cốt.
Welcome to day 2 of the Rumble stage of MSI 2022. We've been told to give you pizzazz. Most of you won't know what that word means, to be honest. I don't either. So I'm just going to be overly energetic and hope that that lines up with whatever that particular adjective entails. I'm Dracos. This is Kobe, G2, and EG getting ready on stage.
I like that you agreed to do this for both of us to the producers, and I got no say in it. And now we're on the hook for delivering pizzazz for this round 5, baby, of North America versus EU.
Yeah.
Now, yes.
The best of 9. What we've been working towards.
We'll just keep extending it. Honestly, though, G2, of course, winning all 4 previous games. Caps especially coming in, dominating so hard. And as well, the flexibility of the G2 drafts has been one of the shining lights here for this team, and how they've really handled Evil Geniuses, because some of the games have gotten a bit close, but G2 from the very beginning, drafts as well as play execution inside the games, gives them overwhelming support favor.
And a very smug analyst desk, I will say. You can hear them holding back. They're feeling good, the Irish boys over there.
But that just means EG have had more time to learn. Because you learn more from losses, Dracos.
That is a copium take, but I think it is also a valid one. I think the big thing here for our first 3 games today is it's games that if you watch stage 1 that you've seen already.
Yeah.
Most of them
all 3 of our games for the first 3 today are repeat matches.
So all 2-0s or a 4-0 in the case of EGG2 as they were in the 3-team group. But this is a chance to kind of change the script, to flip things on its head, to upset the status quo.
Yes. I like all of these words. Keep going.
Yeah. So realistically, it's easy to say that, all 3 of the top 3 are favorites in our first couple games. And that's absolutely true. That's absolutely fair. But wins, upsets here change a lot. Because, yes, you've got 3 teams near the bottom fighting for top 4, fighting for what we expect to be that final slot in the bracket stage. But also knocking people down is a possibility. It was one day. EU, we are riding high. I will not lie to you. But it's an Icarus. I'm worried that we might be Icarus. Like, how close to the sun are we going to get before it all falls apart?
I was going to say, how does it feel coming into today as your team, the best team in the world, G2 undefeated still, taking down T1 and RNG yesterday? It's actually undisputed for right now.
It feels very good. It feels incredible.
You're on top of the League of Legends world.
Yes. But as I have been burned many times by G2 happy games, I don't know how to feel, because this is not a team that would be known for streaking. That said, we'll see if they can keep the streak alive. It would be the 23rd win if they can win here. Gwen already banned away. Safe AP topside blind pick, and certainly impact comfort pick at this point in the tournament. Maybe the draft is going to be crazier this time around. Maybe G2 has something special cooked up, or maybe EG are going to be the team with a special pick this time around.
And you do get to be a little bit more flexible, of course, on blue side with your bans because you have that first pick. So it usually kind of leads to red side here, EG banning out the Ahri. Maybe they followed up with the LeBlanc for the double mid lane super common bans. Lucian already off the board. It's interesting that they went with the Viego ban from G2 because it makes EG decide, do we want to ban LeBlanc or Wukong? So you only get to ban one of them here, and G2 gets the other one, presumably, in their first pick on blue side. So who do you fear most? I fear, as a player, Caps and LeBlanc quite highly, but he also has a very deep champion pool. So maybe you ban the Wukong anyway. They leave both of them up to try and get one back as a trade, going for the Kalista instead.
And I think the big thing is that the Wukong, to me, because he's in a jungle, feels like a difficult champion to answer, whereas we've seen across the world, there are tons of LeBlanc answers. Obviously, a great LeBlanc will outplay a lot of those answers, whether it's Lissandra or Karma or whatever, but Wukong does feel like a difficult pick to deal with. I like that EG left open 2 powerful picks. Jojo LeBlanc, though, I'm not sure. If Caps goes to Lissandra, I think you're feeling pretty happy. It limits his carry impact heavily, even if it can still be a playmaker.
That said, Wukong, easy first lock-in. Ezreal would feel like the safe pick. Would love to see that instead of the Jhin. I understand why people are picking Jhin. I understand the Umbral utility, but Ezreal feels so powerful and it's still so safe.
Yeah, coming into this stage, that was one of my big goals looking forward was to have the rising priority on Ezreal kind of actually show up on stage, and it really has here for a Rumble stage. I feel like this champion has really good power spikes for the current stage of the game, with everyone doing the Trinity Force now into Muramana. As soon as you get that Muramana and the constant ultimates coming out, vision checking, stopping objectives, stopping recalls. These players, first place teams of all the regions across the world, have been so good at utilizing the map presence of this champion as well.
Yeah, and I think we've also just seen the importance of having AD carries who can be self-reliant, who do not need a ton of peel in team fights when so many of the compositions are about diving enemy backline. Having an AD carry that's going to be relatively safe, always a good answer. Now, Kai'Sa, traditionally solid answer to the Ezreal, can follow an EOA with her ultimate, can get on top of him, and obviously in raw DPS, she can burst him down before he really has a chance to throw out 1 or 2 Qs if she can get a lead in this matchup.
And specifically for Flakked. I mean, Flakked coming in as one of the younger players on this team, one of the new additions, his Kai'Sa was amazing previously, so I'm very happy to see him back on the Kai'Sa, especially when you already have some teamfight dive like Wukong. And G2 do end up getting both Wukong and LeBlanc, so I'm incredibly scared right now, Daniel.
Your delivery versus the words you're saying, it makes me so happy.
I'm gonna turn to you and ask you to hold me, probably.
Okay. I think that's, I think that would be fair.
We are also not even seeing the counter, from mid lane here picked up in the first 3. So I expect G2 to probably ban out, whatever they're most scared of the Vex. Has been the primary, counter into LeBlanc, but of course you mentioned the others like Lissandra, Malzahar. These are other options.
Yep.
They are not incredibly exciting options, but they're there nonetheless.
And I think it's nice that they have the Lee Sin, at least on the side of EG, so you can expect to have the more powerful early jungler. So if they do get a champion that can win out in the early matchup versus LeBlanc, you'll have the stronger mid-jungle duo. That said, in terms of raw power on paper and isolation, LeBlanc, Wukong, very, very strong. Now, don't get me wrong, Leona Ezreal, solid lane. Lee Sin, solid, strong jungler. But when you look at the quote-unquote meta tier list, G2 just feel like they're a little bit ahead when it comes to this draft. And certainly, some of these support bans are going to maybe set up EG's bot lane for more success. But it also means that Caps gets free liberty to ban away any potential LeBlanc counter picks.
And I think these support bans are really, really smart, even though they've already locked in the Leona, which has pretty good lockdown versus the Rakan. Targamas has been so good at getting picks and initiating for G2, even in the games where he makes mistakes in lane. I love it when you see these players that can shrug off mistakes they make early in the game and then still come up huge later. So double bamming him here, getting the Pyke away so the Pyke roams don't come through for mid lane as well is pretty important. Because again, the mid lane is the biggest question mark to me right now. And you don't want support roams with a LeBlanc to be able to impact your mid lane if you've got a counter coming up. And Seraphine, definitely an option, but they're going through the entire roster here, it looks like. I was hoping this was a master plan, Dracos, and it was going to be like, yeah, we got
this. To be fair, I would be concerned about the Seraphine master plan. It's like, where's your hyper carry?
But at least it would be something new and exciting.
True.
If it's the current hover, the Rise, that is neither new nor exciting to me. It does give you possibilities of trying to roam and play side lanes, but I was hoping there was a bigger build-up with letting the Wukong LeBlanc combination go over.
You were hoping for some spice in this draft, and I feel like, I mean, it's spicy compared to maybe what we saw in playoffs for both of these teams, as there are a decent amount of new champions like the Wukong jungle. But for MSI, this is pretty stock standard. Of course, they banned away the GP. That makes it very easy for Broken Blade to pick up the Ornn. Super huge comfort pick for him in the playoffs run, and now they just need to figure out the last champion, what they want for support.
I will say that Impact was the only North American top laner that dealt with our Ornn meta successfully, and this is one of the champions he did it on. Mordekaiser has also gotten buffed since LCS playoffs, where he played the Mordekaiser and stomped the Ornn. So Impact on Mordekaiser is that spice, is that hope that I was looking for in the draft from G2 or from EG. So this is the one counter the real strong counter that they did get is the Mordekaiser. Very good into Ornn in lane, plus also later on into the game, removing one champion from the team fight can be very pivotal in taking out, you know, kind of the crux of one of these, you know, hard CC champs or something, and you know, trying to create some space for your team that way. I will say this looks like a pretty good and comfortable setup for G2 though.
Absolutely.
And especially with the previous game record, I think they probably are for sure heavy favorites, even probably more so after draft going into this game.
I'm inclined to agree with you at this stage. I'm curious to see how the Mordekaiser is going to work out. I like a lot of those buffs. Most of them aren't going to rear their head till about level 6.
It's the move speed one that's most exciting to me.
Yeah, that matters, and it does matter a lot. The problem is level 1 the same, level 5 the same. Level 6 is when you get double the move speed that you used to get, 6% as opposed to 3%. It is a significant increase for a AP Darius, basically, that is Mordekaiser. It matters, it does. But the early game often very deciding in these matchups. We'll see. Maybe EG can get that edge. They've got the Lee Sin. They've got a powerhouse early jungler. Yes, Wukong can be impactful early. Yes, he has creative pathing options. But Lee Sin is the quintessential early game. Show up in your lane. There's good setup CC. Maybe they can get something done.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna remain optimistic here. Also, one of the big things though, whenever you're facing LeBlanc, you know, and you're giving over this very powerful mid lane champion, especially someone like Caps, you usually really want some point-and-click CC on your team for later. Otherwise, LeBlanc does get to actually scale into this really aggressive poke champion going in with the distortion combos. And if you don't have an instant point-and-click CC to deal with her and punish her for going for that, then later on it still becomes a problem, because not only can she wait in Fog of War and go for the assassination attempts, but can also kind of poke you down towards objectives. So we will see if they're quick enough to try and deal with that later on as well. For the meantime here, see what they can do as far as level 1 vision.
Caps moving in, laying down just a little bit of control. Obviously spotting inspired or not spotting inspired. Once you have that ward down, you do gain at least a little bit of information. Very defensive vision plays from the side of EG. Not really going too deep into the enemy jungle, just going to spot out any potential early pathing or early invades. I'm wondering how spicy bot lane's going to be honest with you. We've seen a lot of early level 1, level 2 kills. Danny and Vulcan, you know, have been they get a little over aggro, I think, sometimes in lane. And I think Targamas and Flacket, it was a similar story against T1. Well, G2 did ultimately win that early laning phase. Very explosive in a way that was not very G2 favored.
Yeah, and you know, as well, it's going to be heavily influenced by what does happen around the mid lane and mid prowl for either of these champions roaming around. LeBlanc, of course, if LeBlanc gets an early lead, gets to have a huge effect on it, but Ryze as well. For Jojo, Jojo has played a ton of Ryze this season and roamed excessively to both sides. And EG, with this setup, if we compare the team comps, of course, they want to try and play side lanes. They want to try and spread the map. You know, they've got Mordekaiser, one of the best at split pushing, because you can just ult someone when they come to gank you, try and get your at least one for one, and then sometimes you can even pull out 1-for-2 opportunities if you win the Death Realm and have enough health left, and Ryze, of course, on the other side. Meanwhile, G2 kind of become classic for them. Is turning into the team fight. But here's the first LeBlanc-Wukong combination.
Caps leaping forward. Chain set up, locking down Jojo Pew, lockdown under tower, not flashing yet. Walking away with his life. Maybe forced to burn the TP here as the wave is pushing away from him.
Yeah, pretty efficient gank there from Jankos. Doesn't waste very much time, so it's always really nice to go for early ganks towards LeBlanc lane, even if you just get the health lead, because it helps out with managing the minion waves. And Caps has it in his lane pushing towards him, so denying minions to Jojo, as Jojo had to go back, refill his potion, get some health back here, and get his early teleport on cooldown.
Has Spellbook, so we'll still be able to have some combat effectiveness shortly here, but it's going up against the electrocuted Caps, so we'll see who comes out in these trades. For now, Cap's going to be pretty content to sit under that tower, farm up the wave that has been pushed into him. Jojo has to find something to do, basically. He's going to lose it. Not really have a lot of effective time here at that inconvenient back timing.
Wards around mid lane going to be pretty big as well. We mentioned before, support roams up towards mid, so you always look at this this highway between mid and bottom lane, that river, to be used very heavily. And so you see both teams focusing pretty early on, getting wards through that river, so they can try and protect their respective mid laners. Still holding on to both flashes, though, as you said. after the early gank was only dealt damage.
Yeah, and it's good that you highlight that pathway because so many of the early games between these two teams were decided by roams from Targamas into the mid lane. 3 people going in, collapsing on Jojo Pune. That said, Impact continuing to push forward, already building up CS lead, sort of as expected here early on. Mordekaiser obviously very oppressive in the 1v1. Broken Blade blind picking the top laner that he just feels comfortable with to survive here. One item really where it's going to get a little bit more difficult for Broken Blade. But for now, can just weather the storm. 2 pushing lanes currently in favor of EG. See where Inspired wants to put his attention. Not really a great place for him to gank at this exact moment. That said, Impact, I think this has been the strong point really for EG across this tournament so far. He and Inspired both feel like the rocks for the team. But that might be in jeopardy now as Jankos goes in. The pull back, instant kill coming out there. First blood, little overconfident on the top side. Lost track of Jankos, did not expect the gank.
I mean, that was just really well played by G2. I mean, that gank right there, the timing on the wave, position right in front of Tower for Broken Blade, and the flash coming out from Jankos. As soon as you get that long-range Q auto in the air, it's going to land. And so they catch Impact with that damage as he flashes also. Now the Mordekaiser with no flash, immediately going to teleport back to lane to try and shove that lane back into tower. I think that was just incredibly intelligent gank timing from Jankos. Just out of Fog of War, W up invisible, then flash forward just for the burst damage. Perfect timing for them. And trading jungle flash for top lane flash up there too, right before Mordekaiser hits level 6. Before you have that opportunity to be able to get yourself out of ganks kind of free by just ulting the jungler and 1v1ing them.
Have a 1v1.
That window was getting very small for G2, and they snuck a gank in right before he gets to level 6, right before he pushes the minion wave in. And that was just perfect timing from them.
And again, credit to Jankos. He was a monster in the games yesterday, especially in the Diana game. And I think that he's been playing super well so far in the early game. 2 successful ganks, one in the form of a kill, one in the form of a burned flash. Staying even in jungle CS with Inspired, waiting, wanting to see more from the Lee Sin. Obviously, level 6 playmaking gets a lot easier for the Lee Sin, but the same is definitely true for the Wukong. Even easier for the Wukong. He doesn't have to line up a good kick or a good angle. He just pushes R and he goes at you really fast. And there's not a lot of counterplay to that one when the Wukong is ahead.
Wukong is very good at team fighting with the ultimates. As well, pretty good with all of the other champions with being able to stack up armor. So bottom side skirmishes, pretty effective for him. It's double AP solo laners for G2, or for EG, so not gonna have extra effectiveness there. But again, as soon as Mordekaiser hits the level 6, all of a sudden ganks up towards the top side, way less effective. A lot harder to pull off because he can just turn them into, basically making time for the rest of the team by ulting one of them. So nicely done. I don't think we'll see a lot of extra time now from him spent up there.
Yep, it was a peripheral issue from Jojo, but it looks like it's been resolved as we have now gone back into game. Something to track as if the gold stays pretty close, as it has in this case, only about a 500, 600 gold lead for G2. Bit of a fight going out here, though. Impact. Good damage in the sustained fight. Conqueror procced, passive procced. Broken Blade hitting level 6 first, though, is going to be big. That's the knock-up right back into the Ram Horn. Good shield comes in from Impact. Extended trades, again, usually favoring Mordekaiser here. Broken Blade taking his level advantage, though, and trying to get something a little bit more out of it. Impact, how close is he to 6? That's going to be the big question here.
Exactly. They're brawling next to the minion wave that's dying. Bottom side, they do get Dragon for G2, but Impact focusing on minion wave here, trying to get to his level 6. Broken Blade knows, though, he's not too scared because he's got flash advantage from the gank. And the only thing you really are scared of when you're fighting Mordekaiser is those Qs. The isolated Q landing on you is the thing that you want to flash. So even if you get ulted, you actually aren't as scared. Like, as long as you flash the isolated Q inside the Mordekaiser ult, he would be able to fight his way out of that one. So that's why he wasn't too scared there. Flash advantage really means a lot when you're going for those duels with the Mord.
I mean, it's a super good point because, yes, in the long duel with Conqueror, with the passive, Mordekaiser will kill you, but without the isolated Qs, it's going to take a year. The Death Realm's going to expire before he actually does anything meaningful in terms of damage. Broken Blade, though, maybe just going for a cancel on the base here. Caps on the way up. Knockup already connecting. Fullback is there. Impact in the area. Inspired, rather, in the area. Is Impact pulling Broken Blade in the Death Realm. Really his only option. Flash back over the wall. Impact trapped in his own Death Realm. Oh, it's not where you want to be. Here comes the monkey.
And that, again, that's how I set it up. That is all off of the first gank from Jankos. That's why that gank deserves so much credit from him, getting it in before the level 6, burning the flash of Mordekaiser. Then you're not scared of Mordekaiser at all. Broken Blade knows he can go stop his back. He can bait him into staying around there. They get the ult out, and then everyone else just left around as soon as he exits the death realm. Just flashing over the wall there. Really, really nicely calculated here from G2. They're basically taking all of your options into account, and then one-upping you. So nice roam as well. You could tell Inspired was kind of hanging around, but they didn't really want to have to fight this. Again, Broken Blade knows he's got the trump card. He's got the flash. Nothing really spectacular actually happening. I guess we can look at the mini-map now, because I already saw this whole thing live. I'm taking a look. What do we miss on the mini-map? Oh, it looks like JoJo pushed the mid-wave
just like, no matter, like we got a LeBlanc in the game, we got a Ryze, Lee Sin as Wukong. You can watch so many different crazy fights, but Mordekaiser Ornn will just never be one of them.
Well, especially that one, which we got the full thing the first time around, and so you know exactly each step that's going to happen. Here we go, though.
Kick goes in.
Oh,
that's going to be the steal. That's big. Can he pick up the eye as well? He's getting locked down. Someone's going to grab it for sure. Vulcan now going into the midst of the entire team. Inspired already taken down. Impact decently strong, but could get burned out very quickly. Shield might not be enough. Caps going invisible, but it looks like he picked the right one. One more obliterate. Does he have it? He does not. Caps on the edge, but he takes down Impact. JoJo running for the hills. Targamas.
Oh my goodness. Caps there just on outside of the Mordekaiser passive, waiting, doesn't get burned down. The extra kills here over to G2. In the end, Vulcan was able to go pick up the eyeball after Inspired went in and got the smite on the Rift Herald. So they acquired the Rift Herald, but at a pretty hefty cost for them. As far as both the gold given over for the kills, but also the map presence after. You can see before we went into this replay, Broken Blade went up and pushed the top lane into tower as well. So there will be missed minions in addition to these extra kills that we see picked up. And man, that chain proccing kept the Mordekaiser just at a distance. Caps does not go down, and G2 clean up the rest of the fight. Plus, again, Broken Blade was able to push in. He got the reset off now as well for the Ornn. Caps, the LeBlanc getting those kills again is huge for G2's game plan. There's not a great point-and-click answer to this LeBlanc. It's kind of hard for a Ryze combo to get off on him and root him in place quick enough if the LeBlanc is fast, and Caps is definitely fast. So looks like they will be building towards their big team fights. You know, the Dragon picked up pretty early as well for them. Only 1 minute left on Dragon number 2. So G2 probably going to try and continue stacking those so they can bring, you know, the Wukong, the Ornn to those big fights.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a situation where EG, if they're a little bit more ahead in this early game, play a much more comfortable 1-3-1, can split the team up, and maybe the Mordekaiser fight can work out here. Realm Warp now coming up. Broken Blade going to get some unexpected company when he finally leaves the Realm Warp, or rather the Death Realm. But so far, still, he's just running. BB, the Q flash on the edge. The darkness going to finish him off, but Caps. C1, Inspired on the way up. If they can take Caps' shutdown here, it'd be big. 150 extra gold would not hurt whatsoever. 1K deficit. All that stands against EG as Caps starts to run. Distortion, fallback option will fade away, but Caps more than mobile enough to just walk out of that one.
And he doesn't even lose any minions, Daniel. He goes back around. Okay, the cannon goes down there, but he wraps around for the minion wave as well. G2 not getting anything on the bottom side of the map, though. That's the scarier point there for EG. They left Danny and Vulcan in a 3v2 scenario. Does mean Dragon number 2 that we were setting up gets picked up immediately, so that Dragon stacking for G2 will become an issue, especially because they do have so much CC for their team fight setup. Broken Blade this time around doesn't have a flash. Also has the arrival of a Ryze Realm Warp. Love it. Even in the Death Realm, getting a little taunts off there as he tries to walk away. He gets multiple flashes and ults on him. In the end, though, they do get that killed. I wonder, I didn't quite see if they got any turret plates on top side. Looks like they did not. Caps cleared out the entire minion wave, so no damage done there either.
Ooh, difficult situation, too. Obviously, first Herald, you would love to use it to break an entire tower. It's just going to be the 2-plate Herald. Not going to amount to too much there, but shout out to the Mordekaiser buffs. Just barely able to run Broken Blade down, courtesy of 3% extra movement speed.
Let's go. All right, Ludens is the first mythic, and it's on the LeBlanc. Who's Caps going for, Daniel? Because
the problem is Danny and Vulcan have done no wrong, but they will pay for the sins of their teammates because that 2-0 LeBlanc is going to become their problem very quickly. Yes, Danny is mobile. He's got a little extra health with the Kindle Gem. The exhaust is the only thing stopping him from being #1 on the hit list, I think.
Yeah, I will also say, as a jungler, you're also always worried about, you know, early LeBlanc mythics and power spikes. Now, he's pretty close to getting level 11 as well. Rank 2 in the ultimate for LeBlanc, plus your Ludens, is so much burst damage. So Inspired also has to be very wary of that LeBlanc. Here he is, camping, just waiting to use it.
Oh, and for EG, it's so hard. Jojo playing with the right amount of respect, the right amount of caution. Not sure if they saw G2 moving in or if it was just Jankos that they saw, but ultimately, if he had walked into that bush, it might have been very difficult. Caps, though, unafraid. It looks like he is going to try to connect the first chain. The kickback, they're going to burst him down instantly. Well played by Inspired, firing back. Caps a little overconfident playing with fire, and he does get burned.
All right, let's see what they can do with it here. Inspired going for the invade on bottom side. Of course, they've got Impact soloing on top side. Bottom isn't going to get much in the way of summoner spells, and it will be at least Raptor Camp.
Goes on the retreat. Single Raptor Camp cleanse on the bottom side, as you highlighted previously. Targamas now locked up. A lot of chain CC. Rum Warp coming in. Jojo looking to make his presence known on the bottom side. Nautilus going to hook out to safety. TP now coming in to dissuade the dive. Targamas blinking health bar. Jankos 1v1 versus Inspired. Lee Sin surely has to win this one, but the second out stack, the clone to block the Q is massive. Jankos now feeling confident. He's flashing back in. He knows he can win this one, but the heal coming in from Jojo. Summoner's Spellbook saving the day. Jankos trying to get this out. Caps on the way back in. Can he pick up the rest of the kills? They're moving away. They're body blocking. He cannot connect the chain. Caps getting absolutely outplayed. EG, the team play, phenomenal in that skirmish.
The Gore Drinker from Inspired and the body block from Jojo. They combined to keep the Evil Geniuses jungler alive, and this game just came alive, okay? G2 have double dragon stacking. They also have a decently scaling team fight waiting for them, but EG just got a bunch of money. Jojo now at the top of the ladder there. That finishes up the Everfrost. He's got stopwatch available for consecutive plays as well.
And while Caps may be a little over-aggressive, Jankos may be a little over-aggressive in that instance, they may look to temper that aggression. That said, the Rise, it wasn't special, it wasn't fancy, it wasn't a crazy pick out of nowhere, but it's a pick you highlighted, a pick where Jojo feels comfortable roaming. He's been top, he's been bot, he's been across the map in these plays. It was his heal that helped keep Inspired alive. And I gotta say, Jojo's impact on this game, despite being against what was moments ago a 2-0 LeBlanc, has been good to watch.
Yeah, Inspired over here starts it out on Jankos, knowing that his team just won a trade on bottom side and is first up the river, has an escape, so he knows that he can just kite down into the river, and Jankos follows him. Jojo there had the Summoner Spellbook heal into Flash to finish it off, and with the Triumph, plus watch this Gore Drinker. It's being blocked there by Jojo, so no extra damage comes through. The exhaust goes down. As soon as Danny gets up there, Inspired got the Gore Drinker off at the perfect time, and the money going over to this Ezreal is quite big. Trinity Force stun for Danny now. Just slowly plugging away on that bottom side, stacking up the tier pretty quickly for his Muramana as well. So Evil Geniuses now, their hopes for that dream of the split are alive, because again, their champions really excel in 1-3-1. Jojo, most played champion of spring was Rise. So like you stated, it's not new, it's not exciting, but it is definitely comfort for them. And if they can get a Mordekaiser Rise split push game going for themselves and try and pull G2 away from this dragon stacking, then that would definitely be, you know, they're out in this game. G2 though, 16 seconds left on this dragon. I wonder after that last fight if they can actually keep up the pace.
It is going to be a little bit difficult. Would definitely like to have level 11 for Jankos and Broken Blade. Broken Blade just going to take over, but difficult for him to come in. He's going to TP down here. Impact has a TP of his own if he wants to come to this fight. Team fights are where Broken Blade has to make his impact. He's going to slowly but surely lose the 1v1 as Cap starts to poke.
Also,
EG.
if Impact comes, remember, Mordekaiser can ult a jungler so they can't smite. If they really wanted to make sure they could get it, he would have to get in there and ult Jankos.
Lee Sin Q, hard to steal away from that. Targamas now locked up. Jankos making his way out of the pit, but he's been locked down. It doesn't look like he's going to get a second ult charge off. Just barely managed to do it. Inspired kicking Caps out of the pit. Dragon still standing. EG pushing forward. Impact managed to take down one. EG, this is their fight. Flacken running for his life. He doesn't have any mana. He's going to try to Hexgate out. Inspired, barely. Pushing for more. Inspired's hungry for it. The flash over the wall. Inspired, no ward to hop to at this stage. EG getting a dragon. G2 still backing away. Caps waiting over the wall. Big damage. Instantly going to delete his support. It's like Season 3 all over, baby. Impact, though, firing back. That is one beefy Mordekaiser. Broken Blade forced to flash out to safety. Inspired on the backside. Flacken. Red buff, but no mana. The exhaust now comes in. Danny leaping back in. It's Madness with the shield just barely keeping alive. Danny manages to survive. He's blinking. Lee Sin, what a hero.
Inspired with the safe guard. Keeps his AD carry alive for now, but they're not done yet. Hex gates are so fun to watch. We've had a ring around the rosy over this dragon pit for a good 5 minutes. My goodness, the Hex gate chases. Whew. All right, it's not done. It's not done. They're still chasing him.
Never stops. Yanko's going in.
The fun never stops. EU versus NA. Oh, you may see the result 4 times in a row, but number 5 can still be exciting.
And that's why we play the best of 9.
That's why we play the best of 9. That's what I like to hear. All right, back to the split push there, though. Rise, JoJo does get the top tower. The outer tower going down, all in accordance with that split plan there for EG. So they do have some more room to work with. They also critically put a stop to that dragon stacking. Impact did not actually go for the ult on Jankos. He ulted Targamas instead because Jankos had already been chunked out of the fight, and Jankos could not get back in for a dragon smite anyway. So I like that option because he removes one of the big CC openings for G2 for that team fight. It was one of the big reasons why EG were able to chase them down. They get a big early lead on that frontline health, and removing that CC and that ultimate were such a huge deal. Impact deserves so much credit here. So let's take a look. Again, with the dragon damage on Jankos, look, he's 50% already. He gets chased out of the pit. No W. Vulcan is on him. So Impact says, great, Jankos is going to die. I ult Targamas. And then there's only 3 other members of G2 here that they have to deal with. The flash forward, Danny jumps into the rest of the team, and then Inspired and Flacken with their Hex Gate chase up on the top side does end up getting another flash. This is where G2 get one back, though, because EG split up too early. This often happens when you win one of these team fights and you have the numbers advantage, but you give up your numbers advantage by splitting to take too much at the same time. Inspired had gone top, Danny was pushing the minion wave, and they lose out Vulcan there. Then all in on Flacken, they go with the exhaust, Danny barely living, and it's the safeguard after safeguard from Inspired, keeping him alive, even with the corrupting potion, burning him down. So close, and yet they keep him upright.
And in a world where there's a fed LeBlanc and a reasonably fed Rise, I did not expect to see top laners topping out the damage chart, but there it is. Broken Blade and Impact certainly letting their presence be known in that fight as
Baron saves Shelly.
Despawns. Sucks for G2. Of course, EG building a gold lead. They're behind the Dragons, but they're leading in turrets. Decent gold lead for themselves, about 1.5K now as we crest the 20-minute mark. Baron on the table, but neither team, I think, strong enough yet to try to force it. And Kobe. Optimism. It's coming.
I mean, it's just more fun to watch, you know, when they're so competitive like this.
Yes.
And also when they're trying to play it different ways. You know you've got this big Impact Mordekaiser looming over your head as G2, and Impact has been outstanding for EG during this tournament, even during LCS playoffs, one of the biggest you know, components contributing to their victories. And now this level 12 Mordekaiser, split pushing menace for them. They've got the top outer tower done, mid outer tower is already done, and bottom is soon to fall. So once they get this outer ring done, they have got so much more room to work with and try and pressure down this G2 team. Plus, Danny being on Ezreal, the more mobile AD carry, gives him a lot more survivability versus something like LeBlanc. So we'll see if he can keep his distance.
Yeah, and similarly, the Maw coming in for Inspired, big deal. Now that he has that, he can't ignore the LeBlanc. She has just completed a Void Staff. She's still powerful. She's still going to be frustrating to deal with, but is no longer the fear of just randomly getting one shot in the jungle as it was earlier in the game when Caps was pretty far ahead of the rest of the opposition. And now we do see JoJo, the classic, despite the nerfs, still opting for the tankier Rise build, 303, getting closer and closer to the Fimble Winter. And it looks like probably Frozen Heart going to come out as well. So is going to mitigate a lot of what Flacken and Jankos want to do in these fights critically.
They also brought Impact down towards this dragon as it was spawning. So I think even the time that it takes him to walk back up towards top side is going to be enough for G2 to take the top turret. So this dragon will be traded in for this gold of the top tower for G2. Because the dragon stacking was already broken, the streak there is already broken on number 3, G2 suddenly drop huge priority on Dragon. They no longer have this early timeline leading up to the Soul and would rather get the money split pushing on these towers here. So EG do get Dragon number 2, yet Outer Tower and 50% of number 2 go down.
And I love this too. Confidence from Impact to step forward there. Again, one of the unique strengths of the Mordekaiser. Another champion maybe gets dived in that 2v1. Maybe has a hard time. Mordekaiser, point and clicks, he wants his 1v1, he shouts it out. It's not even a 1v1 because the turret still helps.
It is a true 1v9 champion because you do not need, nor do, in some cases, you don't even want your team right near you. So definitely does quite well on its own. Also can have big impact in the team fights though. Yeah. As we've stated, especially if you are able to ultimate the correct champion. You know, Vulcan here though.
In no man's land, thought he was safe, thought they had recalled, thought they were gone, but G2 waiting in the darkness, find their pick, and suddenly pressure is on the top side of the map. You got the rest of the team moving to respond, pushing in the mid lane as well. EG need to be quick on the response.
There's that LeBlanc burst damage we all know and love on supports especially. As Jankos also used the ultimate there for Wukong, doesn't mean they won't have the cooldown if there is a chase down fight in the jungle leading up towards Baron, but not going to be the case as G2 are happy to take their kill golds and just retreat afterwards.
Yeah, don't want to overextend there, don't want to overcommit. As a result, just going out, maybe hoping to cancel it back, get a little bit more information as the TP is going to go down to the bottom side. Important to note, QSS does come in from Targamas, so that easy option to mitigate a lot of the upfront CC that G2 can bring to the table when Impact ults him. Not as viable, no longer on the table, and it's a similar story as Flacket has delayed a third item to pick up a QSS of his own as well.
Yeah, some pretty important items. You know, the stopwatches and Zhonya's also very important. EG with a Zhonya's done on Impact. So the team fight possibilities we talk about for the Mordekaiser are so big. You know, with the added survivability of Ultimate, plus then you have Zhonya's as well. Like, Impact can just completely chat it up, run straight into the team, grab the Ultimate, take someone down, go for his Zhonya's, buy so much time. He wants to be the point man for this fight. He actually doesn't even want Vulcan to be the first one in there because we saw how quickly Vulcan will blow up. Impact is going to take quite a significantly... Yeah.
I dare you. Come in. I will push R on you so fast.
Please start using your spells on me so I can save my teammates.
I just like the flexibility of the word Chad. Yeah. It's a noun. It's an adjective.
Exactly.
It's whatever you want it to be.
Truly, truly, truly. Okay, well, let's see about this 1-3-1 that we've been talking up so heavily because this is the point in the game where you start to see the team comps really play, as they've been drafted. So we've got the Mordekaiser bottom side, completing the recall here for Jojo on top side though. Let's see, what does he actually complete off of that base? Didn't look like too much. You already mentioned the kind of weakened tank rise build because the mana scaling was hit a little bit. The AP scaling was buffed and there's not a lot of AP in this build, but again, it is comfort for EG, for Jojo. So we shall see how they can execute now.
Yeah, and well, with two very high AD threats on the opposite side, Frozen Heart's just always going to feel pretty good here.
Yeah.
See how Jojo fares on the side lane, though, if he is matched against someone like Caps. That said, I think just generally it's really interesting to track this game because for EG, obviously, again, 4-0, embarrassing record, not where you want to be. The fact that they're fighting back now better just reminds people that EG are a team that have been steadily improving. Yes, they kind of punched down on Order and they got punched down on by G2, but they have been getting better.
I would also examine the 4-0 games, and it did feel like EG consecutively, learning and having takeaways from the losses. Yes, it sounds like a meme to you learn more from your losses, but a lot of this MSI has been focused on improvement and on gaining different learnings here from international competition for this team. And it's nice to see it implemented here and the continual improvement of this squad. Again, they have two extremely young players on the team. Danny and Jojo, of course. Jojo, the youngest player at the entire tournament at 17. So we shall see the power curve of this team, the learning curve.
And the potential as EG move forward and they play, the expectation coming into Rumble stage is that there's going to be a top 3, there's going to be a bottom 3. There's going to be a fight for first, and there's going to be a fight for fourth. And those are the two things that we have to watch. But if EG take a game off G2, can start to look competitive against the other teams, maybe the narrative starts to change. For now, though, it is important to remember how important first seed is, because this does feel like a top 3 tournament. If you are first, you get to pick between third and fourth as your opponent. And if the fourth seed is looking a little bit down, then that's going to be easy pickings for a clean pass to finals.
Yeah, I think that's ramifications of just the setup of a tournament that has 3 Pool 1 seeds. Guess what? Four semifinal spots, 3 Pool 1 seeds. the one that's not a pool 1 seed is going to be the one that matters the most. And so, yes, again, first place in Rumble stage lets you choose that opponent and is a huge benefit. EG, though, going to continue stacking these dragons. 3 Hex dragons in a row, going to lead them up to having Soul Point in 5 minutes for themselves. The Soul Dragon will be arriving. Split push there for G2 as you had Caps up on the top side. Doesn't actually get a lot. Just got to push in some minion waves there. And the LeBlanc, gets to get a little bit more power. However, I really did think that the Caps LeBlanc was going to have a significantly bigger impact in the mid stages of the game. We were getting all hyped as soon as he finishes, his Ludens there. He was 2-0, but immediate counterplay from EG. And I credit Inspired a lot for the counter gank around mid. Him plus JoJo started it off. Those consecutive plays there. So the LEC MVP that was adopted into the EG team has really been critical for them throughout this tournament.
Certainly, and most importantly in this game, in the context of this game, because there's another world where they don't get a couple kills. Maybe G2 play a little bit more conservatively, or maybe there's a 50 health difference, or there's a safeguard that's not quite on cooldown. Suddenly you have a very fed LeBlanc. In this game is just unplayable, but because they were able to interrupt the snowballing for G2, shut that down, EG are now in pretty solid position.
It's one of the reasons why Lee Sin never truly falls all the way out of the meta. Every jungler, literally every jungler has played Lee Sin, okay? Even if it's one time and you decide, okay, I'm a bad Lee Sin, and then you don't play anymore, everyone's got to try it at least once. And all of the pro junglers will always have it in their back pocket because it's such a versatile champion. And he's really displayed that versatility this game. You mentioned the safeguards. Like, Inspired has not only been a counter gank and an offensive machine, he's also been a healer. It's been Inspired the medic, basically, with the double safeguards keeping Danny alive on the bottom side play. So, definitely displaying all aspects of the champ. But Vulcan again!
Vulcan! Oh, no, Bush is safe. Don't forget the Garen rule. Vulcan now running for his life. Broken Blade trying to block off the exit. Danny has been knocked up, and immediately it's Flacken at the backside. He's exhausted, but he's got the QSS. It's quick on the Vanguard, and that's just it. EG, they were sitting comfy, but G2 take it away in an instant.
Oh my god, G2 just splatter EG across this red buff wall. That was a disgusting AoE combo there. Caps goes in. He's got Death Cap in inventory right now, Dracos. That's what that was. My goodness, Vulcan there gets picked in the river, and EG try to bail him out. They group up, try and defend off this river play, but they group up just in time for that knock up into giant distortion. Oh my gosh, that was nasty. Immediately removing them from the rift. Let's take a look here because, again, stopwatch here to buy time, and they've got a couple control wards here through the river, so with the Rise Realm Warp there giving some vision, Inspired jumps in, but look at that. Immediately, Caps, Flacket, Broken Blade, all 3 of them just immediately deleting the EG members, and there's no team fight here, Dracos. That was a massacre. Yeah. Broken Blade setting it up with the knock up. Flacket went in, and he actually got exhausted, so since Flacket got exhausted, the newly death-capped LeBlanc got to go in full power and just blow them up.
And this is the thing that's so terrifying about G2, right? And it's what made part of their T1 win so impressive, is that even when they fall down, even when they make mistakes, they lose out early game, mid game, they are so lethal in these fights. They are so good at finding these angles. It's something EG praised them for in the past. We heard from Danny in an interview. He talked about how they're really good at finding these fights and this opportunity. And they found that one, they made it work. And now the game is right back to being so hard for EG.
It's actually insane right now because with this death cap, it also multiplies your elixir there. He's got an elixir. This is really the key. G2 with Baron buff, with elixir on Caps, they can just push this Baron win. That team fight meant everything. This is going to explode in a gold lead for G2 here as they retake in the entire map, basically. Caps right now with a stopwatch on top of all this extra power he just got. It's 7 stacks on the Dark Seal now. The elixir is ticking. So threatening. And this is one of the things you mentioned early on was you need point clicks you see to deal with LeBlanc later if the LeBlanc gets to a powerful state like this. And now it's really hard to shut him down.
And it's a similar story for Flacket, who has a QSS and a Cleanse. Of course, Cleanse is on cooldown. He finished Lord Dominic's after that fight. Now he's got an extra BF sword on top of it. He's only going to get more terrifying, and he's going to have a harder time sitting safely in that backline with the threat of a Kaisa coming in. So, EG, they were comfy, and they got punished. They got a little, like, Vulcan getting caught out, and a single moment takes it away from them, and now they have to find a way to claw back into this game. But it is going to be hard, as highlighted before. LeBlanc terrifying, terrifying champion to deal with, and she is fully that poke champion you talked about. People like to think of LeBlanc as 100-0, but no, she can come over the wall, she can double distortion, she can double Q, whatever. She's going to take half your health, and it's going to be so hard for EG to ever walk into Fog of War.
All right, it's a very, very dark map here for EG. They would love to be able to get Soul, but it's so difficult when you're going against the LeBlanc with no vision. They did get a ward down on Caps. They saw his position now. This Dragon is gone, though.
Just instantly taken away, no chance to respond. Impact maybe thinking he could get jungler out, but now that's a perfect lineup coming in for the Ornald. It's not going to hit anybody, though. It goes wide. Impact. What's he going to do? Isolated, Broken Blade. Now trying to leap back out. G2 grouping as 5. That's going to be the own ultimate, but it's onto the tank. Inspired coming in. They're looking for an angle, but it's Caps over the wall. Laying down a little bit of damage onto Inspired. Inspired trying to finish the job. The change just out of range. Death Realm now coming in. Yanko's isolated, taken away. He cannot ult the team of EG. Yanko's getting the second spin-off. Impact now going to be in trouble. He goes golden. He tries to buy a brief moment. Jojo Puna Danny caught out, though. Impact flashing out to safety, and instantly Flacken and Caps descend, waiting for the blood in the water, but they will find their prey.
And every G2 member alive to tell the tale. Inspired here, gonna try and defend, but it's one EG member versus the entire G2 team, and they're going straight for the base.
Easy push down mid, and again, these fights, they're so close. There's so many instances where you think maybe
he's going for the minion wave,
can find an edge.
He's going to cut the minion wave, but G2 already have one inside the base. So it doesn't matter. They can usher this cannon wave up, and the Nexus turrets will drop.
And that's it. It was back and forth. G2 ahead in the early game. EG fighting back, finding a lead of their own, finding advantage, and it all getting knocked away from them in an instant as G2 descended upon them, keeping the win streak alive, 23-0. G2 knocking down EG for the 5th time this tournament.
Definitely a fun one there.
Yeah.
Nice back and forth towards the mid-game. And yet G2 continue their undefeated streak. It's 23, keep the count going.
And it's one of those things where it's so frustrating to play against a team like G2 because you can't count them out. There are so many teams where you get a lead like that, you play slow, you play steady, you play controlled. They never find a way back in. But then it's randomly Jankos and Caps hiding in a bush for 30 seconds longer than they're supposed to. Or Vulcan overstaying for 1 second and his teammates trying to help him. And those little things, those tiny decisions where against so many other teams you wouldn't get punished or it wouldn't be a big deal or maybe it'd be a small loss, turn into catastrophic losses against a team like G2.
Yeah, it's seeing those angles in the little skirmish opportunities. G2 setup, they were just camping on their vision with their control wards, and when Vulcan comes into the river, EG are a bit split up, and so they are then playing reactively to this scenario, and it's much more difficult for them to remain cognizant of their positioning and looking out for these angles of, you know, Broken Blade knocking into the wall, get the big AoE on them, and it's just really well played by G2. Broken Blade's like, I got 3 of them, knocked up, Flacken's in, Caps comes over the top, he just built his death cap, and there goes the game.
Oh, terrifying thought. Watch out for those Ornn 3-man knockups. They are oppressive. Well, as we head to a break, check out the comps from G2's win over T1 yesterday and Sounds of the Game presented by Bose.
오른쪽으로 한번 가봐도 될 듯.
잡고 와도 되겠네. 가능하네.
탑 해봐줘. 다음 중. 좋다. 보자, 천천히 보자. 가죠. 라칸 타고 라칸 나온다. 이거 오른도 있을 수도 있겠다. 쌈 본다, 우리. 야, 오른 끊었어, 일단. 여기 봐줄 수 있어? 배터리? 앞에부터. 좋다. 칼리필. 위에는 위에 애매해. 별로 안 좋아. 위에 좋아. 위에 좋아? 위에 차가 없어. 씨. 말이 되냐, 이게. 나이스. E 없어. 걔도는? E 없어. 와드겠네. 걔는 돌았긴 하거든. 얘네 노블라시야. 오케이. 여기서 한번 볼 수 있는데. 기다려. 하나 들어볼게. 여기까지 나오면. 오케이. 라칸. 일단 돼. TV now, look. Don't be again. I'm gonna get him. Stop patch. I will ult. Look on get him. Yeah, it's good. Look on get him. Oh, nice. Back up. Nice.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Red Bull gives you wings.
그래 너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐
네가 누군지 알아 걔도 누군지 알아 빛나던 너한테 속았어 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라 넌 날 속였어 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어 완전히 밸런스 잡았어 Not to left, not to right Just right at the center with the word 네 시간 이제 끝나가 나보다 네가 더 잘하잖아 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고 걔가 너보다 얼른 부시더라고 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리 걔 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 걔 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 네가 그 자리에 있으면 너도 대세될 줄 알았어? 짱 먹을 줄 알았어? 넌 그렇게 뱁새같이 따라해 네 다리는 황새 줬다 아파해 이제 너는 개의 심판 속에 떨어질 일만 남은 지랄 같은 운명 속에 넌 히껍대 하늘에서 비웃어 땅 위에서 비웃어 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리 걔 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 걔 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 완전 이겼어 깨끗하게 이겼어
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we've kicked Quick Shot off so the LPL boys can actually take over completely to celebrate G2's win over EG in our first game of the day. And Ox, there was a lot of us backstage, Talent and yourself included, giving out a little bit about the draft, so I think we got to talk about it first.
I mean, I feel like, honestly, EG did pretty good considering the draft, but came out so rough. They gave over Wukong, which obviously has been a massive pick, and especially for G2. Then the blind Ezreal, right? And then you just know the Kai'Sa is going to come out as a response, and then caps on LeBlanc. Like, after those first three, I was kind of upset at what EG had come out with.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard Azael backstage kind of going, hey, look, you know, the LeBlanc is a big pick for JoJo. Why are we not prioritizing getting this guy in the comfort? It felt like the LeBlanc going across to EG could have kind of smoothed out a lot of that.
Yeah, and then the early prior on the Lee and the Leona where it wasn't necessarily needed. And then it came in the second rotation. The Mordekaiser pick, I think, made sense, but the Ryze, and, you know, JoJo went the tank Ryze build, which made sense because if you go the AP build, you're just going to get blown up, but it got nerfed like several times in a row, and on this final patch, you're just not going to be able to hold up in the later stage of the game. So coming out of draft, this felt rough for EG.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we saw it in the early stages as well, where it wasn't going too hot for them, but then we started to look at JoJo, right? And actually being able to utilize this Ryze fairly successfully, has to be said, in those early stages to make sure they could actually get these roams and start to turn around some of the early aggression that had come out from G2.
Yeah, we saw value from the pick, and there were a lot of skirmishes where I felt like G2 were opting into them because they felt like they could win out, but it ended up being a numbers advantage for EG, and they started to find favor, particularly a lot of mid skirmishes that came out where honestly Inspired and Jojo Pion were holding up against Caps and Jankos.
Yeah, especially when we've seen kind of Jankos like playing heavily towards that top side. He had like the quick mid gank as well, which kind of put Caps into a favorite position so we could transition that play to top. It felt like at least when you looked at the early stages from G2, they were getting those leads until Jojo was able to kind of bring it back and then find the success where you see these ganks at least happening in the early stages to get Inspired into position, and then that leads into that big dragon that we saw at the 17-minute mark.
Yeah, and it actually felt like, you know, the initial two dragons, this is what really worried me because G2 had an early gold lead and two dragons in pocket, but then we saw multiple dragons in a row going over to the side of EG, and critically there was this big fight where it actually started off really well for the side of EG. Jankos out of position ends up being blown up, and Impact did so much work here on the Mordekaiser in the backline.
Yeah, he had actually done an incredible job here. Impact really kind of picking off the members that he needed to, making sure that he was able to keep EG in position. And this fight lasted so incredibly long as well. It didn't feel like EG were willing to kind of give up the pace, and it got a little bit rocky towards the end of this.
Yeah, you know, they kept pushing it in. We saw Vulcan get blown up, but then the fight ended up being opted into more by G2, and they overstay. You can see Flakked really low on the mana, and we find this good flank angle. He gets exhausted, he gets shut down. So at this point, you know, I felt optimistic for EG. I still had concerns about the composition, but then we had this very slow sort of mid-game that came after where 3 dragons in a row were picked up by EG. We saw a lot of trading on towers across the map as well, but not too much action.
Yeah, and that's where kind of they end up leading towards like back and forth trades across the map, and you end up looking to see, oh, well, G2 are playing towards the top side, but then as we start to get these trades back and forth, this is where it falls apart for EG.
Yeah, Vulcan caught out, which obviously isn't ideal, but then the problem is the rest of the team try and move in to save him. That triple knock-up into Kai'Sa diving in with Caps comboing. Flawless execution on G2, but the thing is, we could have seen them just let Leona die and look to contest the Baron, but instead they end up all opting into it. 3 losses, the Baron goes, and that gives a massive lead to G2. And when you give that much of a lead to G2 and the Baron, that's it.
Yeah, and unfortunate Arcane shift there as well, just coming in means that they're able to get that capitalization. But we're going to shift it over towards Busan, where Lore is standing by with Flakked with our post-game interview.
Welcome back to Busan for Rumble Stage MSI 2022. I'm here with Flakked 5-0 now in the NA versus EU rivalry. But, dude, what happened? I was actually scared. From a U fan's perspective, it feels like you have a harder time playing against EG than versus T1 and RNG. What's wrong about that?
I don't know what happened this game. I don't know what happened today. But like, for sure there was way more pressure in game.
Yeah.
Against EG than against T1 or RNG. I don't know, like the game at some point it looked like really hard.
What made it difficult? If you can pinpoint some details.
I think Inspired was like really ahead, and it was like really hard to like win teamfights. As well, I think they prepared well draft. I think they kind of baited the Kai'Sa and the Wukong and stuff, picking the Mordekaiser and stuff. But I think Inspired was like playing really well, and he was like ultra ahead.
Talking about Inspired makes me think about the I think it was 17-minute team fight, the 3rd Drake. What happened there? Because you get the good position and then they fall into the pit, and yeah, Inspired doing listen stuff. Tell me about it.
I think Inspired was like really ahead, as I said, and as well for me, like I didn't have my spike yet, and the only way I can hit in teamfights is like if Mordekaiser has no ulti or he's dead. So the thing is, we kinda need to CC lock Mordekaiser in order for me to hit, but as well Lee Sin is so ahead that we need to like CC him as well because he's gonna 1v9 if not. So yeah, it was like kinda hard. I think in Hansa the the call of the delay was bad. I think we should just give it. But we decided to fight it, and that's why I think we lost.
Well, you won in the end.
Yeah.
What matters for G2? 24 games now, is that
it?
it?
23? I don't know. A lot.
Let's say a lot. But focusing more on you, Flacket, this is your first international event. You've been playing amazingly so far. We can really see the progress from the bot lane. But tell me about the experience at MSI for you so far and how much you learned, especially playing against the likes of Goimayoshi and Gala.
I mean, I think so far it has been really great, not only in terms of fun, but as well as learning. Yeah. I can tell you for sure that against Asian teams in scrims, I can learn a lot. They didn't look so well at the beginning. Yeah. They didn't look anything well. But yeah, I think I took so much experience and learned from them.
Well, good to hear. And yeah, we can see that the bot lane is shining already for the G2. Thank you so much, Flacket, for the interview. Good luck on the next games. And back to you guys in Berlin.
But it's time to look ahead, Ox. And G2 yesterday showed that RNG can bleed, and as they have their rematch against PSG, Ox, I wanted to take some time to focus on RNG and highlight some of the strengths and weaknesses that we've seen from the team.
Yeah, and I think for me, their victory in the LPL was set up by them playing heavily towards Gala, with Xiaohu acting as a facilitator who'd contribute to side lane plays, while also offering coverage to Bin when he was on the weak side. Gala rewarded the investment with some fantastic teamfight play.
Yeah, this was not what we actually got to see yesterday, though. Instead, the team had started playing around Bin in the top lane, and it kind of was a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, Bin has been over-aggressive in lane, which has made him vulnerable when the team played for Gala. So the response for RNG in this tournament was playing for Bin and against EG that actually worked pretty well, right? We saw them try and get this gangplank ahead. They started to try and give him attention, and this really got him a substantial lead that made him a monster in team fights. Particularly, there was that specific one that we saw towards the end of the game where we see that double barrel combo come out over the Elder Dragon, absolutely decimates the opposition.
And this is something that we had seen RNG experiment a little bit in the regular season, but they had kind of fallen back in towards playing towards Gala. But you can see here, right, being able to pick up the triple kill, Bin was able to find some really good success.
Yeah, and they try to repeat this against G2, and initially were doing a great job of getting Bin these early leads. They really heavily play towards him, and we see instances like this where Wei will move over, big stacked wave, we see Broken Blade chunked out in this matchup they picked as a counter, and he gets zoned off a ton of farm. We also see this fantastic gank from Wei where he finds a beautiful kick to secure a kill for Bin.
Yeah, I mean, look, this absolutely insane. I love seeing the aggression from Wei and being able to actually set up Bin, and as you see, the display of talent that we got from these guys.
Yeah, and this ended up culminating with a 4-man play from RNG, where they're able to try and shut down heavily Broken Blade. They're able to really find a massive advantage, and ultimately there was a problem though. We saw them lean to the other side, and we saw G2 look to snowball Flacket on this Kai'Sa. They got the Kai'Sa really far ahead in response, and that's where the issue came from, because this Fed Kai'Sa was just a monster in the team fights.
Yeah, and this highlighted a lot of the issues that we've kind of seen from RNG with playing around Bin in team fights versus playing around Gala in the same scenario, because this is a style that RNG do not really play, so we didn't really get to see them kind of facilitate Gala in the same way or play around Bin in the same way. But now we'll have to hand it over to our casters, Kobe and Drake Goals. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Dagda. Pleasure to be back. Again, the next 2 games, similar to game 1, rematches of what we saw in the round 1. I was playing.
So our opening 3 games are the 3 games of can anyone get revenge on their Pool 1 bullies?
Yes.
Because now it's about everybody trying to actually upset the teams that beat them up. In the group stages.
And we saw EG, clearly they had gone away. They had started benching. They took a boxing class or 2. Caps MMA professional. Sadly, it wasn't enough. You know what I mean? And the question here is, has the bench press, have they done enough squats? You know, are they ready on the PSG side to fight back? Because remember, before G2 handed RNG their first loss yesterday, PSG were actually the closest team to handing RNG a loss. It was like one Baron steal that ultimately stopped them from winning their second, technically first game when we discount those 3.
Oh, God.
Whatever. Second game against RNG, just to simplify. They were super close. They were going even. They were going toe-to-toe. A lot of that felt like it was because of things like Lissandra counterpick into LeBlanc. Graves set up nice. MF Leona. A lot of these champions that have really clear play patterns, really simple, straightforward. So we'll see if we get some of that same vibe as we head into draft for this one. That said, like last game, RNG still heavy favorites, to the surprise of no one.
Yep. And Gala, a man after my own heart, with the 4 Ezreal picks, most in the tournament. He's definitely on board with the train. It's also cool because RNG are unique as a team at MSI, where they're the team that does still go top a lot, more than any of the other teams, because they have been. They send a lot of other members up there, more so than other teams. Even support roams all the way up to the top side there. Ming makes his full rounds across the map. So excited to see what they can pull out here, and what Hanabi does have as the answer this time around.
Yeah, Hanabi feels like he's always been a pretty solid rock for this team. In the game where they were closer to winning, he did play Vladimir, Ghost Ignite, as we've now seen as kind of the standard here. We'll see if it's a similar story. Gwen remaining the premier blind pick top laner, it feels like, in most circumstances. See if RNG want to offer that one if it's available. For now, standard bans. We've gotten used to seeing them. There's LeBlanc's bans, there's Ahri bans, there's Lucian bans, there's Wukong bans. Those feel like the 4 basic
Graves,
ones.
Though,
mix up.
They don't want the Umbral Glaive zombie ward Graves coming in against them. Nice little ban here versus Juhan. See if they can follow it up. Wukong then definitely going to be high priority. It's usually like Wukong, Lee Sin, Viego, kind of your other 2 options really below that if you don't want to dip into the AP options there.
Obviously, the AP options just feels like Diana, but if you're playing Diana, it feels like you have to play Yasuo, so it does lock your draft into a very specific play pattern.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like every AP option does that. Yeah. And that's why there's so much more few. You know, you can use Lilia as a counter pick. You can use Karthus if you're going to have strong lanes and you want to be able to farm your jungle Karthus, but they do require more effort in the rest of your draft if you're going to go with an AP jungle. So that's why predominantly they're AD jungles here, and Viego, the other one that we mentioned, the Lee Sin was the other one besides Wukong. So we'll see if we get the trade here yet again.
Interesting.
The Ahri's been left up, so if you do go for the trade, then you know you're going to pay for it with an Ahri pick. Some teams have really dropped their priority on the champion, but it does seem kind of like an all-arounder as far as the mage goes. The one thing she does not have is like extreme range. I was really hoping, by the way, with the patch changes coming right into MSI, that we would actually see the extreme range champions. You know, Vel'Koz, Xerath, they both got buffed. You're laughing, man!
No, I mean, I'm with you, but I'm just going to tell you right now, like, how many people remember trigonometry? And it's like, you have to be good, I feel like, at like the off angles and the weird stuff to play Vel'Koz.
Luckily for us, we've got the best players in the world here, so they're pretty good.
Yeah, and they don't have time to learn a new champion, or they got other champions to learn.
Honestly, we are probably more likely to see one of those champs in support role, I feel like, than even mid role. So still holding out my hopes for, you know, like Sport Zero.
Look, he has an ability called Life Form Disintegration Rate. Like, I'm sold, Kobe. Yeah. Like, if I can shout that in a cast one time, I'll die a happy man. With that said, don't know if we're gonna get this time. Ahri, as expected, counterpicks coming out. Conventionally, Vex, pretty solid option. Lee Sin, they're looking for a strong jungle mid pairing to answer this Ahri.
Yeah, and that's the one that we whittled down to, because we talked about Graves, Viego, Wukong, Lee Sin. That's the last one, so they get the upper end. And again, it was the exact trade we're talking about for the Ahri, so that's your payment. You're actually pretty glad to pay that, I feel like, from PSG's side. They didn't lock in the Vex, but as you were saying, that has been one of the popular counter picks into the Ahri, the other one being Veigar. Zoe is another option. It's not really a counter pick, it's just an answer for your mid lane, and it really just depends on, do you get mid prio? Can you get your Zoe throwing around the bubbles through mid game? If you can control over mid, if you get your wards up to both sides.
And interesting now, I feel like RNG are in a difficult position. It feels like they almost have to pick jungle just because the amount of AD junglers left is not non-existent, but limited. Obviously, we can start to go deeper into things like Nocturne, things like
You don't want Wei on that volley bear either, so...
I mean, Nocturne maybe does come through here. Certainly does offer a lot of pressure. Makes split pushing so easy for a champion like Gwen as well. And I like that they did it here rather than letting 2 more junglers get banned away in the second phase.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Especially when you have a Gwen, and so you are probably going to have you know, some split push outs later on in the game, having a Nocturne there to supplement it. Gwen's so good at buying time in the side lane. No way there, listen to us. Yeah, you're
Kobe,
this is
too niche.
This
is literally prophetic. It's too niche.
Come on, baby.
Okay. But that...
I was close. You can feel the power.
That was eerie. Because, like... We saw one of those against a Kalista mid. It didn't go super hot for the old LJL representatives. Okay, now the more standard
Vex,
answers.
Though, yes, Vex very much more standard. You know, of course, with the answers into the dashes, but also I do really love this champ because does rely on a lot of burst 100% to 0. This is a very wombo combo champion. And when you draft it with a Kalista, it plays right into it. Vex can be one of those mid laners. You only have to roam halfway down to bottom lane to be able to throw out an ultimate. If you've got Kalista down there, you knock up, you get them in one place so you can guarantee hitting your Vex ultimate, and you can get that reset, and you jump in, you giant fear, huge burst damage. So this is one way to go for a bottom side focus, dragon stackings, try and chain those team fights with your burst damage. And now we start to focus on the supports. Honestly, probably the most important piece of the bottom lane. Let's be honest. The supports, especially at this tournament, have been killing it here. So trying to take out some of those answers already. Alistar off the table. The Nautilus, Leona, both still available as well as we head over to the RNG side.
Yeah, I expect the Leona ban to go away. Nautilus obviously not quite as strong against the Gwen. Ezreal instead going to be the option here. Just taking away some of the safe AD carries so that maybe we can try to push a bigger advantage on the bottom side. Do get the luxury of last pick, can save that last pick.
So
support.
I actually love, like Ashe into Kalista as well. I wonder if, if Gala's feeling his Ashe. But as I said before, the Ezreal is Gala's most played. I think that's the way it should be. So it's a target ban there on him as well as taking out the mobile carry.
Kobe, I love you, and I know you have legitimate reasons to see both Ashe and Vel'Koz, but I never want to play bot lane against you ever. All the champions you love are so not fun to play against.
I mean, it's very good for the Ashe lane into Kalista. The other one, oh, by the way, if Vex hadn't been picked up, in Champions Queue, saw several players using Vex in bottom lane to counter the Kalista. Literally every hop, every auto that you make is huge punish for the Vex. It's actually a great mage counter pick.
Those powered autos hit like a truck too if you can land enough of them. But here comes the Vladimir. This has been the more conventional answer to the Gwen. Downside is to win this lane, usually you're taking Ghost instead of TP, so it's Ghost Ignite. We'll see if Gwen just wants to respond and take a Ghost Ignite of her own. This is a matchup that's been kind of developing and growing over the course of MSI so far. But as expected, last pick support for the side of PSG want to make sure they have the most optimal bot lane matchup possible. And for now, we do see the Tristana generally like this. Obviously, Rocket Jump is just a really powerful skill. Input buffering Rocket Jump, still
Nautilus,
very good.
Then. Nautilus for sure, no brainer. Especially, I want to emphasize this because thinking about your support picks after you already have double AP solo lanes. Double AP solo lanes has become so common. It's one of the other reasons why you always see these AD junglers, but it impacts your support. You don't want your support to be affected by tenacity in those cases. And so the difference between Nautilus Leona, even though they're always mentioned in pairing, is that Leona relies on stuns, which are reduced by tenacity, and Nautilus has the knockups regardless. So also, the mini stuns combined with those knockups, but definitely will always be useful, especially with the point and click. And we do get the Renata. This champ is uncharacteristically tanky for a enchanter / range bottom laner. I feel like it's one of the big reasons, but also so good into dive. And dive is very, very common right now. So when you've got shorter range Ahri as far as the mages, and then Gwen plus Nocturne coming straight in, Nautilus even, a lot of options for those melees to group up that you can kind of destroy with your ultimate.
And Renata often instantly forces a cleanse to come out from the enemy AD carry, which makes it that much easier if they are able to take double combat summoners on the side of PSG. So something to track, especially the ult, the impact when you throw it out when a Nocturne is coming in towards you can be incredibly strong. Overall, though, both compositions, double AP solo laners, Lee Sin versus the Nocturne. Expect PSG with a Kalista as well to be the team that needs to do a bit more in the early game, because when you've got a Nocturne, you can't just wait till 6. Yes, Nocturnes do gank. I said the same thing about Wukong last time. He ganked twice before level 6, but Nocturne feels a bit more mandatory, and we know once level 6 comes around, it's going to be so hard for PSG to play the map.
Yeah, every one of the underdogs has, just regardless, has a lot more work to do today for our first 3 games. PSG, Buffalo as well in the game coming up after this versus T1, trying to get their revenge on their high school bullies. That's what this is. RNG, are they just going to continue on with their old ways and rack up another win versus PSG, or do we get the upset? Because PSG well on their way to that 4th place coveted spot. The battle for the 4th spot is extremely heated right now.
the fact that they've beaten a direct competitor does feel good when it comes to that race. And obviously, you know, double round robin, both with 16 group, both teams are going to get a chance to play 10 games. So it's still a long road, all things considered. But again, any win you can get over a top 3 team is a huge, huge edge in that race for 4th, because no matter what the circumstances are, you know those top 3 are always going to be the favorites coming in, short of miraculous back-to-back upsets to the point where it's no longer, oh, PSG are an underdog, but PSG are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a delay on stage. We have a problem with Champ Select that they are going to fix up real quickly. So we can talk about the tournament overall. It's a good topic that you bring up, because if we look back at the history of MSI, the 3 organizations that have dominated this tournament have been RNG, G2, T1, and the only other organization to even win one MSI is EDG, and they won the very first one. Since then, it has been one of these 3 teams that are our Pool 1 seeds, these organizations. You know, obviously RNG and T1 with 2 championships, MSI championships to their names. Each of them looking for their 3rd to be crowned King of MSI is our unofficial term for this year. That King of MSI will be doled out.
You get a trophy and a tiny crown. Trophy and a tiny crown.
And, so, you know, yeah, exactly. You get a little sticker, a little seal of approval here.
Yeah, gold star.
Congratulations.
3 of them in the case of...
Congratulations, Kings.
There it is. And I think the thing for me, Kobe, is it just makes it that much more exciting when upsets do happen, because the stakes, it's almost like we've got 3 teams, you know, they're fighting for their lives. It's like honor and glory on the line. And we got 3 teams who are like, we're here to just mess all that up. You know, like you've got this nice, pretty script. I'm sure you would love for that to play out the way, you know, like it would in a movie. But like, that's what PSG Town are here to do, I feel like, is to remind people the strength of PCS, formerly LMS, and like show up here and ruin people's dreams. Like that's what you're here for.
They've all been told to take notes, but they're really here to just burn it to the ground.
Yeah.
I don't want to take notes. I hate it, class. No notes for me.
I'm just saying your bullying narrative is getting stronger when I think about the take notes. It's just high school.
They're like,
it's just, you know.
Don't tell me what to do.
PSG, I feel you. You weren't the cool kids. You know what? I understand. You weren't the jocks. RNG were the jocks. I get you. Get your revenge. I believe. That said,
right. How strongly do you believe? I know there was a close game in the previous stage, and Hanabi is back on Vladimir, so I really have been hypercritical, wanting to watch the individual players on this matchup, because we've actually had Gwen Vladimir's matchups go both ways. So I'm hoping that we get a lot of camera time up towards that to look at the actual mechanics and the mistakes of the players, since it is a matchup that's gone both ways. I feel like it should be pretty heavy favor to Vladimir. But the fact that we have had some Gwens fight their way out of it and get their own advantages does speak to the player differences. So especially with Ben, you know, this guy is actually a psycho.
Yeah, Ben is out of control, and we have to remember that last time these teams played, while there was a close game, it was not the last time these teams played. It was incredibly, incredibly one-sided. About 5K gold lead at 14 minutes. So something to track here is if RNG can just blow open the game with a gold lead like that, you know that Ben this time around expects the Vladimir matchup. He's not going to get caught off guard by this. They had time to ban away the Vladimir. They opted not to. So see what they're going to do. Important from the last game that they played, it felt like Juhan and Bae had very clear ways to work well with the team. These are the guys that have been the question mark. We know about the strong 3-man core of Hanabi, Unified, and Kaiwing. So really keeping an eye on Bae and Juhan to see how they can impact the map, what they can do for the rest of their teammates, how they perform in their matchups, because it's a Kalista bot lane. And if she starts winning, she's going to keep winning. But if she falls behind, it's going to be a very rough game.
I love the matchup, though. You know, it's so exciting, always watching Tristan and Nautilus into Kalista-type matchups like that, because it's so much for Ming and Gala. When you choose, you're all in. You know, the point. You're basically putting your chips on the table, and if you burst them down, you look great. You look like heroes. Ah, it's a genius move. Nice all in there, Ming. But if it backfires, then like you're saying, you're in for so much pain so frequently. From the bottom lane, especially since, you know, either mid lane getting advantage also has an effect on the bottom lane, being able to roam on down there. Both of them very effective roaming mid lane. So early on, Bae trying to get that push and successfully doing so against Xiao.
Yeah, keep our eyes on Juhan as well to see where he wants to roam. Again, expectations for Wei is that he's just going to farm to level 6, maybe a counter gank if necessary, just try to play towards the side of the map that Lee Sin is on, just so he's a bit safer. But Bay, for now, playing this matchup well. I remember when this champion first came out, a lot of people were not very good Vexes. I watched a lot of people just lose matchups that Vex are supposed to win, but obviously a lot more time means a lot more players are comfortable in these matchups, really leveraging the full strength per kit. We have seen in the past some Vexes take Ignite just to really maximize and punish in the matchups that they win, but Bay has opted for the TP.
We got what we asked for.
I was going to say, Kobe, what we witnessed a single trade. Yeah. It looked like Hanabi mostly just
No, it's that was the most regular trade for Gwen, where you want to use your W. When you put up your Shroud and you E towards the edge of it, you get right towards the edge. Here's our first gank, though.
Okay, no level 6s. I don't know why I ever say that. That's going to be the Ghost. Hanabi obviously can pool if he has opted to take it, but he's going to wait as long as possible. As the Crimson Rush for a bit of extra healing. Has not even opted to pull yet. Juhan on the way in.
There's no W on Bin now.
Ooh. Okay. Q would have missed anyway. Way outplayed.
I'm going to say, though, chases like that are pretty dangerous for the Gwen. Because you are TP Ignite Gwen, you have no Summoner spell to save you. So if you use your W in a chase like that pretty early, then you can definitely fall victim to a flash Lee Sin play. If Lee Sin had been able to land Q on even like a minion, take the Q forward, flash forward, get your E down on him, that could have been an angle for a turnaround, since Vladimir also still had Ignite, but they do walk it out. Nocturne spell shields, trying to zone for them as well, wants to absorb it.
Yep, and immediate boots purchase as well. Trying to make sure, obviously very crucial in a melee versus ranged lane matchup. Both junglers able to walk away. Of course, Wei did try to cancel the back of Juhan. Juhan a little bit ahead of Wei when it comes to jungle tempo at this exact moment, as he's already on the Gromp. We'll see if it amounts to too much as Unified and Kai Wang take control of Vision on the bottom side.
Yep, taking their opportunities off the first push in here. Double wards leading into the river should be able to get Scuttle Crab there for Juhan. Nocturne, of course, rushing for the cooldown boots. So as soon as he gets to level 6, already going to have cooldown on the first ultimate used.
Yep. And frankly, I love it. You know, incredibly long cooldown. Love that people are willing to rush some early cooldown boots just to maximize first ult, make sure that there is a quicker second ult.
Yeah. They're also good for clear for Nocturne, because, of course, your Q is so much damage for you. Not only the AoE for AoE camps as he chases Juhan off his own Raptors, but also, of course, the extra damage that you get coming through, too. So it's a huge DPS and mobility increase. Nabi getting a little low. And that Q timing.
Stepping forward.
Got no Ignite, but...
Ignite, tick in. He's a little bit faster thanks to Summoner Spell. Or rather... Pull away, not Summoner Spellbook. The Summoner Spell movement speed go fast. Fastery. What is it called, Kobe? Bay fighting for his life here. Level 6. Xiaohu now just going to dash back behind the creeps.
I don't remember the name, but it's blue.
It's blue. You go fast when you cast a Summoner Spell.
We used to take it a lot on junglers, but then it got nerfed.
Yeah. And now you take it on Vladimir.
Yeah, there you go.
Send us your opinion on what the name of that mastery is.
The names?
If you know it, don't answer. I don't want to know what you know it if it actually is. I want you to tell me what you think it is if you don't know.
Wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only.
I like those ones. The names of those talents, though, are so infrequently used because everyone just remembers, positions, or unless it's something that like gives you stopwatch or something, right?
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Wow, that's such a
stopwatch mastery. Biscuits, bone plating. Maybe the only one that I remember consistently.
All right, let's see about that level 6 timing for Wei, though. He's waiting for his camps to respawn, so this is kind of a half-hearted, wait around bottom lane. He's just kind of hovering because, he's actually not hovering long enough, though, as Gala pushes up the lane.
Close going to start laying down some spheres. Ming, a relatively squishy boy. He does not have Aftershock. That's going to be the handshake. They're pulling him back. Ignite ticking Wei in the area, though. Unified maybe overstaying now as he gets hooked back in. Oh, that was not the play that he wanted in the flash while he's still burning. Now Gala on the hunt. Cleansing the exhaust. They're going to push for more. Level 6 comes in just in time off the wave. Doesn't have vision. Doesn't want to dive. Will not go for it.
Just in time to walk away. Here comes Lee Sin, though, for the answer. Juhan. Now there's no Nocturne ultimate for a counter.
Here we go.
Aha.
High stakes bot lane play. Juhan does connect the Q. He's going to go in. Lead back. Instantly already ready with the ward hop. Flash forward. That's going to be one slow Ming. Unified wants to step forward, trying to jump in. Q, where's it going to go? Oh, no. That hurts.
They're really fishing here. Bay does have level 6. Ulti.
Finish him with the ultimate. Now he gets the reset. Can go back for the Nautilus. There's absolutely no way Ming can get out of this one. He just gets to pick who he dies to.
Goodbye, my friend. It was nice knowing you.
Oh, pulled back. Will not get the hook on the Lee Sin under tower. Well played by PSG to fire back with a response on the bottom side.
Yes, this is really, really necessary money for PSG. Again, the roams from mid lane. Imperative for this bottom lane here. The first ultimates coming out of Bay, successful. And while Xiaohu does push up, get a plate, get a minion wave into the tower, very necessary for PSG to salvage those kills.
Yeah.
If it had been just the summoner spells and death for bottom lane and the end of the story of that one, it would be so terrible for this Kalista lane. So really, really nicely done by them to kind of salvage the situation. Not going to be the commitment to the Rift Herald because it does take so long to finish that PSG have gotten their resets off, and so RNG will be happy just to hand off the blue buff there to Xiaohu.
And that's really big because if that play had taken another 10 seconds, RNG were already ahead in tempo. May have been enough to take the Herald. Instead, they just get a bit of vision and a handoff on the blue, so it doesn't cost them too much. At the end of the day, PSG 300 gold behind. A lot of that's just the discrepancy in CS in the top lane. Mid lane, though, also becoming a bit of a problem. Yes, Bay 1-0-1. The gold's going to be pretty close, but Xiaohu pulling very far ahead in terms of individual CS.
Yeah, that's your price that you always pay for these roams.
Meanwhile, Lee Sin can't see where he's going. The early flash over the wall. Wei just anticipating the play. I don't think it was necessary, but he wanted those tethers connected.
That's one of those ones where you want to be one step ahead of your enemy, but sometimes you're like 2 steps ahead of the enemy, and Juhan doesn't even go for it over the side, but he cut off the possibility even of that play.
Yeah.
They still get the kill, but flash used as well for Nocturne. A lot of times there, of course, you want to flash so you don't break the tether, and he was expecting a hop over the wall from Juhan.
Ultimately, he gets the kill in the end, so it's not going to hurt too bad. Nocturne more ult-reliant than flash-reliant, and has highlighted that cooldown much shorter, courtesy of the early cooldown boots itemization. Unified and Kaiwing, though, keeping the pressure up on the bottom side. 2 plates way on the top side, already grabbing Herald, so now RNG need to find a way to maximize the value out of this one.
Honestly, I think it'll be very easy for them to get max value. Look at this roam bottom lane from Bay again. Was on a ward, so they know. Xiaohu, not only can he push a minion wave up this time, but they're going to be able to lay so much destruction. They actually choose not to pop it. Honestly, though, getting that much damage, and if they were able to get mid-tower super early into the game, I feel like would have huge benefits. They don't go for the call, though. Just a reset here into Iron Spike Whip for Nocturne. Can they get back to defend bottom in time?
Juhan waiting over the wall. Galen makes so much CC. Handshake pulls back. They don't want to overcommit here, though.
Love those interactions for those timings, and it comes from really good, Nautilus players like Ming, where throwing out the buffer timings for these hooks to make sure that you get it into the wall, but it doesn't start pulling you too early, so the handshake doesn't pull you out, and then being able to use the second half of it there to make sure you stay within safety at your turret. Just nice little support mechanics on display here.
Yep.
Because really the supports deserve a bigger spotlight. I swear, especially at this tournament.
It's true. We're suckers for the big moments where the Kaisas go in, the Tristanas go in, the Kallistas go in, but the supports do so much work. That said, you call it sick mechanics when the Nautilus does it or the Camille does it. I think anyone who plays against those champions calls it BS. That's my experience. That's no worse feeling than having that CC denied.
It takes a lot to not feed as a Nautilus, as we've seen throughout this tournament. So, staying alive. Every time a Nautilus stays alive, I want to hear the crowd go, "Oh!
He doesn't even have Aftershock!"
Exactly.
That's what I'm getting hyped for. All right, no dragon to be taken. Herald slowly ticking down, and as highlighted earlier, Kobe, I have to completely agree with you. Mid lane is so important. You have a Nocturne, you have an Ahri, you have so much mobility and pick potential, and setting up vision gets so easy once you break mid. For now, potential 2v2, level advantage for the side of RNG. Itemization relatively the same.
Yeah, everybody's got their pieces.
Yep.
Everybody's bringing their knives and their spoons and their pitchforks to the fight. Nobody's got a real weapon. It's just a bunch of miscellaneous things they found on the ground.
I just love the curve there.
Yeah.
You've got your wizard staff, like your Luden's Echo, most powerful relic in the world, but it builds from a book and a stick.
Yeah, honestly, the components in this game are so ridiculous, right? Like the Noon Quiver builds out of a sword and a knife, and you're like, okay, well, now you've got a quiver full of arrows.
Look, I played Minecraft and I played Rust. I'm just going to say those things don't make arrows. Yeah, that's been my experience.
You're like, I combined my dagger with my sword with my... Wait a second, now I'm a ranged champion. Okay, see ya. Nice little turn there, shopkeeper.
Yeah. there's a lot of great lore moments, but we could stand to figure out the item lore a little bit more. That's my only my feedback. Ooh, nice charm over the wall. Xiaohu, good damage. Again, Kaiwing pretty tanky. You highlighted it earlier. If that was a Lux or something else, we might have seen a one-shot champion, but base stats and a Guardian proc certainly help.
Everybody's mid. The congregation begins here as Ming helps Xiaohu push the wave in, and PSG, even with 3 members, still going to lose out on the tempo. So these types of plays are really important. When you have an extra member used by one team, and RNG still gets the push on mid lane, so they get to move first, they get to come down, they cover their Rift Herald spawn, and this is where they actually wanted their money. So this is why they saved the Rift Herald. They put it all into Gala. Tristana here. It's so important to unlock a Tristana early with your explosive shot. Getting a lot of money, yes, it's important. This champion scales, and of course you're going to gain range as you gain all the levels, but getting the power to rotate a Tristana to blow up turrets.
Flash in. Ooh. Excellent, excellent reaction times coming out. It feels like a little bit early on the flash out from Ming. Could have waited for the darkness to come down first. Does not work out. Hanabi zooming away. Does not even want the Crimson Rush to come out there. Will just respect and back off. And credit to Bin, winning this matchup. We've seen it go both ways, as you highlighted, but he is clearly coming out on top. Massive individual lead, bullying Hanabi out of lane.
And this is to your point why. He was so confident this time around. He's like, all right, I've got it down. I've taken my notes already. Even the best teams will take their notes on these matchups. And when you win the Gwen side of this matchup early on like this, even a play like that where you know you're trading your ignites to force him out of lane, your rewards is still as much gold as a kill. Even more gold than the kill there, because he got the turret plates. I believe he got a turret plate before the 14-minute mark there, and then finishes off the entire tower as well. Definitely huge play from him, even though it doesn't result in a kill. Now the map is open. Now he can get some more movement here, because bottom side to bottom outer tower almost destroyed as well.
And remember that RNG, again, domestically, in the context of the LPO, we're not the kings of the early game. It was mid-game, it was late game where they came online. So the fact that they've gone through this early game at 15 minutes, building this gold lead slowly but surely, 2K in their advantage, even on kills in a quiet game, feels like it favors them so heavily as a team. That said, compositionally, the Vlad does get scarier and scarier. Vex, I feel like we might want to see more impact from very mid-game, very strong champion in the mid-game especially. Bin, though.
He is definitely caught.
Yes. Under a tower that maybe he should not be. Ignited early just to make sure that there's nothing else for him, but he heals so much. Not enough to get a kill back in favor, but definitely sweating a little bit there.
Yeah. I wasn't sweating. 4v1 under tower. It's going to be a dragon and a mid-tower in payment as well.
Not a great trade, but Bin has been slowed down. And yeah, sorry, I'm still in release Gwen mindset, where she used to just she used to heal through everything.
This champion does a little bit too much. Yeah, when you see that needlework come out and the heals, everybody grouping up inside the W there, though, as well, to ensure that they're going to be able to get it.
Yeah.
You also have multiple ways to drop aggro. You know, they have Vladimir, Pool available to them. So although PSG knew, hey, if we go top right now in our timing, never mind.
This man, a charm magnet. Living for now, but gets popped by the bomb in the end. 2 more charges now for Xiaohu, but it doesn't look like they're going to continue to extend the play.
Yeah, so even though PSG knew they were going to give up the dragon there for that play, they opt to make this top play overload top side with 4 people to make sure they get their kill on Bin and top tower trade, because they know they don't want to fight bottom side off there for RNG. So they give up the extra turret plus the dragon, plus is now going to be second Rift Herald after that pick on a Kaiwing in mid, though. This is a lot more than PSG wanted to give up for the top play and kill on Bin that they did go for. So RNG actually going to be very, very happy about the Bin sacrifice.
Absolutely worth it. Bin still ahead 1v1. Mid lane tower down. Vision being pushed deeper and deeper into PSG's territory makes it that much easier for these picks to come through. And
spotted them clearing out the wards. Yeah,
that was sus. You knew they were there.
Yeah. That's just no respect. You don't respect Xiaohu's Ahri? Excuse me, Kaiwing?
He did not take notes, Kobe. He did not take notes.
Really, really smooth, baby. Honestly, let's get into to this bottom side play, because they're chasing down Nocturne now.
Clean Ming!
He's so good at it! Telling you, the buffers with Nocturne, it's sick. I want to. Where's the crowd cheers? Oh, Nautilus lift! No way!
I mean, I'm losing it. Ming's single-handedly going to get that mechanic removed from the game.
So the first one, I thought was pretty impressive off the handshake, but it was way more telegraphed. Handshake's way longer, a lot easier to see timing on it, super easy to time on the pullback. But this one was quite impressive there too. So that's 2 times in one game, I would like to point out. And our agenda of elevating the support counterplay there and the little things from Ming's Nautilus, the moments of survival as big as the moments where you actually get the engages and the kills.
And for everybody else, you know, Nautilus, relatively squishy champion. Hold that thought. Nocturne now moving in, has been locked up, but no perfect spell shield denies any potential CC. Oh, Joey's not even going to participate. It's just a solo kill.
Yeah, and again, the little things here, the Q as you're flying in and your ult for Nocturne, you always want to Q just as you're arriving so that you get your extra AD off the buff of your Q for the arrival of your ult. Actually updates there right before you arrive, and so min-max that damage, and he actually needed all of it. You see that last auto chasing him under turret there too, by a way. So
there it is.
We can spread the love to junglers too.
And
even though that one's definitely easier as you're flying in for Nocturne just to get the Q in.
No, you have to say that it's really skill intensive because Veti is the Nocturne.
Oh, right.
There can't be another narrative about Nocturne.
Got you, Veti.
Complex mechanical champion. Shout out to you, Veti.
Sometimes Nocturne players will just lose where they are on their map after they like fire themselves off as abyss. They're like, whoa, where'd I go?
You have to steer. Imagine the ulti where you have to steer.
You see their Qs come out like backwards sometimes. And
That's my favorite, actually.
Yeah, I actually love that.
The ultimate oopsie. All right, here we are.
Or is it like a, I don't need this skill shot, you know?
Ooh, is it a disrespect play? You emote and fire the Q the wrong way mid-air as you go to finish a guy off.
It's like the Ezreal Ashe or Lucian ultimates off in a random direction.
That one happens a lot more. Yeah, we can call those deliberate for sure. Here's the thing. It's a 3K gold lead. RNG right now are firmly in control of this game. There are some scaling. Vladimir is always going to be that late game threat, that big team fight threat, but Tristana is also scary late game. Gwen is also scary late game, and Nocturne is going to eliminate a lot of room that Unified would ever have to play in these fights.
Yeah, honestly, if PSG want to win one of these fights, it has to be really good AoE groupings for them. I think it's mostly on, do RNG position poorly for the fights? Because it's possible. I mean, you know, if you get one of those nice groupings for a Vex and Vladimir combination, you know, like Unified could even start off with Kalista ultimate. You know, you get the knock up into like a Lee Sin kick or something, but
here we go. Ulti in, Way immediately backing off. Renata ult coming through. Gala gonna auto attack Ming once, but not gonna get a lot more damage past that. Bin exhausted. Juhan, the whole team on the retreat. RNG zoning everybody away. Should be an easy pick up on the Dragon if they want to follow, but Hanabi in the area does not want to let this one go.
All right, this is going to give them the inside track for the Dragon. RNG going to push up mid lane priority first, and they use the Rift Herald to further their mid lane prio. So Ming Gala going to force PSG to stay at the tower while the rest of the team picks up Dragon. It's just Dragon number 2, but it is a nice little force there from RNG. They still get their damage from their Rift Herald. They got their mid lane prio first. It's one of these checklists that you go down, and you want to track with these top teams across the world, right? So mid lane prio first. Make sure that you get the objective by denying any possibility there for PSG.
Throwing out the vision as well, make sure they have control over the Baron area. Kalista Lee Sin, easy to secure that Baron if you're ever isolated on your lonesome. Good smite control with the Rend.
It's funny, you say it's easy, but the actual timing on combining a smite and a Kalista Rend is kind of hard to pull off. You know, it's still 2 different players. Yes, you're on the same team and you can communicate it. I wonder if Bay...
Speaking of timing and 2 different players pulling it off, it looks like Ben and Xiaohu on the same page here. They're just going to walk in. Ben going to tank that one up, and Bay forced to flash away there. Gets the...
Yeah, I thought he was actually going to be able to pull it off without even forcing his flash. He had a good use of his stopwatch there, and then had fear as soon as he came out of it too. So almost was able to save another cooldown, another summoner. And the Vex can pull off the big combos without flash for the team fights, but you have to be so good with your ulti.
It's also really hard because... Oh, hold that thought. Jungler rooted up, knocked down. Aldi coming in from way, but he's holding on to it for now. He just uses it to retreat, leveraging the darkness. Now there's a Vex caught in the middle of the team. The hook goes a little bit wide as Bay zooms out to safety just in time. Bin now focusing on Kaiwing. Kaiwing completely isolated. Not going to handshake anything. Hanabi, the next target. The rest of PSG on the retreat. Trying as a three-man unit to make their way out, but the bomb is ticking on Hanabi. He'll heal up from the ult, but it is not enough. RNG control on the top side. Jungle can set their sights on this Baron.
Ming was just surprised to receive that present. He was like, whoa, there's a Lee Sin right in front of my face. Hello, sir. Hooks him right in. Gala gets the kill. RNG Massacre. They get the Baron. That is going to be cleaned up so quickly. Honestly, let's see. There's only 2 outer towers even left on the map for them to pick up with this Baron, but Xiaohu wants to get a pick first.
Oh, this is the have your cake, eat it too play, where you could just be a Baron, you could just be recalling, but you're gonna fish for that kill on Unified. I respect it. Doesn't work out. Unified makes it out of that one.
And they don't even want to give up any minions too. Those minions were about to get to their tower, Daniel. A couple minions die. That's extra experience, extra gold going into the dirt. So they go get the mid wave, force that Kalista off. They don't even allow PSG to push while they're taking the objective. Anyways, here it is. Lee Sin hops over. Ming says, hello, sir. Thank you for arriving, and I will feed you right to Gala. He's happy to pick that one up. And then Nocturne ultimate down, just jumps out. Spell shields the fear, so Bay now has no fear, is at 50% life. They can go for the chase down, they know. Bin topside, able to ward off everybody else, so Hanabi's left by himself. And even though you're Vladimir, his pool timing ends right as the explosion comes up. So Gala's able to get the explosive kill right there too, and all of a sudden this Tristana's almost up to Infinity Edge, and you're just contemplating every action you've taken in your life up to this point.
And the thing is, Hanabi was about 50, 60 life, maybe 100 life away from dying instantly there, just between the combo of the fear and the knockback from the buster shot. So it doesn't get easier for the Vladimir. He has to build damage at this point. He doesn't really have the luxury of building a Zanyas or building defensively, because you're not going to win a fight if you are not doing enough damage to kill everybody on RNG.
Exactly. It's a one-shot or be one-shot type of life here that they have to live. You have to go all into damage to try and pull out a kill. Maybe you can pull off a combo onto Gala or something in the back line. It's getting very difficult, though, because stuff like Guardian Angel are coming in. There's been a spell shield on Xiaohu for a long time. It was the second item rush there for the Ahri, so he can go for more aggressive picks. And it does give you the opportunity to jump in on Vex, knowing that you have spell shield for the fear opportunity. Kaiwing, everybody else backs off, even though he just pops the Shurelya's speed. Bin walks away. No harm, no foul there. And objective bounties have arrived. That means the game is telling you, you're in trouble. Let me give you a little help here.
Certainly are. Way going. Oh, Way. He's taking everything. PSG can have nothing. This is maximum min-maxing.
Take from them everything.
Give nothing back?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I didn't even know the rest of it. Thank you for completing.
That's fine. I love accidentally quoting Pirates of the Caribbean.
I didn't know the other part came before that or after it, so...
I don't remember.
I'm going to say that was flawless execution.
Yeah, we have approximate knowledge of many things, Kobe. The names of runes that aren't primary runes.
I personally just want to see some more Hex Gate gaming going on. To me, those are the funniest parts of these maps. I'm glad that we've gotten another Hex Gate map here. Take me to Piltover, baby.
Yeah. Let's go. Zooming through.
I love the one where RNG lined up like a bunch of little ducklings earlier in the group stage. And they're like waiting their turn patiently. Everybody queue up. You know you mess it up. It's so funny. If one person messes up, like you double click on the gate, it shuts off. It's like, excuse me, be patient. Calm down, sir. You do not get to use Hex technology here. Jace is a fickle
yeah, dude, this man is not about sharing. He's like, no.
It's like, calm down.
You treat it with respect. Don't match that keyboard. Someone who might be matching their keyboard right now, Bay. Goes into the Zanyas, buys himself a bit more time to kick back. What's happening to the root? Flawlessly timed from Xiaohu means Bay has no way out of this one.
Well, your only way out is back to the fountain, and that is...
That's not a Hex Gate that takes you there.
That is not a Hex Gate that takes you there, no. Not a first class Hex Gate, no. Meanwhile, it's gonna be the siege, Daniel. 1-3-1. I've seen the end of these tales. It's Tristana at the front gate. So Tristana always wins these the races. Explosive shot explodes. The inhibitor is gonna be soon to follow.
Yeah, this is PSG in their own little Helm's Deep, but Gandalf ain't coming, boys. No holding the line on this one. RNG relentless here. Gala, Turbo, it's 3 items. It's 27 minutes. There is nothing you can do without full committing onto this man, and if you do, a Nocturne will be on top of you in an instant.
Show me the book then. Show me the book upgrade. Let's see it. He's got 5 stacks on the ring already. The Dark Seal is ready, itching to be upgraded.
He's just a big Arcane fan. He went for the Hextech Alternator instead. You know, can't knock it. Loves the gate technology.
There should be items that have interactions with the rifts. You know, like, the Hex Gate, the Alternator should be like, okay, now you can take Hex Gates either way.
Or it charges, it instantly removes the cooldown when you go through, so it just encourages you to play like an absolute psycho.
Or like it gets an extra connection. You can connect 2 Hex Gates.
Or if someone double clicks it and it breaks, you can sell your Hextech Alternator to the Hex Gate to fix it. That's my pitch. Is it the most worthless 1,200 gold you'll ever spend? Yes, maybe. But I assume that serves some sort of purpose outside of killing people. I assume that wasn't just made to like do extra damage. I don't know what alternators do in real life, but I don't think it's...
I honestly think that the first one I said, like where you could use the base ones either direction, are kind of cool. Because
I like
then like you could assault the enemy base by going into it with their own Hex Gates.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what the Hex technology is really for.
I like it.
Hex Assault. New item.
There it is. New game mode.
Honestly, it'll end the games quicker too. So I'm down for anything that ups game pace.
Dude, this is the best job interview for a design team I've ever heard. Is anyone else listening to this? You're out here.
Wow, you have not heard many of them.
It's the first one I've heard too, so by default it's also the best. You're just out here, you're just spitting facts. Ideas left and right.
This is one of those ones where you throw everything at the wall.
Yeah.
See what sticks.
Yep, that charm
By the way,
stick.
if you know the backstory to Zach's sound
I do.
Animations, then that's also what they did.
Yep.
Just throw it against the wall.
Yep. Xiaohu, waiting. Ming, gonna throw a hook against something. It might be a wall, might be a champion. Find out.
Baron down.
Taking their time. Ooh, Nocturnal to deny all the vision. Ronaldo not going to amount to much. 2 people knocked up by Ming's ultimate as he hooks back into safety. Almost activates the Hex Gate, but flashes over the wall. This is RNG taking a Baron. It was not uncontested, but it was cleanly taken. Using the Nocturnal to deny vision.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
You always want to focus on marking the enemy jungler. You know, going to be a big part of Ming's duty. Gala could get over there as well. Hey, we got a little mini version. That was 3 of them. I love it when it's the entire team lining up, but we get a little peek there. I like it. The synergy. 3 little Hexlings.
If you're wondering why we're talking so much about Hextech technology, it's because 1, Arcane favorite show, obviously.
Yeah.
2,
keep your eyes peeled for Season 2 coming in, what, like years? I don't know.
Years, I don't know the date. Not trying to sell.
But keep your eyes peeled the whole time.
Peeled, people. Ready, on the edge of your seat, any moment, who knows?
You're going to need eye drops.
Certainly
it's gonna
are.
Be a while.
And you're not going to need to wait too long for RNG to end this game. This has been slow, it has been controlled, it has been clinical from RNG. This is a 10-kill game at 30 minutes. RNG are not giving up anything.
Is now the time that we call back to 2016 where RNG threw a 17,000 gold lead where they had 3 inhibitor lead against CLG? PSG, that could be you.
Hook goes in. PSG, is this their time? Ben already in the midst of their entire team. Nocturnal now coming out, kicking back. Gala kicked into the team, but nobody can see that he's out of position because of the darkness. Oh, and that's going to be at least in a lot of energy. Hanabi stepping forward, but there is nothing left. RNG will not throw this one away, but maybe Bay finding an engage on the backside. It's a decent Bernardo ult. Unified still standing, but no, there's just too much damage. They're just beating them with their wallets. RNG will take the game, moving up to 2-1.
All right, the hope for the revenge matches of our first 3 today now turns to Buffalo. Can the Buffalo upset one of the Pool 1 seeds? Going against T1 coming up next. That one is going to be a handful.
The nice thing about that one is that while RNG played this one out clean and controlled, the VCS and T1 notoriously crazy aggro in the early game. VCS more than T1, so
yeah,
perhaps a bit more explosive.
That one to be very, very aggressive early.
But obviously, very well played by RNG. They built some leads, capitalized on it super well. PSG, they made some plays to trade back, but it always felt like they were on the losing end to trade. They sent everybody top lane. They finally killed Ben, but they gave him a dragon, they gave him a tower, they gave him so much gold on Twitch Astrana. And when you're losing trades like that so consistently against a team like RNG, who is so crushing to play against when they have a lead, when they can move around the map as well as they do, just not a lot of hope.
and been giving us some more data on the Gwen Vladimir, showing why he was confident to leave it up. All right. No more am I betting on the Vladimir answer. I still like the Jax answer into Gwen. This is now our most common question. I love it when we have tournaments where you get posed with one of these specific champ questions from pick and ban, where Gwen is the most picked top laner. So what's going to be your answer now?
What is the Gwen answer? It's a good question. Let us know. As we head to a break, check out T1's pick Runner by Raiden as the song that represents their play style and the rest of the teams competing at MSI on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
I want to. Don't stop me now when I'm juggling all ahead. Don't turn around cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, hey. We'll see it now, seeing everything we want to.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where RNG had a convincing win against PSG Talon. And of course, today is the day of rematches from the group stages. So far, not too surprising in terms of the results. And I just think from RNG's perspective, controlled, calculated, respectful, like they never really were under threat.
No, they just had control from start to finish, being able to play through the mid lane, making sure that they were all set up there. And then you could even kind of see like there were some advantages that were being built by like PSG Talon stuff in the bottom lane, but that was shut down pretty quickly by RNG and they could just take over from there.
Just before we talk a little bit more specifically about the game, in terms of the draft, what did you make of the fact that Unified and Kaiwing, they went for that Kalista, Renata? The casters were talking about a little bit. I see not a happy face, Orgs.
Yeah, I feel like the champions want to do different things. Like ideally for me, if you're picking the Kalista, you have like an aggressive, engaged support, whereas Renata is more disengaged, right? And we saw them get a lead bot lane, right, by like 30 CS, but they didn't have the agency to really take that further. And I want to see like an aggressive support. I want to see you looking for kills and challenging. And what happened was the bot lane got, you know, a minor bit ahead, but the Herald took plates to neutralize that. And mid and top, you just saw RNG get massive leads there.
I mean, they really did. I was taking a look at the early game statistics here for PSG versus RNG. And across their 3 games, you can take a look at the gold deficits. Obviously, PSG significantly behind in that second game. And I think importantly for a team that we have been talking a lot about is developing, growing a little, they are still being very heavily outclassed by RNG, but you have to give credit to RNG and you have to, I'm going to ask the question, how different was this performance versus what you know domestically?
I mean, this is quite similar to the way that RNG play domestically, right? Like, you're going to take a very slow game, you're going to end up like playing a little bit around bot side, make sure the Gala's set up, and then just kind of look to outplay your opponents on the map a lot, look for strong team fights at neutrals. Like, this is kind of your bread and butter. And you even kind of see it like at the 15-minute mark where you get that one dive top lane where PSG try to get the pick onto Bin, and suddenly you lose bot tier 1, you lose mid tier 1, you lose Rift Herald, you lose Dragon. It was just like playing the map better for RNG.
I need to set Orgs up with something because Dagda just mentioned, you know, setting up, ganking for Gala, playing for a little bit. Didn't you love that first Nocturne ult in the bottom lane? Didn't you just love it?
I mean, I've talked extensively about Wei Volibear and how that is on my list of do not pick. Nocturne wasn't as bad, but there were definitely some moments where he had some suspect ultimates, and just the fact he'll pop them and then not use it, it was, yeah, really questionable. This one that ended up coming out, so they go for like a turnaround play where they're able to get the initial kill, because unfortunately PSG's bot lane flashes in. But then I just have no idea what the thought process is here from Wei. Like, he ends up leaving the vision, right? He hits level 6 off the wave, pops ult. Great. Fantastic.
Oh, that is so frustrating. And of course now, for Wei, this is a player that you've been relatively critical of a few times. Do you think this is something that could be problematic when we look further into the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Wei looks fantastic on Viego. On other picks, it can be a little bit inconsistent. Volibear, like, there's a spectrum. Volibear is the worst, Viego is the best, and other picks lie somewhere in between. He's definitely one of the more inconsistent members. There's another repeat ult pop not used, but he's one of the more inconsistent members of the team, and that's where it just worries me.
Okay, I want to be a little bit more specific and take a look at some of the rest of the games for today, because of course RNG will be looking to take on T1. PSG will looking to take on Evil Geniuses. So Orgs, I'm going to come back to you and say for RNG, that's obviously going to be a tough task, and there are some things that ideally you want to see from them in order to take down T1.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately T1 are very good at setting up the early plays based on wave timings, and I feel like RNG are a team who flourish more in skirmishes, especially in the mid lane and how they set up side lanes. So I feel like for Wei, get him on a good pick that works for him, but also, rather than try to be too aggressive, shut down Owner and make sure he's not taking over the map.
Very quickly, Dagda, can I get you to comment on the PSG versus Evil Geniuses matchup and what that could mean for that fight for fourth?
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like this is going to be a decider here. You've already got PSG now, who've EG beaten Saigon Buffalo yesterday. Means that now PSG at least have a chance to maybe get a leg up over EG as well and put themselves into that top spot. But it's going to be tough. It's going to come down to those late game fights where PSG Talon try to thrive, but we just didn't see it here today against RNG.
Not enough proactivity against RNG. A couple more games for both teams later today. But first and foremost, Law caught up with Zeus ahead of his game in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back in Busan for the second day of the Rumble Stage MSI 2022, and I'm joined by Zeus, top laner for T1. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Such an honor to interview you. You just went 1-1 in the first day of the Rumble Stage. Tell me about the experience so far and the takeaways from the first day.
일단 되게 오랜만에 패배를 겪었어서 굉장히 쓰라렸던 것 같고 그래도 좀 정신 잘 차려서 준비해야겠다는 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
So it's been a while that we actually dropped a match, so it was pretty painful, but I think this was a really good chance for us to kind of pick everything together and just get ready for the next ones.
Yeah, of course. So many games more to go in the future, but Zeus, you're one of the youngest players here at MSI. This is your very first international event. What does it mean to you to play MSI for the first time, and especially in your home crowd in Korea?
일단 최연소로 왔다는, 그러니까 포함돼서 왔다는 것도 되게 좋은 일인 것 같고, 그리고 한국에서 열리는 건데 또 제 첫 국제전이다 보니까 굉장히 또 우승하고 싶은 열망이 되게 큰 것 같습니다.
So yeah, I mean, it's really great that I'm one of the youngest players here at MSI, and also this is my first international event, and it's also happening in Korea, so it makes me really want to win the MSI.
I can imagine also being one of the tournament favorites. I have to ask, some players are affected by having fans cheering for them. Do you feel like you have a stage buff?
사실 좀 관중분들이 많을수록 좀 더 뭔가 경기하는 맛이 나고 그래서 네, 저는 그런 것 같습니다.
So the bigger the crowd, the bigger the excitement and joy of playing on stage. So I'm kind of that type.
For sure. Now, I remember from the video locker room from the LCK finals, some of you guys said that there's a legacy for T1 and that it's important to bring back a new international trophy. What does the legacy mean to you?
일단 T1이 국제전 우승도 되게 많이 했고 되게 아무래도 근본이 있는 팀이다 보니까 그거에 맞게 또 이렇게 LCK를 대표로 나온 국제전에서 꼭 트로피를 따내고 싶은 그런 마음이 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean T1 has been winning so many trophies like internationally, and you know they just have great legacy. So I just feel that we really need to pick up another trophy for the team.
And I hope it's going to give you some extra fuel going forward in the tournament. Now, focusing on the next game, Saigon Buffalo. What can you tell me about this opponent and what should we expect from this matchup?
일단 저번 그룹 스테이지에서 두 번 부딪혀 봤다 보니까 어느 정도 이제 상대방의 성향과 좀 그런 걸 잘 알고 있는 것 같아서 네, 그런 거를 이제 바탕으로 잘 준비하면 될 것 같습니다.
So we played against them twice in the group stage, so we kind of now have the grasp of their tendency and play style. So we're gonna play and prepare based off of it.
All right, looking forward to this matchup then. But for now, 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation, and back to you guys in Berlin.
Let's see whether or not Gumayusi and Keria will survive their level 1 engages this time around. I really appreciated the conversation there from Law, specifically asking Zeus about the desire or the torchbearer to live up to the T1 name, especially when you consider Impact will be his opponent in the not too distant future. It is quite fun and exciting. And I think as we turn our attention to the match, T1 versus Saigon Buffalo, I want to talk about those bottom lanes a little bit more. Dagda coming to you. Shogun and Taki, they showed off, they had some flair, but the team didn't necessarily use that advantage quite as well and ultimately just got outplayed and outmacroed.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the extent of it, right? We got some really cool level 1s, level 2s, where they were able to get those quick advantages against Gumayusi. But, I mean, you could see that very quickly, Owner able to capitalize on the bot side plays, kind of punishing the aggression that we saw from Saigon Buffalo, and eventually kind of righting the wrongs of Gumayusi and Keria and getting him up to a position where he could be that big carry that T1 rely on in team fights.
And ultimately, expectations were super high for the bot lane of T1. Everyone was talking about Keria being the best player in the world, talking about the bot lane in general being the best bot lane in the world, but I mean, this isn't the only duo to challenge them, but they were the first and consistently finding these 2v2 double kills multiple times in that game up against them.
Now, of course, for Saigon Buffaloes, they're down 0-2 in the Rumble stage. Yesterday's game was definitely very interesting. And this is one of the games where I'm going to look at and start seeing what can this team do to continue surprising, continue impressing, because they do have that shock and awe factor.
Yeah, it was really interesting, though, to kind of see how they have changed up their style a little bit. Like, when we talk about them playing super heavy around the spot side, at least from the get-go, they've actually swapped back to what was their traditional style in VCS and trying to play a little bit more towards Hazmat. So it feels like they're still trying to come in with new strategies, catch people unaware. And we'll have to see if, again, against T1, if maybe now the strategy is, hey, look, we're not actually going to go all in on the spot side. Instead, we are going to try and target Zeus, the young guy on T1.
I feel like ultimately for me, I think targeting bot makes more sense in the matchup, even though they've tried other things. Because, you know, they did manage to find the momentum in the first game, even though they couldn't continue with it. But also, I feel like something that has people have been critical of T1 regionally was that sometimes when Zeus and Ona are playing around top, they can miss-execute on dives. And then as a result, if you are playing for bot, if they're playing for top, that's where you could potentially find a window to get an advantage.
Now, of course, what are the chances you're going to give Saigon Buffalo here? It is a very difficult task. They've already lost twice. And the surprise defeat yesterday. Give me odds.
I would say a healthy 5%.
I'll go a little bit more. I'll go with 10%.
10%, 5%. Yeah. The odds are stacked against the Buffaloes. Can Mark Ruffalo help them out? And send it to Kobe and Dracos for the call.
So add those two together. We're at 15.
Divided by 2, we're at 7.5.
Wait, what?
We're just talking about weird
pump
math.
Those numbers up.
I sympathize for Mark Ruffalo because he just like probably knows nothing about League of Legends, but he's going to get added furiously every time Buffalo are at any international event. And he had, admittedly, a couple years break, so I think maybe he missed it and now it's back for him. But channel the spirit of the man who pretends to be the Hulk sometimes.
More interactions.
More interactions.
More
peak
content.
engagement.
Peak engagement.
That's what he's looking for here.
I want peak engagement in this game.
Yes.
You know, these are the two most aggressive early game teams we have here at MSI. So if we put them together, fireworks.
That's where we can do addition. I like that. That sounds good to me.
Okay, that's our theme for this game. Got
addition.
Check. Got it. Well.
Oh, fireworks.
Or math in general. I thought that we were. We're also.
We're gonna see. It's depending on how this early game goes, and it will be bloody.
Free flow.
We're either gonna need to do some math to fill some time, or it's just going to be an endless back and forth. We're going to share play-by-play duties, and we're both going to shout a lot.
Yeah, that was a scary interview from Zeus. He was like, yeah, you know, coming into it, it was one thing versus Buffalo. Now we really feel like we have their number. So if they already were 2-0 versus them, let's see if they just continue the streak.
Yeah, and I think for me, from what I've seen from Saigon Buffalo, they really like their comfort picks. Tristana, a great example of one of those things. The Volibear for BJ would be the other one where these players are solid on most champions, but very good on a set number of comfort picks, Tristana being one of them.
Come on, the Tristana was my biggest hope for this game. I was like, you know what I remember? The first game they played, locking in Tristana Nautilus, going for the 2v2 kills and getting it, and just immediately here, T1 with the nope card, banned out. No fun to be had here.
Nope. And this is going to be tough, too, because now the crowd out in full force. You know this is going to be a T1 favorite. If you think anything other than a T1 favorite crowd in this game, you are absolutely trolling. So on the side of T1, they're banning away comfort picks. They're banning away picks that have been successful for the VCS, for Saigon Buffalo, whereas Saigon Buffalo just have to kind of ban away the meta standards, the Lucian, the Wukong. They get maybe an Ahri ban, maybe a LeBlanc ban, depending on what they really want to take away here. But the draft in terms of meta power is going to be wide open, while simultaneously being a lot of the comfort picks for Saigon Buffalo taken off the board. And there's the Volibear, too. They're just target banning this team into oblivion.
They surely are. And I mean, that's what he was talking about in his interview there. He's like, well, we have now even a better idea of this team, and their comfort picks right off the table, scratch that. They killed us with Tristana, no more Tristana. Volibear, always first pick for them, for BJ. All right, no more Volibear. No more Galio for your supportive mid laner to build up for the rest of your team, though, to have either side carry either. So very good stuff here from T1 coaching staff with the target bans. Meanwhile, on the side of the Buffalo, they throw in the Faker Zoe ban as well. Kind of a universal pick after the recent buffs.
Yeah.
It's not like this super high priority, but can be picked into so many of the common mid lane picks that they're kind of targeting and taking him out there. It's really hard to target Faker though, because you know he's been playing 10 years professionally and
he's
plays every champion.
He's also Faker. If we just go out, I mean, 10 years aside. Even in the first couple years of Faker, it was hard to ban Faker out.
Faker was also one of the earliest adopters and believers in Ahri. So to be able to grab that one, I think they're pretty happy. Ooh, we get an Akali pick up here from the Buffalo. Already a little excited.
I like this. I like the spicy picks. We'll see where the Akali ends up.
Ooh, I want a cooler counter pick to Kalista on bomb side. Mentioned the Vex possibility if you want to be an AP champion. That one is probably the least likely. That's why 0.02% or whatever.
An order of spiciness. Poppy, not that spicy, but cool. She can't jump.
Okay, okay.
Talia, turbo spicy, also bad. I'm just saying, put it out there. Just
yes, yes, and the Ezreal is locked in. So.
Oh, okay, never mind. There we go. All right, so already we have two very powerful, very versatile champions on the side of T1. We don't really have any information on how their comp is going to function yet. These are not very strong champions with super duper strong identities, whereas Kalista, early game, objective control. Akali, level 6, big playmaking. It feels like a lot of what Saigon Buffalo want to do has been revealed.
Again for Owner. I love it. You know, Vi was one of my favorite champions because I love the feeling of punching. The E resets really do give you like almost a tactile punch feel.
Yeah.
It was picked. Like he wasn't a huge part of that game, but it is good for locking down mobile. You know, like Kalista, point and click, boom, there you go. Decent versus Akali as well. When you have these melee dive champions, you're always going to be in range to get one of those. So, is a decent pick. Also plays on our arcane Piltover theme.
There we go.
Carry over from last game.
Ooh, we'll see if we get a Hex Tech Rift to back it up. Oh, they're not a fan. Saigon Buffalo, instant Jace ban. Not interested in the arcane
The arcane synergies, delete them.
Gone. That said, Rakan also going to hit the bench. Makes a lot of sense. Don't want more mobile, versatile champions that are going to kind of outmaneuver some of the
with Kalista, right? This is one of the most fun combinations with Kalista for sure. So many engage options.
Jump in, jump out, jump in again. A lot of flexibility. See what the option is going to be to round out the T1 bottom lane here. That's what I'm still waiting for. That's where I'm hoping we see the spice into the Kalista. But for now, again, the Vi can be aggressive early game. Obviously, level 6 still pretty powerful.
Yeah,
I've just gotten used to seeing her gank a lot.
You see Kalista, you are Kalista. There you go. You lock her in place. She's trying to hop around, punch her in the face, and then no longer can she hop.
Ah, you meant the letter R. I thought I thought that was a greater philosophical statement about like you see Kalista, you become Kalista. And I was like, well, what the heck are you talking about?
That's some weird Matrix shit right there. Okay. No, but Vi is just you press R on someone, and then all your skill shots from your teammates will land. So Ezreal and Ari get increased effectiveness.
Love it. Yuumi also going to be banned away, so just really trying to take all the safe options out of the bottom side here. Wonder how they are going to back it up here. Could go for a range support, but aggressive bottom side for Shogun and Taki. That's what you want to see, because if there's anywhere where this team is going to be explosive, where they can build a lead, it is the bot lane. Shogun has been a powerhouse on the bottom side.
Taki does not miss. Taki definitely one of the Nautilus that have set up a lot of really strong plays for his team. So happy to see him back on the Nautilus. Ming, great performance in our previous game on the Nautilus, showing the defensive capabilities, what timing does for you.
Ooh, Gwen.
And our most picked top laner of the tournament. It's not locked in yet. Okay.
GP also nice.
Very good too versus Kalista. Gangplank ultimate, so effective versus Kalista.
AD carries in general, if they don't have a reliable Blink-esque dash, Ezreal Lucian, for example. Super, super powerful. But instead, the Gwen has now been locked in. Curious if it is. I'm still wondering if we're going to see the top lane Akali here.
Yeah, I mean, well, Akali pretty good into Gwen as well, is one of the answers already. And so they already had it picked. Right? Zeus is not scared, though. We'll take the matchup.
And I love this Braum pick. Is this lane exciting? No, absolutely not. Does it make it impossible for anyone to get anything done in Team 1's backline on the side of Saigon Buffalo? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
the amount of stunts this Braum's going to get is going to be nuts.
Kalista's such short range, and you've already got 2 divers on your team with Nautilus, or 3 even, Nautilus, Nocturne, and Akali. So Braum will get amazing effectiveness later on in the team fights. The T1 comp here is set up with so much denial later on for what Buffalo want to do with this team comp that it has to be some heroics, some star plays early on here. I feel like from the Buffalo to really get a pick. The last pick, Kennen here, comes in though, and they do swap the Akali over to the mid lane. So they are going to have the extra lightning to bring to those team fights, the extra AoE.
Trying to set down Zeus with the Kennen. It's a bold strategy.
Yeah, pick the Kennen against him.
But hey, if it works out, we can see. I'm curious. I assume he's going to go for the absolute full AP, full damage build. We did see some interesting adaptations from Zeus himself in terms of the more laning-focused build with things like the Cosmic Drive and the Rift Maker.
I will say it's pretty hard to play a Kennen well into a team that has Braum. Like if the Braum is good at marking you, and usually that'll be the main job, just find the Kennen. You look at him, you find his flank scenario, where's he's trying to come from. The Qs, the ultimate come out. It makes it difficult for the Kennen to get actually in there for a good ult.
I think it's going to be tough. It was already tough. Now we're in a position where Saigon Buffalo really have to execute to make this draft work.
Let's go!
It's not as simple as sitting back and scaling, but frankly, would we have wanted that? No. No is the answer. We want fist fights. And this draft will certainly give them to us.
Kalista Nautilus bottom lane. Let's see some aggressive plays down there early and often.
5-man, level 1 bot side, fight for brush control.
Love it.
Give it to me.
I mean, Braum Ezreal is one of the hardest lanes in the entire game to gank, though, so you got your work cut out for you. Definitely a difficult one. They're so defensive. I mean, Gumayushi and Keria definitely learned their lesson from the first time around with the Buffalo.
Yep.
They've got so many outs on the bottom side. It's an Ezreal bomb also with heal exhaust, so.
And I think it's a really logical development of your strategy against VCS generally, and especially certainly Saigon Buffalo. They're super aggressive. They do super well in volatile situations. So just slow it down. Don't give them crazy opportunities. You talked about in draft. Yes, just deny. Do not give them these huge windows. That said, they will find crazy. Oh, I thought that Nocturne was going to sit in the bush. I was so ready for them to do something really wacky, but no. Keep it tame. Just a bit of vision just to make sure that there's not a Gwen waiting in the brush, to make sure that Hosmed can get lane priority, leverage his range advantage without a Gwen just Eing onto him level 1.
And because it is the Kennen matchup too, I always like going for the Ghost teleport with the Gwen, but doesn't want to go with the Ignite. Does go with the mobility option. You can use it both ways, so going to be a bit safer there as well for Zeus. Meanwhile, red buff starts for both. BJ here on Nocturne, almost always going to look for full clears towards the bottom side of the map. Nocturne trying to get on a smooth pathway towards your level 6. Similar here for Owner on Vi, though. Doesn't really have some possibilities of making the visit up towards top lane early on. Mid lane should be Faker fully controlling it. Akali early on.
Ooh, clean hook from Taki.
Okay,
nice. Already taking a decent amount of damage. The Braum concussive blows is so strong in early trades, but it might not matter. The heal, is it going to be enough? Yes, Guma just barely holding onto his life. That is the aggression from the Buffalo bottom lane we wanted to see.
Yes, give me blood. There have been 3 T1 summoner spells blown, only 2 from the side of the Buffalo. Let's see if the action will continue. You start to work off those summoner spells, even though it is Ezreal Braum, one of the most defensive lanes, hardest to gank in the game. That's still the direction that the Buffalo want to go. You know, they want to try and play off of this. Kalista Nautilus bottom lane, see if they can get the action. Starting to build up. Of course, Froggy, this is actually very apt because I always refer to Akali as sort of a tadpole champion. You're not you grow up into the frog once you're level 6 and you can actually jump in. He's fully embracing it. You don't get to do a lot in the early levels.
I like how you just made this man's actual in-game name a frog meme. But Froggy might be stuck at tadpole for a little bit longer. As he's doing what he can to clear out this wave, but Faker, as expected early on, is just dominating in this matchup, really just waiting for level 6.
Yeah, and that is more brutal than usual. Now he actually has to worry about, because Vi, even though Owner's not going to do it, you don't know that he's not going to come for an early dive. And that's why you see some of the Buffalo are starting to come around like, hey, you need to watch now, because Akali just took a big chunk. So Taki heads up, trying to look around in case Vi started the opposite wave for jungle. Oh my god. This would have been such a juicy dive if Owner had come. Vi with Flash, like you can definitely force at least Flash out of Froggy, maybe go for some more punishment, but Faker doing work early on just with the Ignite there. Forces Froggy back, gonna deny him. He's still trying to wait around under turret here. Does have the Doran shield to rely on for defenses.
Has enough health here that Faker lands a few more auto attacks. Suddenly you very much are in one-shot range. That said, BJ on the way down. Hook going wide. Instantly the gank is called off. Taki can't quite nail that one. Keria has to be careful here, though.
Yeah, they also had a ward here on Nocturne, so Keria's going to stop him. Oh, not quite. Very frustrating, though, because we talk about the power curve for Nocturne. You want to keep on your second camp respawn. So if Keria had gotten that stop, you see this Krugs that's just about to respawn there. It's very frustrating for Nocturne. If the support goes, interrupts you at Tri-Brush, delays you from getting back to your second clear, so delays the level 6, would have been huge. That's why T1, even with Nocturne coming around and the possibilities of that play, they still stay up in lane. They had full vision of it. They had a ward on Nocturne. They knew Nocturne was there in the Tri-Brush, and they wanted to waste his time.
Yeah. And this, again, that safety in the bottom lane. Yes, level 1 before Ezreal has the E. Things are a little bit easier before Braum has to stand beside me. But now, obviously, we're at that point where the lane is not totally ungankable, but definitely difficult to pull off. Froggy could be in trouble here. Owner just going to threaten. Ward in the brush, though, is pretty big. Canceling Guma's back. Unbreakable does come out. That's going to be Taki's. No way he lives out of this one. But no, instantly they're trying to turn it back onto Guma. Usually the Ignite down, taking down the shield, coming back up just in time. And they manage to get first blood over to Shogun. Carrier has to run, and the spears are stacking. Waiting, building it up. He's been slowed. He has to flash out to safety. The Ren comes out, but it's not quite enough to finish the job.
All right, the Buffalo bottom lane again get first blood on Gumayushi. Let's see, topside. BJ going to go for a gank as well. Zeus has Ghost.
Going in, Gwen immune for a brief moment, dashing away, Fear landing, not quite able to get the stun. Now Owner going in for Shogun, but Shogun just moving his way around that one. By level 6, yes, very easy to lock down the Kalista. Before that, if the Q's not hit, you are not finding any kills.
I don't care what happens in this game, but Shogun and Taki getting more kills on Gumayushi and Carrier just over and over again. Love to see it. You know, coming, Vietnam finally back on the international stage. And the second seed at that, you know, with plays like this and really winning some ego battles at the very least over T1 is really heartening to see.
It's big, and the fact that you can make this happen, again, the individual prowess of players from the VCS, something that's always good to see. Especially the aggression paired with it as well. We'll see if that changes now in the mid lane as level 6 has come through for a Akali. But we look back at this one, it looks grim at first as Taki starts to get bursted down.
And they want to go on it. You see Guma goes for the kill onto Taki, but they have the heal and they have the shield there for the last little bits. So it delays it enough. Shogun's able to get the first blood for the extra money, and they get the extra summoner spell out as well.
Alrighty. Keeping the pressure up. Serrated Dirk as well coming through. So just really trying to capitalize, really just trying to push the advantage that they do have on the bottom side even more in the early game. BJ's going to move up. Totally spotted to take down this Drake. But they've got enough pressure here. Already Faker backing. Owner on the top side. Easy Drake here. No real chance for T1 to contest.
This is what you want out of the Kalista Nautilus bottom lane. Going very aggressive early. Getting the dragon stacking going. Even though the counter kill did go through to T1. Of course, it went into the hands of Carrier. So obviously the money, so much better spent here for Kalista. Trying to push this ahead. Investing it in the serrated Dirk. Cole has been chipping away this entire time too, because the on hit is pretty much equivalent, if not even better, than lifesteal at a lot of these early stages. And we'll get the cash out later as well. Doesn't really care about the extra health there because most of the all-in attempts are going for damage on Nautilus anyway. So really do like the purchases as well from him.
Yeah. And unless you're rushing for a very early item spike, if you have 400 gold when you back over 350, I feel like Cole is always a feels good buy, especially for Kalista, who obviously likes to trade really aggressively, but just generally, you're going to be fine stacking up into that. The first item power spike, shield though is important. Hold that thought. Here comes the Nocturne. Gwen running for her life. She's immune, but not immune enough. Trying to dash away, but so much healing from the needlework. Zeus still standing.
Oh. Giving him a little bit extra at the end here, waiting for Vi.
Here we go, unstoppable, knocked up, knocked down. I think I saw this in a show somewhere.
Here comes Vi.
Owner now moving in, that's the stun. Zeus coming in as well, they just turned it on its head.
Oh my goodness, so perfect there. Really hand-fed, and now on bottom side they're gonna get another stun as well.
Stun hooking out, but not hooking far enough. Taki gonna go down very early. Shogun now has to run for his life, but Guma's already level 6. That's gonna be the stun coming in.
That's two.
So much damage, and just like that, T1 5-1 in kills. 2 on the top, 2 in the bot lane. Everybody's getting involved.
Yeah, Faker already had been smashing mid lane from the very early stages, so we'll count that one as well. All 3 lanes for T1 winning, plus they get the Rift Trail, and all of a sudden, yeah, approach 9 minutes here, and T1 clap, clap, clap.
Ooh, Froggy going invisible, get hit by the charm anyway. Faker in this man's head. This is going to be tough. I was optimistic. Shogun, Taki, bam, they got that gold into Shogun's back pocket.
That's why we jump on the first blood. As soon as it happens, you know, it might be short-lived opportunities.
I see.
So, you got to get your juice while it's good. Meanwhile, topside. This is why it was important for the summoner spell saved first time around, the Ghost. You can see Zeus this whole time. He's saying, hey, come get him. I'm going to do as much damage as possible. And then it was set up so perfectly as the Here Comes Vi line for Owner. There's no spell shield. There's no spell shield. No mana either.
Actually, wait, I don't know if I can sing that. I don't know if we fully own that one.
we're fine. Double kill there. Zeus even gets one of the credits as well. And then Taki has been primed as a kill target. So as soon as Keria hits that Q, they go for the all-in, chase him down. They know they can pick up Shogun here as well. Braum is a monster in these cases.
You get so used to seeing the Leonas and the Nautiluses and their absurd amount of instant upfront CC, you just forget how much value you can get out of a Braum. Osmed just trying to run. That's just a disengage ultimate there, but Zeus sticking around, and here comes one more time. Big punch. Big punch follow-up. There's nothing you can do. He's down.
Brutal stuff for the top side camp here from Owner. Up there over and over, and it's going to be well paid to Zeus here. Gwen, obviously the massive scaling champion, most picked champion at MSI, dominating this tournament, and this game is going to be no different. All the kills, though, going to Owner. I love to see that. Get a fed by. I was hoping for Trinity Force, but here's the counterplay.
And he's ready. Once that spell shield fades away, he goes in. BJ, challenging smite. He's burning. He's ticking the minions. The range capture creeps the level up. He holds on for now. Froggy chasing for blood. They're all low on mana. Can he finish the job? Froggy dashing in. He misses on the second of the ult. BJ still stepping forward. He wants to keep him interested. That's one shut down, but Baker's here. Oh no, they've overstayed. They had a chance to turn, but they bit off more than they could chew, and it's a double for Faker himself.
A new challenger arrives here with Hosmed on the Kennen, but is that just going to be another target? Faker comes over for a possible type 2. Taki waiting in the wings, out of vision.
Moving in now, he's on vision. They've got a ward there. One stack custom blows. Doesn't look like they're going to overcommit for this one. And I will say, yes, T1 are pulling more and more ahead, but I love that Saigon Buffalo are always willing to take a fight.
Froggy roams up and gets the first kill there for Akali. Some money in the Akali. This is definitely one of the champions you can pull out solo kills with, so gives you some hope for later on some possible plays. But this on BJ here for Vi, able to go in, hits the Q, chases him out, levels up, so BJ's able to come back, and Froggy takes the time. Look at Owner with the flash here, preemptive, knowing that the R2 is coming from Akali, but it doesn't matter. Froggy still gets him with the passive auto, and then here comes Faker. He roams up to answer the roam. They took too long getting their kills, so it's a double for him.
Ooh. Oof. Kobe, that's all I have to say. Okay. It's a 4K gold lead. It's 12 minutes. Vi is terrifying.
The classic when you're playing against T1 here. Faker, by the way, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. Been smashing lane this whole time and then picking up that double kill on bottom lane. Was the first to the Mythic and very much ready to use it. Also going to get fed that Herald, so this mid tower is gone.
Will Froggy go with it, however? Zoner continues to step forward. Difficult position. The map getting smaller and smaller for Saigon Buffalo.
Look at the mini-map here. Going to come through vision, but it is an attempt at a collapse from Buffalo. All 5 members heading mid.
Keria might be in trouble here. He already used Stand Behind Me. Is flashing out to safety. Hosmed off to the side. Has to be careful on this one, though. They're instantly going to try to collapse. They're going to try to lock them down. Faker caught out, but he's still dashing away. BJ moving in. He's got the extra speed coming in from the fear, but in the meantime, Zeus starting to tear through Saigon Buffalo. Kill now traded back. That's the knockup as he leaps in. He's trying to block any follow-up. Clean mechanical play, but there are just too many members of Saigon Buffalo. Well played in the exchange.
They attack from all sides. The Buffalo come down from top, come up from bottom lane, and you can see it on the minimap. Even with the vision there from T1, it's too late. They make the collapse. Saigon Buffalo have gotten something back for themselves. They're still so far behind in this game, but that team fight victory gets them Dragon number 2, and the glimmer of that hope of the Dragon stacking does remain. Gumyushi takes that time to push in on bottom side, but the Buffalo do have an option still now in this game.
And a 3-1 Akali. Not a bad thing to have either. Difficult to find a good target, but we can take a look back at this play, at this exchange.
Yeah, T1 all the way up mid lane. You see it coming from both sides. They think they're going to collapse onto Hosmed on the Kennen, but right into the ultimate here, gets stunned up. He gets a decent amount of damage even before he gets fully collapsed upon, and then even though the Kennen is dead, all 5 members of Buffalo are here, so they can clean up the rest of T1. Some heroics here. Gwen can do some crazy stuff, but it's usually later on into the game. Can't pull off the 2v4 quite yet. Even with Keria buying some time, making some space for him there. So it does give the opportunity for Buffalo to pick up Dragon number 2. And look at that damage from Froggy. The Akali, the hope here, getting a lot of the early gold. Does have the burst damage.
No longer a tadpole.
Yeah, no longer a tadpole is true Froggy.
Oh, man. He's holding on. He has to catch farm where he can. Of course, that's going to be the difficult thing here. It's just the general lack of wave clear from the Saigon Buffalo composition. Very easy for the Ezreal, the Ahri, to get the push in a lot of these lanes. For now, the gold lead still 4,000 in the favor of T1. Dragons, the out that you talked about, maybe Saigon Buffalo can hold on. Cloud Drake, not bad to have for all the very ultimate reliant champions on the side of this team. See if it will be enough, or if they can even hold on to control of that pit, because it's only going to get harder as the game goes on and on. Osmond could be in trouble here. Level 10. Would love to get another rank in the ultimate, but Keria waiting in the shadows, hoping for the overpush here.
Zeus doesn't have Ghosts, but is level 11 now.
Ooh, Alcove Gamer.
Beautiful.
Oh. Nice sidestep.
That was really cool, though. Really nice venture into the fog of war. Kenano, nice E. Able to dodge. And we'll have no confrontation in this case. Teleporting in, interesting, onto the force the tower kill here.
Yeah. I don't know how to feel about that one, but I mean,
it's just spellbook from Keria, so doesn't really use any resources. Going to rotate through those summoner spells anyway, and had just made the attempt on bottom side. So
I don't know. I'm excited about Ghost Exhaust Braum. That feels frustrating to play against.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't talk about it at the beginning of the game, but also just the difference in defense on the bottom side. We saw it in those plays where he rushed Steel Caps and could just then run face first into the Callista Nautilus every time, chasing them down, getting his stuns up on both. And the difference in durability on both of them, you know, Taki had rushed the Merc Treads, is just so enormous at that point. Because yeah, you can reduce a little bit of tenacity with the Merc Treads, but the Braum just is not a viable kill target in that case. And then it's just a really big difference in kill targets. So yeah, that kind of led to the resurgence of Gumushi Keria bottom side.
That and the level advantage, obviously, it's a very difficult fight when Shogun doesn't have level 6 to bail Taki out. So good that they found and capitalized on that window, both in terms of level advantage and item advantage in that context. Pushing in on the bottom side, though, is Faker. Owner backing him up, hovering, waiting in the shadows, expecting Saigon Buffalo to come contest this push, as it will be the last outer tower to fall. But T1 more than enough members, and that tower not enough health for them really to make a play out of this. Could be an all-out brawl on the bot side jungle, however. The Ghost is now coming out. Taki looks like he's been locked up. He's going to get taken down. He does not have Aftershock, but Froggy instantly going to get violed and instantly going to get locked up. He can't even play the game. And that's the power of the Vi right there. See hero, kill hero. The lockup is easy.
Yeah, nice pick from T1 to start it out. And they just switch targets as soon as the stopwatch comes out. Froggy is down. Froggy the hope immediately. What can you do? No counterplay. What did I say? You see a Kali, you are a Kali.
You are a Kali. Oh, not a good time to be a Kali, most certainly. It's T1 gonna break a tier 2 on top of that. Total control here. Similarly, pretty good Baron clear speed. Ezreal, Gwen, Vi, not bad whatsoever. May not go for the risk, however, as they can just continue to press their lead forward. Again, wave clear on the side of Saigon Buffalo is terrible. So if Baron ever does come through for tier 1, it feels like a death sentence.
Yeah. They got to get to those waves early in preparation. 40 seconds left on the Dragon. Honestly, they're so far behind right now. Even though you really want to try and play that dream of we get this miraculous win of a team fight and we can continue stacking towards Dragons, your chances of winning a team fight at this stage are so incredibly low. Ezreal just, you know, like he's very close to transforming. Muramana needs 60 more charges on it. He's got the Trinity Force. There's double items already for Faker. Has already had the safety of the Banshees. 6 stacks on his Dark Seal. It's very, very difficult at the moment. So I like this call for the Buffalo. Try and get a pick in advance of the Dragon.
Going in. Consistently trying to find a little bit here. Froggy just dashing out to safety. Going back under the tower. The movement is clean. Knockup doesn't quite connect on the way back. So the play will be fused, just a bit of pressure on the top side. Not really enough of a wave here to do much without sacrificing a ton of health, but the wave coming in, they are going to break down that tier 1.
Still a good call, though, to go for that instead, because, yeah, as we say, you're not going to be able to walk into Dragon at this stage, and it's just a better call and read from Keria. Keria, once again, in the correct place at the correct time. This man playing defense for the team, stopping now Hosmed's recall as well, which does matter in the late game, allowing the rest of them to finish up that bottom tower and recall here without any extra pressure. Taking away jungle camps at that. Keria stuffs the the top side play while the rest of the team gets Dragon, pushes it there as well. So T1 checking all the boxes. not allowing the Buffalo the opportunity to get back in. They said it in the interview. Zeus talked about, we've got a full read on the Buffalo now. We will remove any of the hiccups, any of the speed bumps. Tristana banned away, Volibear banned away as well, and they've been true to their word.
Hold that thought. Husband waiting. Kobe, do you know what you call a cannon hiding in the fog of war?
I don't. What do you call it?
Call it a scare prize. Don't forget to grab your exclusive scare prize Prime Gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight around, and maybe Hosmed could flash this here. Yep, shameless. Hashtag sellout. I don't care. It's a sick emote. Go get it.
Damn, I was really, I thought you had a banger lined up. I thought I was going to be on the floor.
For Riot Games, that was a banger, Kobe.
Here we go.
Here we go. From the darkness, it's a scare prize, most certainly. Just getting absolutely deleted. The combo is there. Shogun still standing. They cleared this fight, but it's Zeus versus the World Faker on the backside as well. Zeus is so damn strong. He's just shred through the entire team. Oh my God, this Gwen is a monster.
And that's going to be Baron for T1. They lose Gumayushi in the process, but it is a price they will pay gladly. That's going to be Baron buff and the full ace. T1. Yeah, what do you call the cannon waiting in the brush? Well, it's a full ace for SKT. T1. Dang, that's the first time I did it. We're going to see when was going to be the time. The old SKT callback.
Check your cards production. Who had 20-something minutes?
I made it for the full first day. Finally made its way out. There we go. Here's another look. Great look, though. The flank on the back here. Kenna gets everybody, even stuns Faker on the outside edge. But again, the lead at this moment is so big for T1, and the double stopwatches buy so much time.
Okay.
Keria then flashed stand behind me out of it, so he doesn't actually die, and they only give up Gumayushi in the process. Beautiful stuff there from T1 with the team fighting.
And I gotta say, again, Keria, there's no damage there, but watch that man's performance again back in the team fight. Great stopwatch, great interrupt on some of the dashes in, good flash out to survive, put concussive blows on everybody he needed to.
Our support agenda going according to plan.
We are pushing the agenda. 1 and 2. He's honestly, it's not even hard. When Keria's in the game, pretty easy to sell people on supports.
This one is kind of a spoon-fed.
Yeah.
I mean, Ming as well in the previous game was making it easy for us. So here we go. T1 execution on this Baron play. 1 minute, 53 seconds left to do damage. How much can they actually lay waste to this Buffalo base? Honestly, I'm going to leave it at 2 inhibitors, but here goes the counterplay.
All right, they're trying to lock down Guma, but BJ is not threatening, so they will just murder him. They're going to murder everybody. That's it. T1.
Game.
They built the lead. They're going to run it home.
Game, set, match. T1 going to take it. And a third game in a row where the Pool 1 seed delivers another loss to their group members. T1 over the Buffalo again. Beautiful reads from them.
Absolutely.
Beautiful analysis thus far in the execution there in game as well.
Love to see it. Sadly for Saigon Buffalo, third loss of the tournament. Difficult situation to be in. T1 continuing to look like a threat. The top 3 remain the top 3. The bottom 3 remain the bottom 3. Battle for 4th. Staying as tight as ever. And man, T1 are scary. Zeus is scary. And Owner, I can't tell what is a real pick and what is a kind of like a fun pick anymore. Maybe he's just like, man, Vi really good, specifically into the VCS. And they're very aggressive tendencies. I don't know.
It's real pick. Stands for viable is actually what the name comes from. So,
oh, wow.
No matter the meta.
Yeah. See, the show led me to believe that it might have been Violet, but it was a misunderstanding. If you check the birth certificate, real lore fanatics out there, it says viable.
Exactly. Yeah, they're trying to mislead you there.
Oh, yeah, I see you.
A little Easter egg. Honestly, though, T1 here, happy to continue with their wins that they expect, because with G2 upsetting both T1 and RNG on day 1, this race that we are really honing in on of the first seed from Rumble Stage, which means so much. First seed lets you pick your opponent so that you can pick the non-Pool 1 seed, is the quickest, surest way towards the finals of MSI, means a whole lot. And both T1 and RNG have some room to, some ground to make up against G2 if they really want that Pool 1 spot.
Absolutely. We're going to see how the second round robin does from the second half of day 3 and onward. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends, more MSI, more Tadpoles and Frogs, potentially, more Vi for Viable, or Violet or Violence.
By the way, I'm a Vi main.
Yeah, you can trade. I think Echo's dope.
Yeah.
There we go.
Seal.
Set it up like this.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Ahead of us, we've got a rumble in the jungle with PSG's Juhan facing off against EG's Inspired. Before we get to that game, though, we do have to talk a little bit about the match that we just saw. And of course, I think the draft is going to be something that a lot of people will talk about. Vi stands for viable. Kobe is adamant. He was excited to see the pick, but it's the second time that we've seen Honor running that against the Buffaloes. Dagda, what's your take? Viable or fun?
I'm not fully convinced by it. I'm still on the fence, but I definitely think like you get good engages, you have good ability, as we saw, to kind of counter gank and stuff. I just think like Well, she's kind of a worse version of Nocturne, but Saigon Buffalo kind of got the Nocturne anyway, so...
But I will say, I actually kind of like it here because we had that early Kalista Akali rotation, and typically these are very mobile champions, hard to pin down. Something like a Nautilus is really good against them, but Vi is just like Nautilus except with her body, right? Instead of like shooting out the ultimate, you just charge in.
I love the contrast and the comparisons. Also, the Gwen difference once again.
Yep.
Phenomenally piloted, phenomenally well played. I think one of the things I want to highlight, Jat had a comment last week around how some of these games that are fairly lopsided do present an interesting opportunity to experiment, to play around with a few ideas. I can't get that thought out the back of my head when I think about the Vi at all. But one thing that continues to be true, the bot lane is just aggressive for the Buffaloes, over and over and over. Augs, I'm going to come to you first. Level 1, almost picking up the kill.
Oh, it was so close. I feel like if the Rend was held slightly longer, they would have been able to find the opportunity. I think it was just a misjudge of damage here, not able to get the full amount. And it was so close, though, to seeing Gumayusi go down once again. We expected this aggression to come out of this bot lane.
Yeah, and I'm delighted to see that they were still willing to go for this. And as you can see here, they end up getting the kill in the end anyway. A good flash here as well from the Nautilus to get past the Braum, set up onto the Ezreal and get this kill. So really nice to see Saigon Buffalo's bot lane still feeding into that 2v2 and knowing that they can outmatch Gumayusi and Keria, who are renowned for being the best bot lane of the tournament.
They are willing to throw down, and they've got small advantages over the course of the 3 games that they've played.
Yeah, the only problem was that, you know, T1 kind of fought back.
They really did. They really did. I actually have a replay that was the start of fighting back and then the eventual downfall for the Buffalo squad. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 are able to take a fight in the top lane. And Augs, this started off, there was potential to pick up the kill on Zeus, but I don't think Kennen got really any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, this is so painful because you pick Nocturne, you're playing for the level 6, you want to be able to make the play, but the Gwen manages to immune a lot of the damage from the Kennen. You kind of run out and the healing comes in and suddenly you're overextended without a hope.
Yeah, and you can see here the Vi coming up as well. So you get the Hollowed Mist just in time. The Vi's here as well. Perfect timing with that ultimate as well to follow up, and they're able to get the double kill. It was just so well orchestrated by the top lane from T1, with Zeus being able to avoid so much of the damage and the stun coming through from the Kennen for so long, and then as well having that Vi follow.
How broken is Vi? Like, honestly.
Viable. That is exactly the situation. Great game once again, and look, it was entertaining. I mean, we may have a couple of replays and some of the action to show off, but we continue to see the Pool 1 seeds dominating Pool 2 and Pool 3. All 3 of our rematches from the group stage went exactly as expected, and that means it will be an interesting development to see how these bottom 3 teams start to develop, start to adapt. But I do think as well, looking ahead, unless those surprises come in, I think PSG and Saigon Buffalo, they have to look to try to take down EG.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, is like, how do you try and come back from what has been the major deficit against these top teams? Because it feels like, at least for Saigon, we still got the aggressive bot lane. They tried to make some plays happen, but it felt like their top side of the map was just completely falling apart. As we talked about, like the 9-minute play there, they also had the same on the bot side, where you end up with a duo kill going across as well. It just felt like Saigon couldn't, you know, match up across the map, and I'm worried if they go up against teams like EG, if they can get the same.
Yeah, and the problem is that we've had a rough Rumble stage with Saigon Buffalo. They very much like to play games from ahead, from playing for those aggressive moments, and they haven't been hitting right, and they've just been suffocated out as a result. It's really starting to get worried at this point not to have picked up a win.
But I do like that we're still seeing the aggression out of them, right? Like, you get that really cool Kennen ultimate there. It has been like hiding out of vision for so long, but that's kind of the problem, right? It feels like, at least for Saigon Buffalo, they're kind of playing to their namesakes, right? Keep ramming against the door and hope that it breaks down, but enough teams have been able to reinforce it now that they need to go through a window or find some sort of different strategy.
Flip the perspective for a brief moment. T1, on the other hand, looking a little bit more loose, a little bit more fun. The comps, especially against the Buffaloes, a little bit more experimental, but this is a team that is also willing to engage in fights, and they are also playing the strategic game particularly well. So I'm enjoying seeing what T1 are doing.
Yeah, I was actually curious to see what the plan was going to be, especially from Owner in this game, because when we saw Saigon Buffalo last time get these big leads in the early stages, Owner just camped bot completely and then kind of just turned that entirely around. But because the 2v2 was able to get their own advantages there for T1, it meant that then Owner kind of got to open up on the map with the Vi and have like some really cool plays there. And I think that's where it gets interesting for T1, is like getting a bit of comfort, getting to bounce back from that loss yesterday. It feels like they're kind of getting back on the horse. course.
Well, they've got a difficult match in 2 games' time, taking on RNG. Before we get to that, let's turn our attention to PSG versus EG. I mentioned it just a few minutes ago. We want to focus on the jungle matchup in particular. And several hours ago during Countdown, we were talking a lot about Inspired and what we want to see from him in order to help Evil Geniuses. Now, when you see the statistics on your screen, Juhan versus Inspired, you look at the early game in terms of jungle proximity, relatively similar. But what I draw my attention to is the kills plus assists at 14, where you're seeing a little bit more impact here from Inspired.
Yeah, and I think Inspired has been crucial to Evil Geniuses throughout the course of MSI. The fact that he's been going towards picks like the Viego, where not only can he have that early presence, but also be that big carry in team fights as well. He's been able to turn around a lot of these games, including against like Saigon Buffalo, where we had that Rift Herald fight yesterday, where he got just popped off with a triple kill on the Viego. It feels like there's so much revolving around Evil Geniuses getting Inspired into a good spot.
I think if they can find momentum off the back of him, it sets up that carries you can deliver in the later stages, and him having a good game will be, I feel, instrumental for EG coming out ahead in this matchup.
One of the things we talked about during Countdown was how different EG look when he's playing those sort of farm to 6. The Karthus, for example, was one of them. Didn't really work out. And I think because of how important Inspired is going to be, I want to ask a question. Would you be surprised if either of these teams picked up the victory? And what I want to get at here is, who do you actually think is favored to win?
So I'm actually really caught on this. And even when I was thinking about it, I was like, I don't really know. Because I feel like when you look at Inspired, he should be able to get a lead in the early stages. But my biggest worry is Evil Genius's vision control at objectives has been really poor throughout, like both domestically and MSI. The neutral objective fights as a result can be a little bit messy. And it feels like that's where PSG Talent have thrived. And I'm a bit worried that even if they get these early leads, just the team fighting and the objective set from PSG Talent could actually be the difference maker here, where PSG Talent take it.
I feel like for me, there's a pivotal member on each side. I've already talked about Inspired being so instrumental for EG, but on the other side, we've seen EG's bot lane struggle a bit. If PSG find an advantage, Kaiwin gets freed up to roam, and he can be like a second jungler. So suddenly, it's no longer Inspired against Juhan, it's also Kaiwin coming in. He had some beautiful timings on roams yesterday, so that could be such a massive factor in them finding an advantage.
Let's take a look at some of Inspired's plays throughout the tournament here at MSI and draw in a little bit more specifically, how do you want to see him attack this particular game? Because as you mentioned already, I think Kaiwin's impact on the map has definitely been felt, Orcs.
Yeah, I think opt into those skirmishes, make sure that you have your support with you so you're matching in numbers, and then have faith that Inspired will outperform on picks like the Viego. But on top of that, he can find early ganks and make those opportunities happen. Particularly, the expectation is that mid lane is a bit of a weakness for PSG.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the game earlier today where EG's draft was, let's say, debatable amongst at least us here in the studio, but their play-in game was definitely exhilarating and energizing. They seem to have a fire that I haven't quite seen in some of the previous games. What are you anticipating from their approach to this game against PSG?
I think we'll see a very similar story, but just from the way Jojo Pyun was playing that game, right? Because as Ox was kind of highlighting there, I think Bay has been a big weak point for PSG. Talon hasn't been able to shut down his opponent, and especially when Jojo Pyun wants to get out and roam, wants to try and play towards these side lanes, I feel like that's going to be a crucial point here in trying to unlock Jojo, start to look for the skirmishes that Ox was talking about, and make sure that you're able to have like the Twisted Fates, the Rises, even the LeBlanc that has been such a crucial pick for him domestically.
Right, let's summarize this very briefly. Bottom lane, we favor PSG. Mid lane, we favor EG. And with some of the factors that have gone into this one, I'm going to ask you to make a prediction and how the team will win.
All right, so I think it'll be EG because I think Jojo Pyun and Inspired can kind of get that lead in the early stages. But I don't know, if you don't generate that, I think PSG Talent's team fighting is just better.
I think EG, unless bot lane falls over, which they've been better at so far, I think that EG just will outperform in the later stage fights and Inspired will be unleashed.
Arguably, this is one of the first times we're going to truly see the battle for the bottom three, the battle for that final semi-final spot in action. I don't know who's going to win either. I am hearing we have a small delay before we get to game. So let's talk about picks and bans now. Champions, what do you want to see from, let's say, either team, but I think specifically, let's focus on the junglers, let's focus on the bottom lane.
Well, I think we've seen Wukong have such a high priority, right? And EG left it over to G2 as that first pick. Don't do that again, right? Prioritize yourself if you can. I think it's a fantastic pick. If it's not available, Viego can be stellar for Inspired. But also, something that's been coming out quite a bit is this blind Ezreal. Danny's done it quite a bit. Gala's done it quite a bit. It will be punished by the Kai'Sa again and again. And I feel like we've seen Ezreal lanes really struggle early.
Yeah, I think for EG, I really want to see them try and prioritize a higher pick order on the likes of the mid and the jungle. I think these are both going to be crucial. And we kind of got left to the wayside in their game earlier on today. But also, I think think for PSG Talon, looking across, Kaiwing's Rakan has been absolutely insane. Like we saw it yesterday, it's been a big pick for him on the international stage in years gone by as well. And I feel like that's something that we can definitely lean into with him having those roams, having those opportunities to find those big engages.
There are so many possibilities here. I cannot wait to see the game unfold. And I'm being told something that apparently there's a new Doug duo at the caster desk. Traders get ready, as Zell and Freak are joining for the cast.
Thank you very much. We tunneled our way here. Very excited to be here with my Diglett on arms here. Zale, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. EG could be doing better, though. And maybe, you know, they'll get us a win here, put a smile back on my face.
Yeah. I mean, I'm within 5 feet of you, so smiles on my face kind of at all times. You know? EG may be losing, but I'm winning, you know, with present company being here. I think it's going to be a fun game. We had the NLSS talk about the fact that they are predicting EG a bit, talk about the bottom lane. I'm going to focus on that one because I am the one who started the bet, for those who watched yesterday. How many deaths will the EG bot lane have pre-5 minutes across the Rumble stage, across those 10 games, not counting tiebreakers? We had predictions as high as 11. Emily had 3, I had 4. They're at 1 out of 3 games right now. So they are on pace for both Emily and my predictions. So I'm happy that, you know, we're the smart analysts.
And I do think that EG has been getting better, but the question is, you know, are you getting better fast enough, and are you going to get, you know, improve enough to be able to compete with the big dogs? Because right now it looks like a clear top 3 and a bottom 3. And EG is fighting to try to stay on top of the bottom, basically, here, and to be able to make the semifinals. You know, right now you're going up against PSG. This is an incredibly important match because both EG and PSG took down the Buffalo. So these are the two teams that are tied right now. Whoever wins is going to be, you know, up 1 game on that race for semifinals. And I do think one thing to point out is that, you know, EG has had some really solid contributors. I think Inspired and Impact have been pretty much good throughout all of the games. I think that Jojo Pian is beginning to step up. And to me, you know, I hate to kind of point fingers, but I do think that we need to see more out of Danny. And I think we need to see better drafting from EG, because I do think they have been behind from the word go in a number of these games. And Danny has not performed to the level that he did in the LCS playoffs, or really even near it, you know? EG was not expected to win the LCS. They went on a huge tear, and Danny was playing out of his mind. So for them to be able to compete at the level that I think people were hoping and expecting, Danny has got to play better.
Yeah, because he's, I think, always been a really solid team fight player. His landing phase has always been, through his literally 1-year-long career in pro play, like, it's always been his weak point, and that's fine. Like, you're allowed to have some weaknesses. You're an 18-year-old player, that's fine. It's, you know, sometimes you get Flackett, who's just incredible the whole way through, and hey, grats, EG, good scouting. But yeah, Danny, okay, sure, he's got some weak points, but yeah, I need to see his mid-game play at the level he was playing the mid-game this whole year.
Absolutely, and I do think his laning phase, you know, did improve from last year to this year in the LCS. Of course, there have been struggles here. You know, even just looking at the amount of deaths he had in the entire LCS playoff runs of 18 games, it was about as many deaths as he had against G2 in the 4 games against them in the group stage. So, you know, he was getting punished a lot more, but not just in lane, you know, outside of lane, because obviously EG is losing a lot more. You know, you're just going to die more often when your team loses the team fights. But this will be a very interesting one. I want to see EG drafting with confidence. LeBlanc so far is up. Ari so far is up. Trading OPs is absolutely fine. Jojo Pian forgoed picking that LeBlanc, you know, against G2 earlier when it was left open. I would have loved to see him, you know, slap that down. Of course, you have to be worried about things like the Lissandra counterpick, particularly Caps is great on that, so maybe that was the concern. But I don't think you beat these top teams by, you know, paying too much respect to them, by always worrying about everything that they could be doing. You've got to play what your strengths are. You've got to play with confidence and just see what you can do.
Well, looking for confidence here from PSG Talon. Based on the way the games have played, I think you maybe favor EG very slightly in the matchup, but this is the battle. Like, this, to all expectations, is the fight for the spot in semifinals. We're all predicting G2, T1, RNG, but there's a 4th spot out there. It looks like PSG Talon and Evil Geniuses are the teams fighting for it. So you play with confidence. Okay, we got the 2 big early game AD carries at the table. Ezreal taken off the table right now. Of course, we've seen R, we've seen it answered, but saying, hey, unified, it's on you.
And absolutely. I mean, this is one of those things where they know it's been a big pick for Danny. They're going to take away the Ezreal, and they're basically saying, we don't care which side of the mid lane matchup we get. Ari is still available. If you grab the Kai'Sa, this is something I would really like. I want to see Vulcan back towards the Nautilus. I do think he's been more effective when he's been playing that than on the Leona. I would love to see that pairing. Grab an Ari or LeBlanc, really whichever you're feeling more confident on here. I think Ari is that kind of higher priority pick these days. Most people do really think it has the edge, but LeBlanc is just something that is a Jojo Pian specialty. It's when he's playing with confidence that he's at his best. You know, this is a guy, he has that swagger, he has that cockiness. Whether it's deserved or not, you know, that's something you can kind of debate. But so far, they're going to leave it off. They still can go third pick mid. They're trying to, I think, make Bay show what they want to go with first. Diana would surprise me. You know, Graves, I think, alongside an AP mid, feels kind of like more their style. As Juhan has been relatively inactive, I would say, in the jungle, you know, both throughout the PCS playoffs as well as here. He is relatively low activity in the early stages.
Yeah.
Ari going to be the grab here. So now, yeah, I'm just really curious, is it going to be the LeBlanc answer from Jojo Pian, or does he have something else? Is he going to be bringing out the Vex? That's something that, you know, we've seen a lot of teams doing. I don't really think it's a counter. I think it's like an answer,
Sure.
you know?
Right. Your lane's fine, and you're also a good champion.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, Nocturne hovering still. Will that be the jungle lock-in? Does give you a lot of silent pressure. No, we're going to see Graves come through.
Okay.
Almost certainly see the Umbral Graves version. And I like him. I like him, to be fair, a little bit more alongside someone like a Zoe, who's like much more poke-focused. But in general, lethality build, Dark Harvest, mid laner gets someone at 30%. You finish the job with the ulti. I think it's a very good synergy. Usually, you're not quite lethal enough just by yourself as a mid laner unless you're absurdly ahead. And at that point, here's what your comp is. So I think it does really fit well. Long range reach, Ezreal can do something similar. So a lot of these champions can help Bay if he can pop up.
Jojo Pian going to be on that LeBlanc. Really excited to see this. That pairing, you know, with Inspired, Lisa and LeBlanc, it's a classic, really strong 2v2ing there around mid lane. Would like to see them contesting that. I do think that is where, you know, a lot of people are looking at EG having a significant edge. Bay and Juhan have not been some of the best performers in this event. You know, they have struggled, I think, at times, and EG, you know, have the champions to perhaps take advantage of that. I do really like the Karma ban here. You know, Ezreal people are looking at as this kind of weak side champion. It's mostly been picked with roamers and with tanks, but when paired with Karma, can be pretty dominant in that 2v2, especially against Kai'Sa, who's relatively short range, can be kind of poked out and harassed. Nautilus being taken away makes sense. I'm just curious to see if they're actually going to double ban tanks, if they'll ban out Leona as well, like, you know, how heavily they want to do this. Because there is fourth pick, of course, here, you know, for EG, so you're expecting them to grab a tank support on 4, and then 5th pick for Impact. Because Impact has been one of the guys who has actually been, I think, making pretty good use of the counter picks. Even if he's not performing at the best in every single game with them, like his laning phase on Jackson and the Gwen was a little bit suspect.
Sure.
But, you know, he brought out the Mord, he brought out the Jax, he's brought out a number of picks, you know, really good answers that he's comfortable with and I think can perform well on. So saving 5th pick for him makes a lot of sense up against Hanabi, who has been the best performing player for him.
Yeah, and I think EG right now are tunneling on the idea of engage. They got rid of the Karma, okay, whatever, but I think they're grabbing Leona, like right away, here. Vulcan's play it yet again. It'll be his 6th time on Leona. Of course, teams need engage. Actually, that's a hover. That's a hover. Yeah. And then Danny hovered that and Seraphine and Zoe in the previous game. So, hey, look, he's doing it again. Wow, got all 3, and then he's going to go ahead and grab Leona. I watch EG games.
Facts.
I know Danny's hovers. That's how much I watch EG games.
Sometimes, and some of the games we wish we were watching. You know, it can hurt a little bit.
Yeah. Now I gotta remember if like he's spelling anything with those.
LSZ, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I don't see it. So
could be anything, right?
Yeah,
could be champions he likes, could be friends. But they are going to go Leona. Now we find out, you know, is it going to be some sort of an enchanter, some sort of a more lane down and style that they're looking, or more what we are expecting, which is an additional engage support. You know, that has pretty much been everything we're seeing out of Kaiwing. GP ban, Narpic makes sense as a blind, and Impact's not the kind of guy to really go like Aurelia and those hyper-aggressive things. You know, often what we saw as an answer from Impact into this matchup was actually the Jace. You know, when you think back to like regional play, he would like those kind of picks. And I'm curious to see where he does take us as far as that goes.
He played Rakan and Rel as engaged champions, so I don't love either of those lanes, to be honest, alongside an Ezreal.
Bard is definitely a stronger lane.
Yeah, definitely a stronger lane. Goes Rakan anyway. Okay. Again, I don't think this lane is outstanding.
No.
It is very hard for Ezreal to follow up on damage until you land W. You're not landing anything really on your spell combo there.
Yeah.
But if Rakan can go roam away, Ezreal's like pretty good 1v2.
And Rakan in general is I feel like you're not picking for lane, right? You're kind of like sacking your lane, at least your kill potential, your ability to play dominant in that 2v2. More for the 5v5, more for some of these skirmishes here.
Ooh.
Tryndamere, a quick lock there from Impact. Has been very good on the Tryndamere, you know, regionally. Already brought it out one game here at MSI. Did win on that, was deathless as well, so had a strong performance. And this is an interesting comp here, you know, because you can play pretty heavily towards the 5v5. I do think their skirmishing is very strong. I think Inspired is going to be playing heavily towards the top side. You need to be playing behind Tryndamere, playing with LeBlanc. But I'd like to see EG playing through mid first and then moving to sides. Try to get LeBlanc ahead, unlock that, move out to the sides, snowball the Tryndamere. They're looking more for that. Whereas I think on the other side, you know, for PSG, there's a lot less ganking options. A lot of this feels like farm and scale to me. You know, when you're thinking about the Graves, the Ezreal, the Rakan, you know, Nara is even more of just kind of that later stage pick. So we'll see what PSG wants to do, but not a lot of great ganking options here for Juhan unless, you know, the EG bot lane are really overextended and the Rakan can kind of have that gank assist. I do think it'll be difficult for Juhan to really get much done as far as the gank's concerned. So they're just going to try to have to play, you know, a bit more stable and hope that their skirmishing can kind of win out in the later stages, which is really how they've won all of their games. When you look at all the wins that they got in group stage, it was relatively even early games. They win a fight, they get Baron, they win the game. If that doesn't happen, generally PSG doesn't win.
We'll see if they can do it here, though. Mid-game is gonna be where our eyes are peeled. Expected battle for 4th. The expected battle for the last spot in semifinals, if everything else goes to expectation, goes according to seeding. And I think these teams know this coming in, right? They both knocked down the Vietnamese representatives yesterday in Saigon Buffalo. And I think your eyes are on like, yeah, we know how good G2 is. We know how good everyone else is. This is the team that we are stratting against the most. This is the team we are going to prep against the most. Then we'll see our semi-opponent and go from there. If I'm either of these teams like GMs or head coaches, like this is the team I am prepping like 80% of my time on.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a must-win for these teams. It is so incredibly important because the top 3 have looked ridiculously dominant, right? You just cannot expect to get a win for sure off of T1 or G2 or RNG. So you really have to take down PSG. You really have to take down Saigon Buffalo. You really have to take down EG if you're one of those bottom 3 teams.
And now we get to see level 1. Not terribly spicy. I think no one crossed over except for the Tryndamere here, who got himself in. And otherwise, just wards in the river. And not going to be too much. It's going to be, once again, Vulcan taking his... I don't think he actually put a ward down, recall for Sweeper. So if you put a ward down and then recall and buy Sweeper, your Sweeper's not up until jungle monsters spawn. If you don't put a ward down, you switch Sweeper right away, you can clear deep wards in your own jungle. So if they think there is an early aggressive play, or if they think, you know, someone ran over and put a ward down on the bottom brush, which by the way they did, for example, you can sweep it away, you know, before minions crash and before you do anything. And indeed, that's why he didn't put a ward down with Sweeper early. They now get brush control.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, so many of these wards have become very, very common that it's one of those things where you've got to expect it. You've got to look towards your level 1 prep. Level 1 prep for warding is one of the easiest things coaches and analysts can do because you literally just go to level 1, you take a screenshot of pre-minion spawn, you look at the common warding spots. Some teams do get pretty lazy with the variants and are doing the same things almost every single game. So it is important to do that prep and to try to have that early knowledge on where they may be playing towards.
Yep, it's good to see, especially if you ever find, you know, later on warding habits like, oh, you know, the mid laner only rewards in the 4th wave. We can get him on the 3rd. He'll never reward this one. You know, if you like spend more time, you have more analysts, and you're like, I know even more of your habits. Like that can be really, really cool for you.
And I think that's one of the things where you can really get an advantage by playing atypical, right? By being one of those players that doesn't do the same thing every time. You know, if you're a jungler who's willing to actually do an inefficient path to have a gank at an unexpected timing, that's something that's a lot harder to play around. You know, even if only 1 of every 4 games you're going for, you know, a weird path into an early gank, people have to play with respect to that, which can limit the advantages that people are able to create, you know, in the laning phase. They have to pay respect to the possibility of those types of plays. And if there was one thing I would be critical of Inspired, it is that he is you know, a very farm-heavy style jungler. You know, and as a result, he is more predictable. I think he's been performing incredibly well, but he is not, you know, the same kind of style as you when you look at like a Jankos, who's mixing it up constantly with weird ganks.
Yeah, I remember when G2 played EG earlier today, Jankos had 2 ganks off and was down half the camp. It's like, you're on Wukong. One of them was a kill.
Efficient ganks?
Yeah, or a flash, I guess, for us. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. So we get to see what's up next here. EG do indeed get lane priority. Not really a surprise. Leona Kaisa should have pressure and Inspired. 5
looking for a dive.
Skips Gromp. Scuttle's up right now, but they're going for the dive. Will it be enough is the question. He's not going to find the Zenith Blade, and that's time to leave. Ahri had roamed down as well, by the way, that should have been called out. Of course, hit the Scryer's Bloom as well. Ultimately, nothing lost. Maybe a wave for Bay as he TP's back.
Yeah, gonna go for that. I mean, won't be much missed here at all, though, for Inspired. They're gonna move up and help him get the Scuttle. He can go back to his Gromp, of course. But swing and a miss there on the early try from EG. It's a tough one to pull off because it is cleanse and exhaust. You know, even if you flash Q in, then you're going to die on the way out, pretty much guaranteed. So I think the thought is you have to hit the Zenith Blade to start this because you need to be able to flash out before you die to the tower to not give a kill over.
Yeah.
You know, so EG not going to start that off with Vulcan's flash. Play it for the higher risk, kind of higher reward. Doesn't pay off this time, but really not much of a cost besides a couple seconds there from Inspired. You can see his base is going to be a little bit behind that of Juhan, so Juhan will be out on the map here a bit faster.
You know, ultimately, going to be just chilling here with the waves going down. Got a nice Dark Shield pickup on one side, a Doran's Ring, slightly more expensive on the other, plus boots. And we'll see if there's going to be anything spicy going on down there as you get a little bit of pushback now for the PSG bottom lane as the wave is kind of collecting up. Juhan is around, gets rid of a zombie ward, so that's actually vision known. We know Graves' bot side. I think with the lingering vision, should actually know he controlled that brush and playing really close attention. So maybe that could be played around. That could be hard to track if you're busy laning.
They pinged it. They pinged the brush. You know, there's a very high chance. And if you're really on top of it and you hit tab as soon as Graves actually shows, you can see there's a ping ward in his inventory. You know, you can kind of intuit that it may be placed around there. But very clearly, they are aware of it. They pinged the brush, and Danny didn't drop his trinket ward into river, so that tells me that they think there is a pretty good chance it is in that brush. You should be able to know where he is, generally speaking, just based off the camp respawns, because Graves, you know, is a pretty farm-heavy jungler. The Krug's going to be the first camp to respawn, so he's going to be playing towards bot side. Of course, Inspired's going to be clearing top towards bot. Took down his Krugs already. He's over there on Raptors. So both junglers, you know, pretty much at parity here, and all things really even very early on, besides that CS advantage for Danny down in the bot lane.
Which is good to see. EG pressed the 5 minutes mark. We're 4 EG games in with 1 death, 35 minutes. I'll keep that one tracked because it was a habit in the LCS play. That's why I brought up topic in the first place, because even against some of the LCS's best, right, he was getting punished quite a lot in the early games. And obviously the competition gets stiffer when you play against the world's best, and at least in the Rumble stage, holding up reasonably well here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Danny has been, you know, a massive liability, you know, in the Rumble stage, but he has not performed to the level that people expect. You know, it is hard to have those heavy expectations on a really young player. This is his first time to an international event, but this is a guy who did like 31% of his team's damage, right? Like he was the team's win condition come team fight time. Absolutely, they funnel all their resources into him. And when you're looking more towards, you know, MSI, there was one Israel game where it kind of ended up being that way, but mostly it's been playing more heavily, I think, around picks for impact, been playing more heavily around mid and jungle, and as JoJo's been stepping up, he's been getting more involved.
Yeah.
But we'll see if Danny, you know, can have that kind of pop-off game that maybe builds his confidence and kind of springboards him into a better second round robin performance.
Right, yeah, a big identity for EG when they won the LCS was they just were really, really focused around playing bot lane. They were always prioritizing getting him farmed, donating Rift Heralds, donating towers and whatnot. And yeah, he popped off in damage and whatnot. But yeah, here at MSI, just sub 26% damage share, so, you know, 6 percentage points below what he was doing in spring playoffs. Like, obviously pretty meaningful difference there. But we have seen Inspired and Impact play very, very well. Jojopion, wards 1, but Pei's going to find the charm and do a whole lot of damage. Will it be the rest, though, as Juhan's going to be busy taking the red buff away, so just a trade of damage, and his might to take red.
And this is a really smart invade because of what's happening on top side, as we'll see a little trade there, because, you know, Hanabi had the push, he's playing TP, he gets the shove in, he gets the early tabbies by, Impact has not based or bought, and the wave is at his tower, so he can't really move to help. Gonna force the ulti there. Nice chain from Jojopion, but it's just a smart invade because there's not really a lot of risk, right? If you try to contest, Impact's gonna lose his wave. He hasn't bought, so he's relatively weak. So PSG are really safe to do that. Inspired late to make the counter invade. They do have push on bot, but this may result in a fight. Remember, Ahri has no ult, so if she joins, will not be as strong.
Ulti on a ward, but smiteable.
Yeah.
Juhan did not have smite available, and I think that was actually a trackable smite, knowing that his item was out of inventory. If you're really paying attention, you know how many smite charges you get, what the cooldowns are, and pretty easy claim for Inspired.
And I just like that play because they force the Ahri's ult mid, right? I think if you haven't forced Ahri's ult, then that's pretty risky. You know, easy ult over into the Raptors pit, you know, 2 ulti charges and you're there. You can try to contest, maybe try to make something happen, but because that is down, it's very unlikely that Bey is actually going to try to move when he's getting pushed in and has no ulti available. So relatively safe, you know, worst case, you lose out on the smite, but don't think there was really any risk with first move from bot and no ult on Ahri of dying. So nicely done there.
As we heard from the analyst desk, if nothing too crazy goes on in the bottom lane, they are expecting an EG victory, but we also know PSG Town loves their mid game and getting ready for that one.
Yeah.
So they are cruising towards their own mid game.
And Unified, has evened out the farm. Obviously, Danny, was a bit ahead, but Kaiwing was able to actually hold the wave, even that out, get a little bit of a freeze. So very good things happening for PSG in the bot lane as well. And Unified has been really kind of the key member for them. When you look towards the PCS, I think at MSI, it's been more about Hanabi. He's been kind of their best performer. But Unified is the guy that was winning them a lot of the games, was a massive contributor in the team fights. This could be a smite fight.
First scuttle fight should be improved smite for both junglers here. 900 claim, nicely done by Juhan. Inspired forced out. Now the team fight happens. Vulcan low finds it done. Healed right back out. Kaiwing able to get away as well, but a chase in. And the cleanse and the charm's not going to be enough. A kick flash in. Juhan's going to drop. You may have gotten a Herald, but EG grabbed 2 scalps.
Nicely done by EG. The kick flash grabbing that second kill, and Impact flashing in to grab the first one there. Really well done. Both the kills go towards these big carries here for EG, Jojo, as well as Danny, and they can even move towards the Dragon on the bottom side. The Herald did go to Juhan, but Inspired, I think, was about a split second away from his smite charge being up. It may have come up right as it died, but it was really, really close. Impact still has his ultimate, wants to get this pushed in, but of course doesn't want to have to waste the ulti to do so. But EG are going to be able to collect a couple kills, are going to be able to grab the Dragon. We'll watch this one more time. Yeah, you can see the smite is still on cooldown. It's came up right as it died. Either way, they go into Vulcan, but Vulcan very tanky here. Kaiwing gets low. The E followed up by the flash there from Impact, gets into the backline, finishes him off, and then Inspired finding Juhan. Q, kick flash, right back into the waiting arms of Danny and Jojo. Grabbing those kills, really big here for EG. And off to the races with the early Dragon as well.
Yeah, an important thing to track then is when you get the first Herald, do you have an injured turret, right? You'd love to find first turret, get 3 plates out of the crash from it being, pretty injured, and you kind of turn that one around. Because Herald itself, okay, baseline value 320 gold, right? Charges in, kills 2 plates, Juhan gets 1, Unify gets the other one. Okay, great, 320. Doesn't tie the game up. But if you knock down a turret with that one, you add 650 to that number, and you're like, oh, that's a good 1,000 gold. We're back in this one. So mid lane has lost 1 plate, but top and bottom mostly unscratched, means this is likely to be that 300 gold Herald charge and not the 1,000 gold.
Yeah, very likely. Just the 1 plate off of mid lane. So EG has been doing pretty well in these lanes. The farm slightly in the favor of PSG though, and that's keeping gold close here. As Impact, we'll see if he commits this. I don't think he will. But as soon as he goes mini, trying to take an aggressive trade there. If you get lucky with a couple crits, that can turn into an all-in potentially. But without Ghost and with Hanabi having Flash, it's very unlikely that it was going to be more than just a good trade there from Impact.
You ultimately trade your health bar down. You do have more sustain. Of course, yes, we have Fleet Footwork on Gnar, but ranged shots don't do that much against minions. Obviously, you can kite it pretty well. Rush the Steel Cats because Trind is very auto-attack focused. But this is how you play this matchup. Same with kind of Aurelia, where you take a trade where you lose similar amounts of health, but you get more back, and then that trade is good for you.
Gore Drinker already finished up here for Inspired pretty early on. Impact getting shoved out, and Hanabi about to mega, but looks like it's just kind of prepping for this scuttle. We'll see if EG actually want to fight over this. I mean, I don't think there's really any need to. They are moving up to just try to push in this wave once again, but Danny going to be able to collect solo gold on that plate down in bot side. And Inspired just trying to control some vision here around mid lane. It kind of has been this battle back and forth. PSG keeping vision down between mid and bot as EG are trying to move down here and threaten a 4-man dive. Ooh. But Juhan's coming out of base, and we see Bay moving as well.
Bit low on mana, though conceptually high. Ult's going to come across onto 2. They find a slow. There's a triple knockup. Beautifully done, but it's going to be enough anyway. Inspired, look for the kick into the wall. Doesn't get much done. And it's going to be an escape there. PSG Talon survive against 4.
Nicely done by PSG Talon. Unified not even having to use the flash. Did cleanse just the ulti slow, and then was able to avoid enough of the CC. And Kaiwing with a really good engage there, knocking up multiple members, getting them with the charm. And now off of that health advantage, they're trying to get more here from this Herald. You can see Vulcan low on health, but is shadowing them just to try to make sure there's no sort of a dive coming through. As soon as he realizes it's just going to be the initial crash, he starts the recall. Going to head right back to base, but a good bit of mitigation there from PSG, because if you lose the bot lane, if you lose those plates following that, it's going to put EG way ahead.
Oh, 1K still remains the difference, and yeah, just that two plate crash, right? So EG definitely feeling comfortable. You can kind of tell, though, this is the game where both teams are taking it incredibly seriously. The fact that it's 2 kills at about 14 minutes. Anytime you have like an absurdly low kill game, that's the one where everyone's like, okay, but this is when it really happens. Like, I feel like game 1 of playoffs is so often like that, where it's just like, okay, now it's time.
Almost always.
And everyone's just like so serious and like they're not willing to go for broke, and it's like first blood in 12 minutes.
I mean, you don't want to be the guy to cost your team the game, right? And sometimes it does become about, playing to not lose. And that's why you sometimes need one of those players who just has that supreme confidence to go for it. Because if a team is not willing to make that play themselves, you can get an advantage by being the ones to set up the play, to preempt it, to try to really take advantage of someone playing passive.
Yeah, it's what Gumiuchi said about their game 1 loss to G2, where he came in like, G2 were known as a T1 killers. Like, I was nervous coming into it, and I just didn't play as well as I should have. Like, there were so many things I could have done that I didn't because it's G2.
But what if it goes
wrong? They're scary, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's against the
Caps
21.
is pretty scary to be fair.
I mean, Caps is maybe the best player in the world right now. You can quote me on that. That man is amazing. But, like, he's against a 21-year-old rookie. Like, Guma, you can do this, man. You've been doing it, right? But he was afraid because the nameplate's over. There's a G2 in front. That's scary. And Flacket's really good. I want to be clear about that one.
Yep.
And here's PSG EG, and they're like, but this is the battle for 4th. Like, this is playoffs. This is really important. I'm scared.
Yeah, and sometimes the other side of that is that if you have the read that you outscale, you don't have to do anything. You're just chilling, right? And I'm not sure if both of these teams kind of have that read or if it is more just kind of, playing a little bit nervous. At the same time, EG is getting things from this game being played slowly. Tryndamere scales very, very well. You can get towards that Gale Force, start to really have that all-in threat on Hanabi in the side lane. That's kind of what they are looking for up in that top lane. But Graves, scaling farm jungler here. Ezreal going to be a threat, going to be hard to lock down in the later stages. So we'll see who can kind of get more.
Here we go, got a fight going on here. Impact on 100 HP, goes with the ulti right at the right time.
Hanabi back up.
Yep, easily kites him away. Thank you to the hyper move speed, but now a 4-on-4 on the bottom side. Second dragon it would be for EG. That's going to be a stun and an easy claim. Smite didn't come through, but they get it all the same. EG sit on this 1,000 gold lead, growing slightly, and now 26-minute Dragon Soul, Ocean.
Yep, really nicely played by Vulcan there, actually. I really like the ultimate because PSG was not posturing to fight. They were posturing just to steal. So you see Juhan is basically playing the very edge of his smite range. So all he had to do is just drop the Leona ulti, threaten the engage. Juhan jumps back. That means he's not going to be able to actually contest the smite. They get it. Yes, they will take down mid lane, but again, EG doing EG things. Danny gets all of the gold off of that bot lane tower, which is more valuable than that shared gold that you're going to kind of get through mid.
Last time I saw bot lane, Danny was down 8 CS with an equal wave. I look back, he's up 30 and got a solo turret.
Yeah,
I don't know what Unified went and did, but he stopped farming for the last 4 minutes straight.
Yeah, I mean, they've just kind of been grouped, right? They moved out towards that dragon. They were playing through mid, not through bot. EG had access to bot lane, so Danny was able to actually push out that wave before moving over. Then after the dragon, Danny goes back to bot. Where does Unified go? He groups with the team. He goes over towards mid. This is a very classic EG strategy. They prioritize, getting solo gold on Danny, and we'll see. Now that he has been set up for success, can he actually pay that back to the team? Can he have that big pop-off game that everyone is looking for, hoping for here, for those LCS fans? Up towards topside now, stock standard stuff. EG gonna move him around the map, try to get him as much gold as possible, but Juhan, of course, in the area, looking to cover, keep base safe up on the top side, and we'll be playing heavily for vision control as the Umbral Glaive, and that is gonna help a lot here to deny these wards, and also has, of course, the second Herald that they could, look to try to crash on top. You see the assist pings up towards top, and you see Juhan heading up there. I think that's what they're going to be looking for.
Danny knocks down a ward, gets back up to the top side of the map, and as long as he doesn't die to the Ahri, and with heal, flash, ult reflexes, I mean, cleanse is kind of the ideal against Ahri to get out of the charm and get away, but as long as he plays safe enough, should be okay. Chain, nice try. Wants to predict Unify, doesn't get it. Didn't juke left quickly enough, and Juhan just going to take some damage to the play. And sustain back up here. We sit at this 1,000 gold difference. Teams have traded turrets, they've traded farm. We still have a 30 CSD in the bottom lane because of funnel from EG for the most part. Kaiwing goes in for wards. They're going to find that first on, and here comes the fight. Charm, knock up on a one. Danny's here as well, inspired. Gets that with his flash.
EG have to run. TP's coming through. They don't have one.
Chop Barrage going to tag Danny for a bit of damage. Little TL flare.
That's actually really good, though, for EG. You trade flashes on your junglers, you force out the TP, which now gives Impact the ability to kind of play more aggressively in that side lane. Hanabi here, going to push Impact back, but see if it amounts to anything more. Don't expect it to, and they're going to drop Herald topside, so they will get that crash. They will take down the tower. No local tower gold, though, actually going the way of PSG, so not going to get too much from it, unfortunately, for them.
Yep, the rule is Shelly's charges, globally shelled turret plates.
Ooh, they're going to go for this.
Does not share the tower itself.
Oh, Jojo got spotted.
On a ward. Jojo got seen, but a 1v1 wasn't afraid, but the 2v1's going to be enough. Ignite takes him down. Kill number 3 for Evil Geniuses.
The burst coming through there. The isolated Q from the Kaisa so much, plus the Ignite, the Electro procs from Jojo. They light up Bay. They get the ulti off him and get the kill. Danny does not have to expend his own ultimate and only the Ignite used. So really, really nice. They're going to get to push in this wave as well, deny more farm. Things looking good here for EG, but the gold's still very close. And this is one of those games that it's playing at a slow enough pace that one fight really can decide it, right? Yes, EG has the advantage here. Yes, they're going to be slightly ahead in gold. They're going to be setting up for this third dragon. But if PSG wins this next fight at the dragon and gets a Baron off of it, like all of a sudden, your lead doesn't matter anymore. So EG gonna really have to execute here. They do have the 2-item spike here on Danny earlier than Unified has finished his, and if Unified does not have that Muramana prior to the dragon fight, it's possible that PSG just decide to actually give it up and wait for the soul point.
Yeah, which is obviously scary because
it
now
is very scary.
You know,
even a steal.
Right. Yeah. If you play it poorly 5 minutes from now, Ocean Soul is, you know, it quintuples the lead basically of the game as it is right now, which to be fair is quite small, but yeah, it does meaningfully change quite a lot about the game state.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really big for the side lane for Tryndamere because Gnar is not putting out such an impressive amount of damage that you're able to really kind of power through that. I do think that becomes very difficult. Impact, of course, has had the Gale Force for a while. He has both the sums available, Juhan Inspired. They're the ones missing Flash. EG has first move in the river. They're controlling vision here around that Dragon Pit. But of course, the Scuttle was grabbed by PSG. Impact threatening the flank, but Hanabi does see him.
He gets back over the wall, still spotted by the sweeper though. They know he finally gets out of the brush. Information gained. Dragon alive now. Vulcan would be the primary engage
here. They gave
up
mid again. You know, PSG is not really prioritizing the waves. This is the same problem they had last time, where, you know, they gave up bot push. EG pushes that in. Again, PSG not contesting mid, so now they just give up the wave. EG are on the dragon here. Jojo on the side.
Close to Mega. Juhan wants to get the steal. He's going to try. Claimed by Inspired, and Impact goes in, finds one, the crit. Now here comes the engage again. A huge charm. Triple Gnar onto 3, and that's going to be a kill taken down. Jojo Pyun low, gets the shield, gets away. Unified staying alive. Kaiwing now chased around. Should find it. Impact just barely. Low on health, but might get away from Hanabi as Jojo Pyun still in for the damage. Hanabi hits the house over the wall and trades him back. Still though, 3-2 favoring EG. The Dragon Soul point as well. Victory for the LCS squad.
Yeah, things going well for EG, but big plays from Hanabi prevent that from being an absolute disaster here. You can see it's the attempt at the smite steal over the wall a little bit early there from Juhan, and then Impact preying on that Graves. The engage here really nice from the Rakan. Kaiwing goes in, and Hanabi slams it home, dunking Danny down. Can't actually get the flash off to escape, and then Impact playing really well, gets the chase down, juking back and forth, does have the E come back up, a house over the wall. Hanabi guesses well, gets another kill for his team. 2 kills for him. Woo. And he put out a lot of damage there, and Danny again, you know, CC'd 100-0. Kaiwing and Hanabi showing off that engage. You have got to be careful because he's not playing cleanse. He doesn't really have the ability to get out of there if he gets caught by the initial part of the CC chain. Unless they can keep him away, the rest is coming through.
You mentioned the item spikes. Just now did Muramana come through for Unified, so the difference in farm, definitely relevant, right? He could have been a bigger threat, could have maybe gotten that a little bit more done and maybe changed the calculus around, maybe 3-2 in their favor instead. But we look back at the game, and it's a 2,000 gold difference with, call it 1,000 gold of stats from the 3 dragons. Yeah. Like, it's not trivial, but it's not massive, right? It's just like, okay, you know, 5-on-5 is like a 2.53k gold lead for EG. Like, that's winnable. It's tough, but it's winnable. But the point is that Ocean Soul is just over 3 minutes away. And we have yet to see PSG really win the smite fights when they have existed. It's been Inspired getting the better of it when they both had a fair shot at it. A lot of them CC'd away. You know, nothing really against Juhan here, but he hasn't gotten the steal yet.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, things are definitely getting scary here. Well, I think Juhan was spotted. Yeah, you can see the question mark there. Was spotted the corner of Jojo's eye. EG shoving in mid here. They know jungle is towards top, mid is towards top, so they have the man advantage mid. They'll push this in. They'll use that to secure vision here in that barren area. Because it's about that time. You know, if you win a fight here, it's definitely possible to be taken. If one team overloads the other side of the map, you can threaten the rush down here. Kaisa really high DPS, who has the PD and the Kraken. Unified feeling a bit worried about that. Does use the ultimate to check, and Impact just moving forward here.
And Shirelli's going to disengage, though. Impact going to take some health damage, but not drop. Saves his own ulti. He gets a, I believe, 90-second cooldown off the Shirelli's, maybe 2 minutes, but it will be back in time for the Dragon. Nice damage from Jojo. Pianol's going to land for a stun. Unify going to cleanse. Charm. Kaya Wing not going to go in. That'll be an ulti down again.
Yeah, ulti down. Jojo got to be a little bit careful here. Will jump back. One critical thing to note, EG only 2,000 gold ahead, but objective bounties have spawned because of that 3-dragon lead here. So PSG, you cannot ignore the push in the side lane here. If Hanabi's going to be shoving up, if he's going to be on that split push duty, every tower is that much more valuable. And if EG were to lose a fight, were to lose a smite fight, it's that much more punishing. This new system does allow for a lot more of those potential comebacks as a result.
And Outer goes from being worth 500 to being worth 1K. Definitely does improve the amount of comeback you can get, but obviously you look at the scoreboard, you definitely do favor EG, but yes, does PSG play blameless from now? Right? Does EG fail to keep their lanes under wraps, basically, is the question.
Yeah, and I think for EG, we're kind of trying to wait and see, how close can they get to those next items. I.e., big one for Danny. If we can get that second item completed here as well for Jojo, that would be really big. Inspired and Impact have already completed theirs. The Death Stance as well as the Navori Quick Blades are going to be really, really big. Navori Quick Blades, especially I think since the nerfs to Tryndamere, the kind of reduction of cooldown that you've got back for those crits, it's more important. It really does allow you to stick to some of these members that are pretty slippery over on the PSG side.
Especially when they're quite tanky, right? Random one's done for Hanabi on 2 items. Looking for the play now. Vulcan going to lock up 1. Hanabi going to stay alive, though. Meganar quite tanky. And Vulcan now out of cooldowns. Here comes Bay. Charms on the 1. Jujipun may stay alive. Zonya's immune to the damage. Knock up for Kai Wing. Here comes Impact. Meganar hits nothing. And in goes Impact. In goes Inspire. They've got 1 so far. Juhan's next. 3 down for Danny. Tryndamere finds the 4th. EG won the fight they needed. Now what do they want? Is it Baron? Is it Dragon Soul? Is it base? Anything that EG wants, they can plot and they can claim. Hanabi should drop an ace for Evil Geniuses.
5-0 ace for EG. A huge win for them. They're going to get multiple towers. They're going to get the Baron. They're going to get the Ocean Soul. You ask what they want. They want it all here. Tryndamere will solo up the Dragon. Kai'Sa and Lee Sin will 2-man the Baron. And this game is all of a sudden feeling all but over unless we can see some sort of a miracle steal from Unified. He has the Ezreal. That's kind of what you're hoping for at this point, but not even going to shoot it until just now, and shouldn't be able to steal because Inspired does have Smite.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Thankfully, Inspired did not early Smite. Doesn't pull over versus Danny. We're going to be fine there. No Baron secure. So, 7,000 gold, and Ocean Soul and Vulcan starts it up.
Yeah, and so much of this is just about the pressure that they're actually putting down here onto Hanabi. Vulcan starting it up. They get the initial chunk. Bay's coming in from behind, lands the charm onto Jojo. But then you see Hanabi here. They go in onto him, flashing through, and Impact. The sidestep there on the Gnar ulti was so nice. He popped the Ghost. He's going in with the Gale Force, and Hanabi's thinking, Meganar's going to time out. I need to actually stun Impact. As soon as that is down, there is no more threat for PSG. The carries pile in. Danny's flashing forward. Jojo's going forward, and they're finishing off those kills. It's such a difference between those two fights just because we couldn't see the big engage from the Rakan comboed with the Gnar, and now EG have everything they need to cleanly close this game.
I don't know if you mentioned it, but the ultimates for Ezreal and Rakan were down barely. Like 5 seconds left in those, starting that fight. So that scuffle we had at 90 seconds till Baron, till Dragon, like, if that was up, Kai Wing CC locks Jojipyeon, he dies before he gets to Zonias or whatever. Like, I think that actually turns into a kill. But didn't get locked down, right? And I think so much that would have changed if the fight was 5 seconds later, or they hadn't burned ults for nothing in the prior one. So, really unfortunate for PSG, but EG get the timing and they win the fight cleanly.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you have to give credit, to Impact for that little bit of pressure he did put on mid lane that forced them to kind of respect that. It was Australia's popped early, and then I think Kai Wing got a little bit nervous that they were going to commit to Unified. He popped the ulti to kind of dissuade EG from going forward. And that being down, these tight timings can mean a lot here. EG will take the quick reset. Haven't taken too much just yet. But I think it may be IE on base. No, not quite for Danny. But you do see the Shadow Flames complete there for Jojo. Stopwatch in for him. Stopwatch in for Inspire. The luxury items starting to come through. And it's the Jojopyeon classic. He's always going to upgrade the Dark Seal whenever he sees an opportunity.
Yep. And as the only AP threat in the team, Shadow Flame, I dare you to buy MR. Go, please, buy MR against Tryndamere, Lee Sin, and Kai'Sa. Like, please, right? Go buy a Hexdrinker, I dare you. I'd love for you to do that and let my carries kill you even faster. So, goes for the flat pin build, says, please build wrong.
Yep, and it puts so much pressure, I think, on Kaiwing to have a perfect exhaust, because Unified is building armor. You know, he is not going to be building that Hexdrinker. He has no HP, doesn't really have any survivability there, no MR, so you've got to watch out for Jojo, who has the ability to threaten that 100-0 at this point.
Forces the Gale Force out and an ult out of the Leona. It might be enough to knock down the turret, but Danny gonna play respectfully. You know, Charm. I can't flash, but still, Charm W could always be a possible.
And EG, I think, are trying to play for this on the next wave, because Inspired's pushing in mid. You know, they were in the 4v5, so I'm not really looking to fight there. Hanabi cancels the base, though. He's still in Mega. But EG, until you see someone mid, you play respectful. They do now see them there in mid. Yes, the Baron will expire, but they're going to be able to clean up this low HP tower and continue taking away the enemy jungle. You know, red buff has respawned. They can grab that up here for Danny, and he has got to be getting very close to the IE. He did, in fact, take the pit stop for the LDR on 3. A lot of armor there on the Gnar. Of course, Frozen Heart being built up by Unified, so I think it's a respectable choice, but when he hits the IE, it's going to be a massive spike.
Yeah, it's going to look really good for him. He's going to be on 4 items pretty soon, and of course, Unified, that we get some haste, is just kind of building more defensively, and will not have that burst damage. Now, it's the wrong build. Obviously, he's against quite a lot of dive, but just, you know, to tail these 80 carries, you've got a 60 CS lead in the bottom lane now, 5 kills. There is the IE, and he's on towards the QSS for Hexdrinker.
Yeah. I think QSS would make a lot of sense here. You know, try to be able to reposition. If you do get CC'd up, if you do get caught by that Mega Gnar, it is very important, because they certainly have the burst to take you down if they can CC chain, things like Charm, things like Mega Gnar. You know, very, very dangerous. I will say, Bay, you know, he is going kind of that more utility style build, which is very common for Ahri. But when you do go Everfrost Zonies, when you go CDR boots, your 100-0 threat is a lot lower than with some of these other builds. And when you combo that with the fact that they are behind and there is Ocean Soul on the other team, it makes it really hard to see kind of the comeback potential here, barring anything other than, you know, the perfect Mega Gnar, the perfect engage from Rakan where EG are stacked up, because I think that's going to be what it takes really at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree. Would like to see maybe a slightly squishier build from an assassin.
Me too.
Who's, you know, going to be so easy to get away from stuff, but whatever. Not for the game really is item builds. I think it's close enough in most cases that it's who's played better League of Legends, and it's been pretty securely EG. Every single team fight's been EG favored. Every objective that's ultimately mattered has been favored for them as well. Obviously the 4-0 run in Dragons, but now we will have a disjointed Baron versus Elder. That's a one for one that EG don't really want to give up, so we'll see how they play it out.
Yeah, and usually what ends up happening, you know, these days is the team that's behind threatens going to Baron, but the problem is you just have one person, you know, can kind of solo the other side, and then you can try to dissuade over by that Baron or threaten to steal over the wall and take both. So we'll see what they're going to try to go for here, but EG are just completing so many important items. The QSS we mentioned is through, GA is through, you know, 3rd item completed now for Impact. There are some good completions on the other side, you know, Void Staff. We see the Chem Punk Chainsword coming through, the Frozen Heart. So a lot of people completing these items, but EG's carries are just a lot stronger right now, and in particular, Danny just has a massive lead. He's a good 80 CS up, you know, closing in on the Flame Horizon, plus has 5 kills to his name and all the tower gold.
Yeah, he's going to feel pretty good about this one. As long as the hands are there, QSS Flash get away from the engage, and the man will stay alive. So now we see what's next up. Impact still marking off to the side, knows with Flash, Ghost, Gale Force, ulti, like, he shouldn't die for free off anything. The man has like 7 ways of getting out to make sure it's going to be okay. And now we just keep ticking down until the epic objectives come up. And it's going to force some kind of altercation. Mid lane wave belongs to PSG right now.
But EG could just rush this because Hanabi just timed out of the Mega Gnar. I think you just start it up immediately and you say, all right, you don't have time to actually build your Rage Bar. He's on cooldown, so EG recognized this. JoJo's just going to play on zoning duty, and they're just going to rush this. PSG, I mean, you can try to force the fight, but it's still into Ocean Soul.
Spot the Graves, he's going to try, not going to find it. There's Elder Dragon. This could be an easy fight for EG. Already Trin's knocked down. The Impact misses the ulti, but 2 in for Jojo Kyun so far. 3rd in for the Kai'Sa, and it's time for 4 and 5. Unified, turns out you're a solo artist here. Gonna dodge the Q, but there's nothing else he can really do about this one. The wave's gonna crash in towards the base, and it might be enough time to end the game.
Yeah, I think they've got time here. 40 seconds on Bay and Hanabi. That's a long time, and Vulcan here trying to stop the recall out of the base. If he spots him here, it is absolutely all over, and they find him.
They find him. They're gonna get the kill. A kick into the base. Here, you're home. No, it's our home. You're gonna drop for this one. There's the final kill, the final nail in the coffin. 3-6. And EG are going to walk over PSG Talon. They do not go Nexus turrets, though. They say time is not enough. Double inhibitor and a reset looking at Baron is the play. They will not end just yet.
Yeah, not wanting to risk any sort of a throw at the Nexus here as the respawns are coming through. Will Danny get spotted here? Stop that reset. No, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. They are already over towards the Baron, and they have a minute 30 here on the Elder, so they can use that to clean this one out. More items coming through now for EG. Jojo just playing guard duty. Oh, he's gone!
Woo! You know, I think this is a good time for a segue. Grab your exclusive surprise Prime Gaming emote for when you jump over a wall and, hey, blow someone up out of nowhere. Well done, Jojo Pyun. I think in my mind I saw that emote over his head, so well
19
done.
stacks on the Magi's now. Playing with that confidence that you love to see. EG, very dominant here against PSG. A 28-minute win as well against, Saigon Buffalo. So clearly looking as though they are that step above the other teams, on the kind of bottom half here at MSI. And it remains to be seen if they can really step up and take that fight to RNG, T1, G2, who have been the big dogs. But this is a very important win for EG. They can be really happy about how they've played in this game.
Yep. And so securely looking like the number 4 team, although we'll see if they can punch above their weight in future games in the Rumble stage. But PSG never really threatened them. Unless you think their scaling was far better, it was never about to be an EG loss. Looking now at the final bits of this game, 34-30 on the clock. Looking a little bit more. Nice Meganar. Hanabi going to try his best, but against the Baron, it's not going to happen. There's another kill on the board. Impact gets his 4th right now as he got 6 for the Wonder Twins here. Jojo Pyun and Danny both killing a dozen between them. And now we get the Nexus for itself. Impact is going to go for the swag stopwatch.
Strike pose.
Ult is available. Nexus will fall. Evil Geniuses rise to 2-2.
Nicely done by EG. Really important win for them, for their hopes at making the knockout stage here. Moving to 2-2. Sitting alone in 4th place, they're going to be right now. Of course, there are some more games to play. We can see what does shift around, but of course, the favorites to maintain their position there. And it's an important game, I think, from Jojo. Again, I think he's been turning in some really strong games. 3 games in a row now. I think he's performed pretty well. The Rise, the TF game previous to that as well. I think we're all good. And it's really nice to see him picking up some steam. This one still seemed a little bit hesitant there from Danny, I think, at times, but it was a solid game. He got that goal lead, was a big contributor in team fights, only having that 1 death, a really good engage from Kaiwing and follow-up from Hanabi. But really, EG were cruising in this one. Looking very, very good.
Well, beautifully done. So a good win for EG. Now, as we head to the break, be sure to listen to Zeri, the Spark of Zon, on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can find that song and more on the Spotify League of Legends Hub.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for relief. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on until the dawn. The darkness falls, and I lose control. A ballad in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? Coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. I'll catch the eyes as they touch until the dawn. The darkness falls, lose control. A ballad in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? Coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? A ballad in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? Coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this? Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Hello and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. My name is Dagda and I'm going to be joined by Ox to break down PSG Talon versus Evil Geniuses. But just before we get into the nitty gritty, this was a game that had major implications for two of these teams that are battling off for the semi-finals. So I just want to toss it over very quickly, Ox, to the standings where you can see EG now sitting 2-2, just nestled in nicely below T1.
I mean, they'd be happy just to close it out here and have that fourth place spot. I feel like the PSG, this was a really instrumental match. They're now 1-3. They know they have to beat EG next round if they want to try and match their head-to-head. So really instrumental victory there for EG.
Yeah, and we can kind of see for Evil Geniuses as well that they got off to a pretty good start at the early stages of this game, right? We saw them try and go for these dives that didn't quite work out for them, but when we started to get into those skirmishes and those team fights, that's really where Evil Geniuses were able to take over.
Yeah, and I feel like Kaiwing had a pretty good game on the Rakan, but like that first pick, Blind Ezreal, I mean, I am so tired of Blind Ezreal. It keeps getting matched by Kai'Sa. We saw G2 do it to fantastic effect against RNG. And then PSG blind first pick it. It gets matched by Kai'Sa. You're outmatched in lane. You get outscaled. And it felt like EG could take that one so slow, confident they'd win no matter what.
Yeah, and it felt like they definitely came in with a game plan from Evil Genius as well. You could kind of see them tossing the Ahri back and forth going, no, trust me, you take it. You guys take it. That's where we're going to see. But Jojo Pyun actually had to come out on top with that LeBlanc, and it looked immaculate in those fights. But there is such a huge match coming up. We're going to loop back to this game during MSI cooldown following our last match of the day. Until then, the history behind our featured match presented by Mercedes-Benz, we're going to shoot it over to Quickshot to take us into that game.
RNG and T1. Two organizations that have shaped professional League of Legends since their inauguration. Two of the most dominant teams we have ever seen in esports. They are flagships for their regions, and after today, they're the most played matchup on the international stage. Coincidentally, tying G2 and T1's record at 20 international matches apiece. But to understand this rivalry, I wanted to reminisce and remind everybody where it all began. So that will take us to the 2013 World Championships. Royal Club's superstar bot laner Uzi blasted onto the international stage, along with this mid lane phenom Faker for SKT. The two teams would meet in the final, and Uzi and crew were combating and hoping to compete for that championship title, but ultimately would get swept 3-0. The phenomenal new mid lane Faker would later go on to be called the unkillable Demon King. But something that nobody appreciated quite as much at the time was just how synonymous T1 and RNG would grow to be. In order to understand the rivalry, we need to fast forward to 2016, where it all truly began. Because T1 became RNG's #1 nemesis on the international stage. They had back-to-back best-of-5 series, the MSI semifinals and the World's quarterfinals. And it was the first time that we got to see Faker and Xiaohu throw down in the mid lane. It would not be the last time. T1 would of course go on to win both MSI and Worlds that year. And that means they beat RNG. And also in 2017, they defeated RNG again in a best-of-5, this time at the World Semifinals on RNG's home turf, with Faker playing Galio in all 5 games. The memories or the nightmares of the fans definitely haunt RNG, and Xiaohu in particular, to this day. And it may have been the fuel to drive RNG. Because for those counting, 2016 and 17 heavily favored T1 over RNG in every single time they faced off. But towards the end of 2017, the T1 dynasty that had dominated the international stage began to falter. And with a vacuum for power at the top, it was ripe for the taking for RNG. So in 2018, RNG began laying the road for a golden road. They picked up back-to-back LPL titles. They won the MSI Championship, and they took over the torch from T1 to be the most feared, most expected to win, most dominant team to enter the World Championships. There was a gigantic shock, however, as RNG lost to G2 Esports in the quarterfinals. And despite their Worlds run ending early, 2018 was a clear shift where RNG was successful, stronger, and better than T1. But it is very hard staying on top. And in 2019, T1 and RNG once again clashed. This time was different, however. It was in the group stage, no best-of-5s. T1 eliminated RNG from groups. This was also the last time we saw Uzi playing under the RNG banner on an international stage. And it was at this time that fans started to question, without Uzi, would RNG be able to compete? Would they be able to come back? The answer is yes, because in 2021, with Xiaohu role swapping to the top lane, RNG won MSI. They were able to claim Kings of the World, and it was done by picking up new players and new talent. You see, what's crucial to remember around this time, RNG and T1 were developing their rosters, looking for new players like Wei, Gala, Keria, Gumayushi. For T1 in particular, they needed to climb back up to the top, as many LCK teams around them had overtaken T1. This rivalry began in 2016, but since then, we haven't seen these teams face off at their peak. Now they are both domestic champions. RNG made it through the grueling LPL lower bracket. T1 went undefeated through LCK. In this renaissance and return to glory, we might see a rebirth of this old rivalry. Both teams in form at the same time, competing for one title. They've both lifted 2 MSI trophies in the past, and tonight they face off in the tournament where their rivalry all began in 2016. This is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. T1 and RNG. two of the most storied organizations in League of Legends. The only teams to have won MSI twice.
SK Telecom continue to rule the world! RNG, take down the world champ!
Uzi, MLXG, Ming, Xiaohu, Faker, Bang, Bengi, Wolf. These teams have stood the test of time, and now they're on the hunt for their third MSI title.
Third Dragon available here for RNG. Jojo again in trouble. He's going to go down to Gala, and now Gala's going to keep on going. Bing with the wraparound, but KI over the top. It's the double, it's a triple, it's the pentakill for Gala!
In the past, the LCK has dominated the League esports scene, but they have been quickly overtaken by the number of talented players within the LPL. Now, with the second coming of Faker, it seems like the perfect time for T1 to assert their dominance over the East once again.
So now he's trying to protect his mid laner, but the last breath comes in. The ultimate's there from Zeus as well. No one's died just yet. Faker is going to be able to take down Targamas, but then immediately 3 kills. And now Owner is trying to chase this one out. Caps is in trouble. The heartbreak comes on through, and the resets are coming in. Can he find the next one? Yes, he can.
This is the most played matchup on the international stage, and right now the score is 15-5 in favor of the LCK champions. However, RNG have a title to defend and are determined to show that the LPL should still be considered the best league in the world. In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we get to see what could possibly be a preview of the finals. Now, you could argue that was a little indulgent, but I would say that these two teams deserve it. They both won MSI twice. These teams have faced each other on the international stage so many times. 20 games played since 2016, and ultimately, T1 has pretty consistently been RNG's kryptonite. But things feel different now. They're both back at MSI for the first time since 2016, but the pressure is going to be on RNG to surprise, to bite back against T1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the G2 games yesterday kind of upset how the situation we expected to come in today, but people have looked at T1 as the favorites for this tournament. They've looked at RNG having to upset them to be able to claim the title, and I feel like that still stands.
Yeah, I think there's a lot here to kind of like dissect, right? You've got like the mid lane matchup, Xiaohu versus Faker. Like, you've also got like the way that these two teams play, like, because you look at like the early dominance from T1 versus the mid-game dominance from RNG. It just seems like it's such a important and crucial matchup to try and see how stylistically these two teams are going to face off.
We do have a couple of numbers actually to highlight that. The goal difference at 14 minutes. And I think it's very important to remember and to understand that much different to years gone by, this T1 is very aggressive, very active early, very in your face, kind of counterintuitive to the old man Trevor LCK style. And similarly, RNG, they're not the super explosive early game team. I mean, look at the goal differences. 2,000 in the early game, 3,500. And these both teams have been stomping all throughout MSI.
Honestly, stylistically, it nearly feels like the regions should be swapped, right? Because you look at T1 and they are this dominant early game team where they can make some fumbles in the mid game. They're not entirely sure how they want to try and set up for neutrals at times. And it feels like they kind of rely on getting these early leads, which then they can use to just smack people about in the mid game. Whereas when you look across at RNG, it feels a lot more calculated, like play towards neutrals, set up Gala for success in the bot lane, and then try and take over in the mid game through smart map play.
Now, Orgs, I want to put you on the spot a little bit, because when we prepared all of this content and we're starting to plan ahead, I don't know how many people expected RNG and T1 to have dropped games to G2, right? So that aside, you and I have explicitly discussed a lot of Wei and Bin over the course of the last 2 weeks. So where do you stand on how they're going to match up against Zeus and Ona?
I think, honestly, I think Bin, if he has the right conditions, can be really successful. It's Wei as well. He's had fantastic Viego games, even domestically, but there's some picks he hasn't been settled on. I think the biggest inconsistency with this lineup is the top and jungle. If they have a good game, have a good tournament, I 100% think that this team can come out on top, but it really comes down to the execution. Honestly, the draft as well. I feel like G2 have had such a better read on the meta. T1 and RNG are playing catch-up, but there's so many times I'm like questioning, why are RNG still picking up the volley bear for Wei when they did it earlier in groups? The blind Ezreal has been punished time and time again. I'm losing my mind.
Let's see what happens. You've heard enough from us. Let's head things back over to Freak and Azael.
Thank you very much. I am so excited for this match. People came in, thought this is the fight for #1. And it still could be. Of course, these teams can catch G2. That rematch is coming in a couple of days. But, I mean, this is a really, really big deal. The fight for the top seed often comes from winning here and then making that run.
Exactly. It's so important to actually get first seed because that fourth team is looking much weaker than the top three. You know, both these teams already dropped their game to G2. If you lose here again, you're 2 games behind the pace. You really do need the win here. Then you try to take down G2 in the second round robin. You hope that's enough to slingshot you into first place.
Yeah.
These two teams, so much history as Quickshot really did cover in depth. It's so interesting because they have played against each other so many times across so many different versions of the teams. But you see these players, you know, the mid laners who have been there for so long. You know, 15-5 T1 versus RNG. I believe it was 12-5. You know, against Faker versus Xiaohu. You know, these two players have been there for almost all of it. You know, and it's just been incredible. You know, Faker, of course, pretty much the undisputed greatest player of all time in League of Legends, and Xiaohu has been kind of making a case for himself to really be in that discussion. He's won international titles in 2 roles. He has been incredibly dominant regionally for so many years. It has just been so impressive to watch him play and to watch both of these extreme veterans play, you know, with a cast of much younger players around them.
Yeah, and it really is incredible because, yeah, here at MSI, the average age of players is 20.8. The average age is under 21. And you've got 2 of the oldest players in the tournament here, right? Faker, who's been on T1, this is his 10th year. His 10th year on the team. He's got 10 LCK titles, counting champions, 2 MSIs, 3 worlds.
Take notes.
That is a giant trophy case. He's still not done. And Xiaohu's been on his team for 7 years.
He's also the unkillable Demon King. It's pretty hard to have a cooler nickname.
It's hard to do that. Yeah.
I don't know if you could top it.
Uzi was the puppy. Right? There's a difference in caliber for that one, right? Raise the puppy, unkillable Demon King. I'd take the other one, you know? Like that's my proclivity there.
The unkillable Demon King has been winning out most of the time when these teams have been facing off. Going to be a really interesting one. And despite all the history, you know, being around Faker, of course, it has been more for T1 about the cast surrounding him, about these young guns. Owner, Zeus, Guiyushi, Keria, all incredible in their own right. I think a lot of people, you know, as the guys on the desk we're talking about, are looking at Zeus and Owner as potentially the big difference here in this matchup. Bin and Wei are more hit or miss. You know, they have their absolutely incredible games, but they like to play very, very aggressive, and when that goes bad, they can have some rough ones as well. Zeus and Owner have been more consistent. You know, the question really is, you know, are they facing the same level of competition? That's where a lot of people will start to argue. Is the LPL a deeper roster of teams? Is T1 having an easier schedule? These types of arguments is where you start to really get into, and you don't get to really find out until the teams actually face off, and we're finally getting to see that after so much debate about these two teams from fans, from pundits, from critics. It's going to be so exciting.
And then we get to see it again in a couple of days. Then, hey, if G2 has their way, we'll see it again in the semifinals for a best of 5. And G2 just gets kind of ride their way to the finals, and we'll see what happens there. Or, right, someone steps up, right? Xiaohu's like, enough of this. We're going for title number 3. Claps T1, revenge on G2, takes the tiebreak, takes first seed, you know, makes that run, who knows, but certainly it's right now, either of these teams, they both have control of destiny, they both have control of destiny to take first seed, to take the tournament by storm. Ahri gonna be first picked, locked in for Xiaohu.
Yeah, Ahri left up there. Really interested to see if it is going to be the Vex answer here for Faker. That has been kind of the most common answer when it is not a trade of OPs. And this is a little bit of an interesting draft because generally when we're seeing Ahri go through, you know, teams will say, okay, it's fine to let Ahri through, but you trade it for LeBlanc or Wukong. Those are the 3, or even Lucian, but Lucian just never gets through, to be honest. But kind of the 3 that are most people focusing on. Ezreal has been really, really high prio. I know a lot of people have not been a fan of it, but I think teams are just still loving what it allows you to do, that it allows you to focus on the other lanes, that allows you to move around, you know, really play potentially more towards mid lane, play with your jungler, try to enable them. There is the other side of that too, where it still could be, you know, Ezreal Karma. We haven't been seeing that really at all. It has always been Karma getting banned in the second round and not picked in the first round, and then people going towards Engage. You know, most teams are just more comfortable playing with a tank support, utilizing that to play around Vision to be the one starting the fights. Kai'Sa, Nautilus. This is like the RNG special, man. You flash back a couple of years, they were playing this every single game. They have been, you know, one of the teams that really kind of, I think, defined that playstyle, that really dive-heavy, aggressive stuff. So it'll be interesting to see if they are going to pair, you know, their kind of early dive with potentially a very aggressive top side of the map, Bin and Wei, that would fit their playstyle. Since out, a little bit of a left turn here has not been nearly as popular at MSI.
His first of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Has barely been getting played, to be honest, at all.
Yeah, I want to say we're at around like 5 games. Like, I remember seeing him, but like I
3
guess
games
he's like
so far at MSI.
Okay, so this is number 4. Yeah.
It's been mostly just Viego, Graves. Viego had been more kind of in the group stage, but like Graves, Lee Sin, Wukong, those types of picks, and then it just kind of falls off a cliff, right? And Xin coming in here, will be interesting. Very strong early skirmishing. Can play heavily towards the top side. Ban out a couple of these jungle picks here from Wei. Potentially get an advantageous 2v2. Faker, of course, going to be playing the Zoe. Pairs well with the Ezreal. I think really sets you up very well for a strong poke comp. Regardless of what you want to play on the top side, there is potential to pair that with something like a Jace if you really want to go all in on poke. But I don't think you need to whatsoever.
Well, Ban's still coming through, getting rid of the counter engage, the disengage, the safety. Braum off the table. We are still seeing that Viego off that one. And yeah, I mean, Wei, if you can let him play Volibear or maybe Nautilus where he misses half his ultimates, that's a decent way to look for it. But yeah, Viego has been what he's looked the best on. Lee Sin is still up. I think that's always felt like a trademark pick for him to me.
Yeah.
Second ban to come through, and yeah, there it is.
Yeah, makes sense. A lot of jungle bans in this one. Nocturne, Wukong, Viego, Lee Sin. They first round their jungler. Graves is banned out on the other side. So you are pushing Wei, quite a ways down in the priority list.
Wei has 6 champions played at MSI. Every single one's been denied for him now.
Yep. And it'll be really interesting. Maybe they're going to get the Volibear, which the LPL casters just absolutely hate.
Yeah.
And are always flaming his Volibear. Jack's getting banned out here. Feels like you want to go towards Gwen, potentially, for Bin. That is kind of one of the answers that people will bring out. Vi, as you say, did get brought out earlier. We have seen a number of different junglers, of course, splashed in. Owner played Vi, Owner played Kindred, but, not necessarily expecting that. Leona,
not a surprise.
Makes sense. I mean, it's Leona and Nautilus when they're up. Like, they're the 2 engage supports that basically everyone goes to. They don't really move past that unless something has been taken away. Of course, you want last pick here for Zeus. Volibear is kind of a bit of a meme just because all the LPL casters are just constantly complaining about, Wei's Volibear, how it should be on the ban list. He's not allowed to play it. But I think we are probably going to get it given there's so many jungle bans. And it is a strong early skirmishing jungler here. You do have the ability to take a lot of these fights, take a lot of these 2v2s. I think it's just going to be Gwen and Volibear. Potentially. Oh, okay. So it's actually Camille. So this makes sense as well with the Jax ban. Jax obviously a really strong answer into the Camille. Bin, I think, has been excellent on the Camille. Is one of the champions that he's really strong on. He is that aggressive player. You can kind of facilitate the team, start up these engages. You have a really good gank setup, both with the hookshot and post level 6 for the Volibear. Lock them down in the Hex Deck ultimatum. Really easy to hit the volley E. And it is, in fact, going to be Gwen on the other side. So Gwen will not fall through. It has been enormously popular throughout MSI. This is by far the most picked top laner. 21 picks for Gwen coming into today. This may be not updated for all the games. Next most played, 7 games of Ornn, 7 games of GP. So pretty much any time this champion is available, it is getting picked.
4x.
And people are basically not thinking it's strong enough to ban. But I mean, Gwen is just an all-around incredibly strong champion. You can play side lanes. You can win early if you play it well. You can team fight. You can split push. You can kind of do it all. Camille, I think, similar in that way, that you can play both sides or group and actually look for the engage. So top lane could be pretty volatile, because if you can put one of these guys behind here, there's a lot of power in the 2v2, top and jungle. Put one behind, they can have first move, they can look to play for objectives, as that's really kind of RNG's game. They want to play for objectives. They like to play more slowly than T1.
Sure. But I will say, if they want to play for top side, both Camille and Volibear, none of their kit gets immune by Gwen W. All of its melee range, everything that matters, is going to be right on top of you, so almost impossible to disjoint that from her W. So the Volibear and Camille could go and try to pick up kills over there. They clearly were comfortable letting the Gwen up. Again, those champions are going to feel pretty good about that one, so we'll see what that looks like here as we get ready for our 5th game of the day. Royal Never Give Up versus T1. 15-5 historically in Faker's team's favor, individually against Xiaohu. 12-5, still massive there as we get ourselves into the game. 2-1 for both of these teams. To win means to retain control of your destiny, that you could match G2, tie-break them, and take first seed at the end. To lose means you need help, or you're getting a harder semifinal.
it's a lot on the line here, you know, for these teams. Especially, I feel like T1. A lot of people were looking at them as the favorite, you know, undefeated season in the LCK. An enormous amount of pressure on the organization to have success, on the players to really have that success. And if they were to fall here to RNG, to lose both to RNG and to G2 in that first round robin, I think would be a shock to LCK fans and T1s.
I mean, totally agree. I think so many people coming in, T1 was the favorite. This is the one you're like, okay. It just
basically had to be by default.
Yeah, and if you're an LCK homer, you're still saying it's T1 every game. And I don't think that's even unreasonable. They were doing so well against G2, but you know, they just like hadn't lost a match all year. And it's like, well, this is the best team in the world. Like, ready to go. It's Faker going for his 6th international trophy. Like, of course it's going to be. But G2 rocked them. Hey, well done to them. And now the battle against RNG is going to be a tight one.
And it's really interesting because, you know, these teams, you know, they touched on the desk, of course, but they kind of flip the script of what you expect out of their region, right? You know, T1 is much more lane dominant, much more like early game focus, run over you, just better hands, you know, better laning, you know, better mechanics. Have been incredibly impressive with that. And in the past, it was always, you know, T1 playing this slow, methodical, macro style game, which we kind of associate with the LCK. But it's really RNG that have been doing that. You know, you look towards them in their regional play, heavily prioritizing objectives. They want to play slow. They want to have that slow burn, you know, up towards a potential soul. Early ignite even here from Faker, just trying to play for the advantage, but Xiaohu gets much better of that because he actually has an extra potion charge, didn't use a summoner, and they're even on health here. So Faker's going to need to get the shove in now, chug those potions, get in the push, and probably try to go for an early reset because that is not the best position for him.
Instant biscuit for Xiaohu for pretty obvious reasons. Missing health, heal, and he's low. So gets that one. Level 2 is in. Obviously, a lot of the reasons you will go for those early trades is to try to get the extra damage across and, you know, knock him down while he's regenning. You know, cut his healing by half while it's going on, but get the wave pushed in. 10-7 in CS so far.
The Raptor ward, pretty much 100% of the time, Faker uses his first ward on the Raptors pit. That is one of his patterns that he's always going to go for. You know, not uncommon with mid laners, but of course some do vary where they place that a little bit more. Did get eyes on Wei, so we know he's going to be clearing bot towards top. Knows exactly how many camps he had done. Very likely expecting that full camp clear, but he could skip camps, and Zeus is going to try to get this wave trimmed a little bit here. We'll see if he wants to try to go for a bounce. I mean, it's pushing towards him, so he doesn't have to play aggressive and try to reset that, because it can be dangerous if you try to go for the full shove, and Bing contributed enough to keep it near his tower with Volibear on top side. That's always a little bit of a dicey situation, so I think it makes more sense to just kind of trim the wave and allow it to push to you, so you can't get dove.
There's a smite on the ground, but we really can't get to it right now, Faker, so would love to blue smite, get a little bit of damage, have the W pop up, but maybe not going to be much there. Wei going to finish his camps towards top side, 6 camps into the scuttle, and now with that ward dropped off, Zeus needs to make sure that he can be safe. The wave will not you know, be stuck in front of the turret, and with Bin showing himself, just clearing it away. Okay, I'm not getting ganked. Volibear can't 1v1 me. So not with Owner nearby.
Yep, Owner's just going to come into the lane here. We'll see if they want to try to go for any sort of a lane gank. I mean, Zeus is spotted. Owner is not. He's not going for the early reset, so it feels like they are trying to go for a little bit of a play. Bin goes in.
For the stun, wants to bait him in farther, but he's not going to go for any more damage. Just the auto attack. I think hit Q1. Didn't want to wait for Q2. Doesn't know if Sinjao is around.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the Owner just didn't instantly go. I think if you just W there right away, you get the flash for sure.
You flash E, right? Or you can maybe W and chase as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you flash for flash at worst if you go for the guarantee.
Oh, now he's
waits long enough, gets the flash out, but that just short of the W, so nothing else to do.
Yep, that's kind of what I thought was going to happen last time, to be honest, though. I think Owner was maybe not quite ready for it, or thought he was going to commit more heavily and maybe not even have to commit the W, but I mean, if you tag him with the W, guaranteed he's going to flash, and there, Bin, of course, reactively does have a flash away, but it means Owner spent more time up towards that top side, so even though they had push on bot, it is a double scuttle here for Volibear.
And a stolen camp if he wants it. Like, he knows the Sinjao recall timing.
That's risky, though.
Smite's down, yeah.
That's really risky. But they're actually... Oh, my God.
Oh, he's flashing for the gank. I love it! What an absolutely amazing play, but will it matter? Anchor's going to find Leona. Carry should. He's going to flash in a straight line away towards his team. That is
Wei personified. That is an LPL jungler, if I've ever seen one. What's your ganking path? Well, you wrap around behind the tower, then you flash the wall, and you run at him. T1, though, handled that very well. It does cost carry his flash and the heal off Gumayushi. Of course, Ming used double sums, and there's the flash off of Wei. So I think T1 going to be pretty happy about the exchange there. A positive 2 summoners there.
Yeah. Feels pretty good.
W.
Nice recall stop. So 34-38 in CS with an equal amount to farm, basically. Zeus obviously does want to get his recall at some point. Shouldn't be too close to dying. No backflip Q, so going to be just fine down there, and still has a couple of spells left.
You got to be careful as Bin, though. When you're getting this low and you're playing against an Ignite top laner, like, that's a Q and an Ignite. He's paying respect to the fact that, you know, potentially there is someone up there. I don't think they've had eyes on Nautilus for a bit. When Nautilus shows, I think Zeus is going to probably cancel his recall, but may just want to play it safe, TP back. Yeah, he cancels the recall. They see Nautilus. Pretty smart stuff from him, just paying respect to the fact that there could be a roam, but as soon as there's not, you're really not that much in danger because the Camille is very low on health and you have Ignite. It is going to have to be Bin playing it pretty safe, and especially if Zeus gets the 6, this could be bad. He gets 6 now.
Oh, on the top side, Ignite is on. Ult's going to land as well. Last shot's going to land, and Bin takes a fight. He cannot win.
I mean, Bin is kind of trolling on that one. I'm going to be honest with you. Staying around that long, you know, maybe was not counting minions, not realizing how quick Zeus was going to get 6, but taking a low HP fight against an Ignite top laner when you are down a summoner is so incredibly dangerous there, and he gets punished very, very hard. Sure, if you win it, it's going to be great, but the chances of you winning that fight are incredibly low, and as soon as Zeus hit 6, there was no way he was going to survive, and now you're down a flash already from the previous gank, and Zeus is going to be way ahead on this one. Gets Leeching Leer, Cloth Armor, and Boots on the first base. That is really, really nice, because as soon as Gwen hits Riftmaker, as soon as you complete your Mythic, like, you're a brand new champion. You're just massively ahead.
Alrighty, well, top's going to go over to Owner and T1, feeling good on a full 1,000 gold lead, though they are down a Drake. Still feels pretty good overall. Top lane is still scuffling back and forth. Owner waiting around, find the stun. W not going to be in range, though.
I mean, if he pushes up, if he dies here, it's going to be so tough. Like, that is pretty much lights out for the 1v1. And I think
gets the slow, gets the jump. Not an easy way out. Knockup's going to land. To have rest the damage. Ulti, snip, down he goes. 2-0 top side for T1.
Evan not playing with respect to the jungler there. Owner, a great gank, hits the W over the wall there. Both kills to go to Zeus. Zeus will get at least 1 play, could stay for 2 if he wants and still get the reset, because Bin has no TP. When you die with a pushing wave, no teleport as a top laner, it is so tough to come back from. So now pressure is on the other side of the map. Gonna have to do some heavy lifting in this one, because it's hard to imagine a world in which Bin is gonna be competitive with Zeus in the side lane. All of a sudden you're looking towards, all right, I gotta get out of lane, gotta have some sort of a gank, but then you're scared about 2v2, gotta have some sort of a roam play, you know, try to get something done elsewhere, or hope that Gala and Xiaohu can carry.
As the waves get pushed in, right, 2-wave lead, 2-plate lead, looks really good. Keep in mind, featured matchup set up by Mercedes-Benz is Xiaohu versus Faker, 12-5 all-time in Faker's favor.
And you can see Gala cheating towards mid. They were trying to look for a potential play there onto Faker. They're starting up Herald, so he moves towards mid, will cover the wave. RNG will send the extra man up here. Of course, Gumayusi's on the recall and has no ult, so it's truly not him able to join whatsoever. I'm kind of surprised T1 are fighting this at all.
On the Owner, their ulti down, and Flash gets him nowhere. 1 for nothing, and Zeus have a hard time out as well. Again, the melee champions do not care that Gwen's immune to ranged ones. Bin will just survive a shutdown to Xiaohu. 2-0 to RNG with a Herald to claim as well.
I cannot believe that T1 took that fight. Straight up, Gumayusi's in base. You know it's a 4v5. And they still just kind of walk straight in. Owner doesn't even have his ulti, and they're still looking to contest here. He steals it with his Q.
That's pretty great, but it's going to trade a kill back. Carrier wants it. He got the eye. He got the eye. So, yeah, I mean, it is a 600 gold steal, basically, right? 100. Okay, well, actually, 800 gold steal. They don't get 100 for the kill. You get 100 for the kill. They don't get 300 gold for the plates. You get 200 gold for the plates. Yep. So death for Herald Steal is actually worth, especially if you turn it into a full turret later on. That's map control. So, I mean, well done to T1, and goodbye Carrier to dive in and get it.
Yeah, Carrier able to kind of give up his life and get it. We'll have to see, you know, this initial play, I'm just really surprised. I mean, Faker is charmed. Owner just goes in straight up. Gala is around. Look at where your Ezreal is. I mean, Ezreal is in base. Yeah. Ezreal is way over here on the mini-map, you know, not even close, not even having the ultimate available. There's no shot that they were going to win this fight. It was a really ill-advised one to take from T1. They kind of let RNG back in the game with it, to be honest. But I think it's just a Q snipe. Didn't have smite. Yeah, Wade just straight up didn't have smite available. And no one is blocking the Ezreal Q. Someone should have been standing between Gumayusi and him. There's no way T1 can take the fight. As a result, they lose the Herald. Now they lose first turret. That's going to be more gold in the pocket of Zeus, who's already way ahead with the early 2 kills. Going to look to try to push this in and get a second charge as well. Owner and Carrier Here to escort it in.
Yeah, jumps in, gets the shield as well. Zane's going to take a lot of damage here, but he's baiting it for Owner. Ult back to safety. A flash for Bin to stay alive. Here comes the dive. Way's going to drop. It's going to be enough from the Ahri, though. Gets the pullback on the Q. Zay slow, doesn't find the charm. Able to walk away. A slow, a chase down, a flash means nothing. As Xiaohu just delivers himself on a silver platter. Owner now stuck in the wrong spot as well. Bin finds one. Here comes Ming. Double knockup. Double kill for Nautilus. Wants to save the kill for someone else, but still claims one. Now be careful as Bin's going to be ignited. He's burning. Will he drop? Yes, indeed. Faker kills him under his own tower.
It's a bloodbath. 11 kills in 11 minutes here. Woo! RNG and T1 scrapping it out in a messy one here. They are going full in on their aggression. Meanwhile, bot lane, 2 Marksman is saying, all right, guys, I'm farming. It's going great.
Yep. Pushing the minions.
All right, Riftmaker, your fun is over for Bin, if he was even having any already. Did at least get a kill back on that dive. We can watch this one more time. T1 obviously have the extra members up towards top side, but you see the move here coming in from RNG on the minimap, moving up across the map there, trying to come in for the assistant. Xiaohu goes deep to try to get the kill, but because he doesn't get the kill on Zeus, he doesn't get the ulti reset and he can't get out. The late flash, he goes down anyway. Owner taking the tower aggro there. Bin with the Q2 is able to actually pick this up. And then T1, Owner and Carrier realize they are dead, so they're just running away from Bin, trying to give the kills to Ming. Double kill goes to Nautilus, but they keep it out of the hands of the Camille, who Faker is able to pick up. So all things considered, still very good for T1. Really, really scrappy game. But T1 grab a dragon, so they're really kind of ahead in all metrics at this point. Up in gold, even out on those dragons, so RNG doesn't really have that potential soul win condition. We'll see if they can get anything done in the side lane, but that is going to be really tough because Zeus is so threatening now, especially once his Ignite is back up, there's a lot of kill threat on the Bin.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm looking forward to that one because it's been a spicy top lane, right? And as much as people are like, well, we can leave Gwen up, maybe we can't. There's counter, but there's not. I mean, Ahri's been in that kind of boat as well, right? These S-tier solo laners that teams are willing to leave up and, often enough and look for counters. Zoe Ahri is our 3rd time seeing it. I think Zoe's won everyone that I've cast, everyone that I've seen. So looking pretty good so far. Again, T1 are winning right now.
Faker's played it twice already. This is his 3rd, and Faker wins a lot of games.
He does win a lot of games. Yeah. Not against you two, but doing pretty well against RNG at least. Nice stun from Wei. Looking for a little bit more from Carrier. True shot Barrage gonna land only 1, but will it be a kill? Wei low, flash 4, gets a kill. Gamushi on the board now. As we look for Xiaohu getting his root in place and running away. T1 a 1 for 0.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big one because they can push in mid here, potentially farm some plates up as well. Up towards the top side, you can see the top laners are scrapping it up, but T1 just want to play for this, get those plates into Gumiushi's pocket. Is he the only one in range, or is it split? Nope, solo gold there for Gumiushi, so well played. Owner and Carrier knowing the range there, back up out of it. So all that gold going to go into his pocket. And Faker down on the bot side, a couple of easy plates for T1 to grab. Another kill's worth of gold going their way right before this does fall down. And RNG now using the Hex Gates here. He's going to get spotted, though, on these wards. We'll see if T1 do make the collapse. I mean, Faker has the stolen flash, but it's a lot of people coming here for the wraparound, and they're going to commit to it.
Turns off the tower, so goes in for Gala, cleanses away everything, and it's going to be nothing at all. Gala nearly solo kills, cleanses the Ignite as well as the Sleep. ISO Q looks good. Obviously had to try for it because of Volibear.
Yep, nice aggressive move there. Yeah, there's no chance for Faker to retreat, as you say. Multiple people wrapping around behind him. T1 making the cross-map play, though. Carrier up towards top lane, playing with Zeus. Xiaohu now looking.
Root into Charm, guarantees it, nicely done, but he's out of cooldowns. Ult into W, second auto. Makes it happen, barely enough damage, knows the limit, and gets the kill.
Really well played there by Xiaohu. Most wealthy player in the game now, actually ahead of Zeus. Has picked up a lot of kills in this and been involved in pretty much everything. 7 of 8 KP. For the RNG mid laner, needed to land the entire combo to actually be able to take down Gumiushi, was able to do it. It doesn't even cost him a summoner, so really going to be feeling good about that one. Giving RNG some hope back, a couple of picks for them. Does help to even the gold out.
Yeah, remains 1,500, which, not massive, right? I think if it's less than 10% of the gold on any given team, that feels like very much within reach. When it's above 10%, I'm like, ooh, you're really getting kind of clapped here. So certainly T1 are winning. They're looking good, but if you're RNG, you should feel okay. I mean, scoreboard's 8-6 in your favor. You'll get turrets eventually.
And I will say that RNG, despite the fact that they're going up against a Pocomp, they have heavy engage. They have ways to start fights, right? And if you do misposition as T1, and that is, of course, a big if, You can lock down and knock down the Ezreal as well as the Zoe. You have the engage from Camille, the follow-up, of course, from Ming, from Wei. Gala can fly in off the top of that. Xiaohu can fly in off the top of that, so they got a lot of dive to be ready for this. But RNG ready for the scrap here around Herald once more. T1.
In the carry, a big damage. True Shot's going to, of course, just easily go through the W. Takes the backflip, takes the kill. Nice hit on owner spots one, but a really good engage. Bin just gets a pick.
This is kind of a bad habit that we saw a lot from Summer last year, for T1. When you think back to going into Worlds, this is something they did, not at Worlds, but in the LCK Summer season last year, where they would basically just fight Herald no matter what. If they have the setup, if they have the comp, if they have, the vision, they're going to fight it no matter what. And they're kind of doing this weird half contest, right? There's no need for carry to even be in the area. Zeus is pushing bot lane, is going to take the tower for free, is going to deny these minions. That is your trade. But T1 kind of show up with the half contest. Same thing they did at the first Herald as well. Ezreal's not there, but they just wander over and give over a kill. RNG was going to get that anyway. Kind of worked out a little bit better for them in the first one because they got the Ezreal Q steal, but that's not something you should depend on.
Yeah.
And it is a clear hole in T1's gameplay.
So you stack up, play for topside, get yourself on a Herald and say, hey, all right, give me those 2 kills, 3 kills. Come on, can we get something? And it means the game remains relatively close. Still under 2,000, the difference. With a Herald charge, you should be adding 500 to your scoreboard for knocking down a turret at that point. Mid should be pretty much low enough to digest to the charge. Pretty close to that mark right now, so expecting that one. But third Dragon of the game is coming up. Split 1-1 right now. Who's going to get halfway to Soul is the question. Take a look for some poke. Doesn't quite find it. That sleep won't mean much here. Safety for me.
Yep, Gumayushi not in range, and Faker didn't have the RCD, so not going to be able to poke that whatsoever. They get the bot lane push, but RNG going for the mid push here, dropping Herald, trying to force T1 to defend this. They will be able to clear it out pretty quick, and the Herald shouldn't actually knock down the tower. But RNG get first move now into the river. They now have river control. We'll see if T1 is able to wrest it back from them. Faker going to be looking for poke here over the wall.
But it's T1. I mean, I think Scuttle is a part of that one where they know they at least have part of the river. Triple hit there. Nicely done for Gumayushi. And we get through the mid lane wave again. Now, again, if you don't actually play the wave very well, this is easily RNG's under 1,000 health in the turret. And they're going to push in pretty much all 5. And this is just a commitment. They will knock it down. And will it be enough now? A sleeping top laner. Is it going to matter, though? A ton of damage. And Bin just dies for free. Owner walks in, ulti's on. Blocks a lot of the damage. Being forced to run away. Anchors to the back. And we still got Zeus going for a little bit more, but not going to find the kill. 1 for nothing, trades back the tower, equal gold basically, and T1 by all rights owns the Dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be in the Dragon. It's going to be in the mid lane tier 1 as well, so T1 will come out ahead on this. Bin going in pretty far there, trying to look for a play. Is Faker flashing forward there, will be back towards the Dragon. They will be able to contest, not contest this one, unless Wei is going to look for a one-way trip. I mean, he does have vision on it. And he could theoretically flash in for it, but it would be very ill-advised, and now going to be spotted. Zeus is behind him, but Wei's looking for the play.
How much CC you got? No ulti, so can't do a ton. Couple of autos, couple of dashes. You got the rest coming around, and they're going to leave him away. Carrier might just die low on health, but will not drop. So down goes the Camille, who went for the play. Bin, I mean, basically dove a 1v4 and just TP's in for a second, well, 5th death.
Yeah, I mean, Bin dies, TP's back, and just immediately dies again. Having a really rough game, just kind of overestimating himself, I feel like, in a lot of these situations. I'm not sure if he thought that RNG were going to look for the collapse with him, but RNG were looking for the kill on Zeus, right? They weren't even moving to actually make that TP mean anything.
Yep.
So he is just way too far ahead of the play from the rest of the team. They cannot join. It's another free kill there for T1, but at the very least, RNG's kill on Zeus means they have pressure here. They will take down that bot tier 1. And the game is incredibly close. I mean, this has been a pretty sloppy one from both sides, but it is an incredibly close game.
And to your point a bit earlier, Raziel, like, these are players of habits, right? T1, for, I would say, most of this roster's history, has done a lot of, well, we'll just always contest Herald. Is it a mistake? Yeah, a lot of times it's a mistake. But, like, they're playing to the proclivities of T1. A lot of those contests on Herald, even though some of them are overstepping. Bin goes forward at all points in time. The man does not have a reverse button on his car. He is going in there, and sometimes
it's no brakes.
Exactly, and sometimes it's a 6-0 lane stop. Sometimes it's 2 and 5 TPing into a death. Like, this is what these players play like.
Yeah, I mean, you see the ping onto the ward. He's actually pinging it from the blue side, so they're going to TP in here. But you look on the other side, look at where RNG is heading. All 4 are heading for Zeus. No one is coming. No one is looking to back you up on this, so clearly, Bin is on his own on this play. He did ping it But whether there was, you know, a kind of misunderstanding or just wasn't heard in the comms or what, can't really say. But, you know, Bin on a one-way trip there does go down again. Is already quite a bit of gold down on Zeus. You know, has picked up a couple kills. The farm is relatively even, but you can see Zeus already tier 2 boots completed, has the Nashers, so building for that 1v1. A good 1,500 or so gold ahead. So looking good in that regard.
But just on his team as well, obviously 2 kills. And
look at Gala. And Gala is the wing condition really for RNG. When you look at, you know, both their back-to-back series against top, it felt like RNG would lose out early, and then they would just come alive in the team fights. Gala was an absolute monster. You know, the engages were always there from Ming. Sahu is just so incredibly consistent. I feel like he rarely has had a bad game for them this year. So T1 do have the lead, but RNG have won games from a lot worse positions than this against some very tough competition purely through the mechanical skill of Gala.
And T1 have lost for better position.
They're just starting the Baron.
All right, well, here we go. Going for it here. Faker going to take a little bit of damage there. Definitely spotted. It's known, but will it matter? Waze coming over. Has Smite, has Ult, has Flash. 5k health on Baron. Will they really flip this one? Wade needs to get in range. He can do so if needed. Carrier going to mark. Going to find the first stuns. They can get it, and it's claimed. Well done. The Flash came in time, but not the Smite. So Baron claimed, but a 1-for-0. It's a 5v4. RNG could fight. Zeus Buds a lot of time, and Ming just going to turn into gold like the stopwatch did before him. 300 extra on the board, and now here comes Gala. Wants that kill. Zeus going to drop. Then now Sahu waiting in the wings. Finds the pull back on the Q. Keeps sealing, keeps resetting. And now Gumayushi left alone. Dodges the charm, but it is a 4 versus 1. Baron, the last of your bloodline ends with Gumayushi. He's going to flash away.
No way out.
What are you getting out of that flash? What did you gain by burning a 5-minute cooldown? 5 deaths for T1. RNG win the fight.
Yeah, T1 get the Baron, but off of a complete flip there at the Baron. I mean, that was close to a steal. If RNG steal that and get the ace, like, that is game over. T1 taking an incredibly risky play here. They are able to lock way out of the pit long enough. You see on the right side of the screen, Carrier goes over, Q into ulti, keeps him out of the pit just long enough to be able to secure this. And then Gala, he's hunting for a way in. Ming's able to buy a lot of time here with the stopwatch. Eyes on Gala, top of the screen here. He's going to hit his W, and then as soon as the W goes right in, takes down Zeus, staying inside the Xin Zhao ultimate on the owner. Perfectly auto-spacing there, kiting back, knocking down multiple members. That is the danger of this player. And then Gumayushi, flash for really not much of anything here. Lives a couple seconds longer, but is down the flash. You know, not having the tournament that he has wanted thus far has been incredible for T1 locally, but he had his interview, you know, after the G2 loss, talking about how he was, you know, disappointed in his performance against G2.
Yep.
And now here, you know, not performing up to the expectations thus far. RNG way up in kills, but the game still very, very close to even here. T1 do have a dragon advantage, and this could be their sole point if they can grab it.
Looking for it now. Will it happen? Their third dragon, as you mentioned. And RNG going to be in the river. Gold still very close. T1, in fact, are ahead because, I mean, Baron's worth 3 kills worth of kills and assists. So it is a lot of money there on the pockets, though the buff is gone. Not with the reset. Way going to be sleeping big. Damon has to ult to get away. Immune's to sleep. Now going to try for the smite. And it will be claimed again. It's going to be Yushi. Better than either jungler here, but Ming may just drop. 1-for-0 so far. So Portal Combat makes 1 for Carrier. Will drop to Gala. Has to win around. Ulti. Waiting for that one. When it's going to happen again. Owner dives in. Gets the knockup. Xiao will not die. Gala gets the second. Bin comes in for the backline. He will drop. You have to believe it's going to happen. Faker flashes in for a sleep. Not going to find it yet. Now RNG. Can they get out? 3 alive on RNG. 3 alive on T1. Gala still a big threat. Getting out, has to flash the sleep, and goodbye Volibear. You are a pelt! And he goes down. Gumayushi on the scoreboard with his second kill.
Faker and Gumayushi there. RNG looked like they were winning out, but they couldn't get to the primary carries of T1. The Ezreal and the Zoe non-stop poke coming through. They're able to land those kills, and Gumayushi securing the dragon. Again, he got the Herald earlier. He gets the dragon this time. That puts T1 at soul point. A really big win for them. off the back of that Baron fight. They had to be sweating a bit, but now the recalls do get stopped, and it is a TP here from Bin. We'll see if T1 can get in here to bail him out. Gumayushi staying around.
Bin will take some damage. Once again, TP's in to deliver himself or deliver his team the kill. There it is. Xiaohu onto a rampage. Bin plays it to the edge, gets it to happen. Now Faker spotted. Faker
he's gone.
Should not have a way out. Please do not burn your summoner spells. Indeed has better discretion than Guma.
And they're able to give it again to Gala, 8-0 and 5. It has been such a scrappy game, but I mean, Xiaohu and Gala just aren't really dying. They're not making a lot of mistakes. It's been, Bin kind of throwing himself in there very recklessly at times, but they're getting their carries fed. The IE is done, and he just got a big shutdown off of that. So we'll have to see how much gold he has on top. Likely going to be picking up a Last Whisper next on recall. We can see this one more time. So much about Faker and Guma for T1, able to stay safe here. They're poking out Wei. The chunk there does push him out of range, and then Gumayushi able to secure it. Gala on the side here, kiting back. Garriott buying time, and then Owner going forward, trying to buy more space. Keria flashes in to get the stun, but Gala has cleanse, holding onto his ulti this whole time. As soon as the charm lands, in he goes, picks up the kill. Xiaohu does survive off the back of this, but Gumayushi and Faker are full health, and Faker is just picking up summoners left and right here. The long chase, really well-placed sleep from Faker is actually going to force the flash from Gala, as that does connect with the wall, and Wei not able to get past. He falls as a result. T1 getting more gold on the carries, but again, the fights just keep on coming. This time, Bin rewarded for his TP. It was a close thing, but he gets in on the wraparound and narrowly able to survive and help his team take down Zeus, as Faker just really nowhere to go here. Does have his flash, almost up, but he knows it's going to be a long run home. They don't even have the tier 1 tower, so decides, all right, I'm dead. I'm going to save the summoner here. See if I can trade something back.
And it makes the fight long form, 4-3 RNG. Yes, T1 got the Dragon. They're on Dragon's Soul Point.
Last Whisper done.
I favor them on the scoreboard, right? Their gold lead is up. They are right about to find themselves a Hextech Soul. It's great on Ezreal.
And Zoe as well, right? Like, they have the perfect composition to make use of this. So pressure going to be on RNG to try to secure this next Dragon. Baron will be up as well. T1 theoretically can actually give up the Dragon if RNG overcommit and trade that for a Baron if they so choose. A lot of big items here coming through, though. Last Whisper is completed. You can see the Dark Seal has been upgraded, 10 stacks there on the Mage Eyes for Xiaohu. Has the Horizon Focus as well, so he's going to have more burst with this style of build. Third item through for Zeus, third item through for both the AD carries. It's really ramping up, but it's going to be so much pressure, I think, on Gala. He's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting in these fights because Bin is just so far behind. So most of the consistent damage really is all on Gala.
Look pretty good, though, on a 3.5 item. Kaisa, she's already a scaling pick and has thoroughly scaled. So definitely excited about this one. A team effort, though, for sure.
Yeah.
16 out of 19 KP for Xiaohu. He's just been incredible.
I mean, he is just so damn good. And RNG now starting up the Baron here in the face of T1. You have to imagine they're going to pull off this one. T1 are here very, very early, but they are still hitting it. I mean, Wei's going to take a lot of damage. It looks like they're down to flip.
They're going to go in and just delete one. Bin going to flash, going to Zonia's, and it's going to be a claim on the Baron. Owner couldn't get to the pit in time. A stun. Cleansed by Xiao, who's going to stay alive now. 1-0. They've claimed the kill, but does RNG get away?
You give up Soul. That's the problem here. Like, is this even worth it, right? You lose Bin. The Dragon's up in 10 here, and you're going to lose Soul. So I'm not sure if RNG's read was, we can't fight for Dragon anyway. We can't seem to get in against these poke champions. So they're going to cross map here. They will lose tier 2 mid. They will lose Dragon almost guaranteed, as Bin is still down here for 25, and Gala and Ming just pushing towards top. So they're going to try to get as much gold as they possibly can. But, the Baron buff has an expiration date, and Dragon Soul does not.
The argument I will make is
Wei's gonna try to steal this.
He's in there. There's no smite around, right? He can kind of solo this one, but his health bar is going to be low. He's going to get it. It went to 5 health, but he ticked it down. Wei finally secures an objective.
I mean, Owner was up towards topside. Gumayushi can't get all of them. And Wei just wanders into the Dragon pit here. And now, all of a sudden, the Baron flip is completely worth it for RNG. This game is something. Oh my God, we have We have 33 kills in 29 minutes.
Yeah.
2 Baron flips. 7 deaths on Bin.
Yeah.
Gumayushi securing 2 objectives on Ezreal. What else we got, Freak?
Yeah.
This one's just wild. I mean, they're like, all right, kill Wei, or this is gone. In he goes, down to 905.
Yep.
Oh!
Smite plus jungle tick, I think. I think he had an auto in time.
Oh my god. That one hurts for T1. If they lose that game, that's the stuff of nightmares.
Oh no.
You're waking up in cold sweat, seeing the volley bear steal away that dragon because RNG now have that Baron buff. It's only a minute remaining on it. Doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get much pressure on the map. The question is still just like, can RNG, find a solve for Faker and Gumayushi? Because in the 5v5s, that has been the struggle to actually get back. When T1 is winning the fights, it's because they can't actually close the gap onto Faker, onto Gumayushi. If Gala can get there, though, I mean, he's on 4 plus a BF. Like, he is going to kill Zoe instantly. This is not a Zanya Zoe. This is going for death cap. There's no defensive stats, so it's all about your positioning. If you get caught as Faker, you're instantaneously dead. Like, 1 auto and a Q plus, like, anything, and you're just dead from Gala.
Look at the bot lane siege right now, though. Gold difference finally up 400. RNG get their first tick of blue on the gold graph, and they're going to keep going for a bit more, up to about 1K and change. 800 for a side lane turret. They got top 2 a while ago on the cross map, and now bot lane down as well. But a poke towards owner. Wants the engage, can't find it. Red's going to reset, but they can still claim that one for 100 gold as well onto Gala as he keeps moving forward. LDR and the push towards GA or Bloodthirster. Not sure which way he's going to go. I think both make sense.
Yeah, I think given the play style, he's probably going to go GA. I think it's going to be more about the dive to the back line, that 100-0 style fight. I do think Bloodthirster is absolutely arguable. You're playing against Zoe as well as
even Ezreal poke matters, right?
Both that poke is very, very high, but Gala is just positioned so well. He hasn't really been getting poked anyway. You can see Ming is almost always playing on top of him, trying to be that kind of blocker.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably just going to go GA, and at a certain point, if you can dive on the back line and trade your life for Gumayushi or Faker, that's a game-winning play.
Yeah, it is. Oh, nice charm. That is so much damage and knocks out for a second, but still Gala's there to get the kill and a stun. On to 2, no 3. He brings it over to his mid laner, and it's going to spell the doom of T1. A triple kill in for Gala. Ming spoon-fed him all of that gold, and Zeus is next. He's going to drop a quadra kill for Gala. He's got an unofficial penta, an official penta, a quadra kill, a slaughter of T1, 12-0-6. And RNG going to turn Busan into a library. T1 will fall to 2-2. RNG on top today.
What a game from the carries of RNG. Xiaohu and Gala reigning supreme in this one. RNG stoic as always after the win, but what an incredible performance from them. This was a wild one. A lot to review here, I think, for both teams. A lot of risky plays, some paying off for teams, some really not. But if you saw the first couple of minutes of this game, how far Bin got put down, you would not believe that the way that the game went. And I was shocked how aggressively these teams were willing to just flip objectives. Both teams willing to flip the Baron in the face of the opposing jungler, just depending entirely on the fact that they could keep them out of the pit or win that 50-50 smite. Multiple objectives going the way of Gumayushi. This was absolutely a wild one, but T1 shocked, losing to both G2 and RNG in the first round robin after an undefeated year in the LCK, not dropping a series, not losing in playoffs, cruising through, coming in as favorites. It's a bit of a rude awakening for them, and they're just really not playing, I think, to the level that people are really expecting.
Sure, 2-2, and they haven't played EG yet. Honestly, coming in, all right, they're going to clap, but I hold
they're
out
huge favorites, but I mean, if you lose that game.
Hey, who knows what kind of happens. So coming up, the analyst desk is going to break down that game, and we'll have our final game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
BJ looking to lock down Unified. Can they find the ace? Can they turn this game? It would be absolutely absurd, and yes, they do! G2 are back!
I am a little bit worried about Vietnam because, as we all know, I'm their brother and I do tend to end a lot against Vietnamese teams. As long as my team can win 6v4 tomorrow, we should be fine.
14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
To the State Farm Analyst Desk after one of the most exciting games of the entire tournament. We have a ton of action and replays to show you because T1 and RNG put on one hell of a show. The thing is, I need to start at the end though, because Gala popped off. He was the OP player of the game. And frankly speaking, I think if he didn't have this performance, then RNG could have been more trouble.
I mean, Gala and Kai'Sa, right? Never better duo. This guy, whenever he gets his hands on this pick, is on a different level, and you can see it in these fights. Repositioning was on point, his target selection was phenomenal, and just his position in general made it so difficult for T1 to deal with.
I feel like for any RNG fans, you're watching this whole game and you're thinking, I believe in Gala. I believe he can carry this one, and he absolutely delivered. This was such a standout performance from him.
I mean, what are you talking about, fans? The whole time we were sitting backstage, you were saying, he can do it. I can see this happening. I mean, let's go immediate reactions to this over the... Oh, my word. The LPL is invading, and they are celebrating. Okay, so
that's how I feel on the inside.
We know that Lyric is very excited, but just immediate sort of gut reactions there. What do you think about the game? How do you feel about it? Because it kind of played up to expectations. T1 got ahead early, and then RNG came back.
Yeah, I feel like we still saw some struggles that we've had from RNG, right? Bin often punished in the top lane. It felt like they really had his number, making some misplays in the fights. But ultimately, RNG are a team who can come back in the mid-game. Their setup for fights was so good. And the fact that Xiaohu and Gala, these big standout players who've had all season popped off, they just know how to deliver when it comes to those points.
It reminded me a lot of the top esports series that we had in finals for RNG, where it's like, hey, look, they did fall behind early, but when we got to the mid-game, being able to kind of trade across the map, have these big team fights, and actually punish, well, honestly, top esports for going for these Barons that were kind of that 50-50. Well, we saw the same from T1 in this game, right? They went towards that early Baron, and that was where I was able to turn around.
We've got a bunch of replays. I want to start this one off with T1 initiating a tower dive early on in the game, around about 10 minutes after the Herald. And this was already after some crazy fights. And this is something we've become accustomed to. T1 willing to kind of get down and dirty in your face. And this is where I was starting to feel nervous.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, T1 are typically such a clean team when it comes to setting up these plays. We saw against G2 that early game was almost robotic with how clean it was. This was scrappy, which gave me some faith. I think that's the thing, is that RNG were able to trade back a lot. It was still T1 finding the edge, but it wasn't these perfect performances.
Yeah, that's the thing. When we're looking at, 20 minutes into the game, we're still like 2,000 gold in the difference. That's where I was kind of looking, going, okay, RNG still have the opportunity to bring this back, because I mean, I think from RNG's perspective, the way that they're able to set up for team fights, when you've got, Gala and Xiaohu that are unbelievably strong versus, their top half of the map that is incredibly weak, it kind of felt like, okay, well, we still can rely on Xiaohu and Gala to get to that stage. But when you looked across at T1, there was no one in particular that was distinctly massive to actually be able to go toe-to-toe against the two carries of RNG.
I mean, it's so crucial because I want to rewind a little bit, because at 14 minutes, T1 had a 1.9 thousand gold lead. And you take a look at the kills in there, 6 and 7. I think the casters were talking a little bit about a chaotic game, some interesting decisions back and forth. This gold lead did not balloon, didn't develop, didn't grow. And it was the fact that Gala kept farming up, kept finding impactful kills that managed to keep them in the game. But something that we've already seen from T1 time and time again is these risky Barons. I mean, I need to just pull this up. T1 start the Baron outside of vision. Bin has no teleports. And just as Dagda was talking about, look at kills, deaths, assists, still very close here.
Yeah, and Ja actually did a Telestrator segment in the group stage on this, how T1 will often take these risky Barons and look to outperform, and they secure it absolutely, but in the ensuing fight, RNG has a perfect composition to pick T1 apart and chase down these kills. Ming does a beautiful job of buying time here for the rest to catch up.
Yeah, Bin needed to get into this fight. Gala as well, kind of waiting for his moment to jump in, and you can see the second he goes in, able to kite back, RNG are able to follow up, Bane is locking members down, and Gumayushi just can't get access to the key members of RNG and Gala and Xiaohu, and they're finally able to take that.
Now, a question in my mind here, do you blame T1 for not having the speed to do that? Do you praise RNG for how they managed to pick up the kills? Like, how do you interpret that and trying to understand the situation?
I feel like it's a tricky one because T1 has done this so many times and it's managed to work, and they got the Baron there in the end, but I feel like RNG are a good answer to them, and these are the opportunities they will pounce on. So many games domestically in playoffs that they've been able to bring back from the brink.
Yeah, I think for me, I actually didn't disagree with the call to start up Baron, right? Bin was on bot side with no TP, but the difference for me was you needed to turn. You need to take that fight a lot quicker, so you're not giving the opportunity for RNG to kind of scatter themselves around the pit, buy that time for Bin to react. Because they fully committed to the Baron, it just was taking too much time and RNG could come in.
I want to show you one more replay and then talk a little bit about how these compositions interacted with one another, because this is another time that this team fight goes absolutely everywhere, and every single time these teams clashed, it took forever. I mean, Orcs, talk me through this dragon here and how ultimately Gala picks it up.
Yeah, so it starts to be a little bit scary because T1 are maintaining so much distance, and this is what the Ezreal and Zoe want to do to thrive, is being able to keep you at arm's length and just fire a poke to you. And ultimately, this is a fight where RNG can't close the gap, and this is how T1 wanted to play out the entire game, where they can just harass you down. You see at the end of the fight, Gumusi and Fake are untouched, full HP, chasing down RNG, and I just think it was a bit trickier to execute at times, and RNG will often find those windows. But that is a great example of one where they didn't find the window in.
And I think as well, that chase continued to the point that the respawns came in, TP's in behind. Let's talk a little bit about the compositions here, because it did feel as though some of those engage tools, the fact that Kai'Sa had the ability to reposition, get around the poke from Zoe and Ezreal was so crucial here. Do you think that's a little bit of the difference, or do you blame some of the decision-making and the willingness to just go in all the time?
I definitely think it's multifaceted. I honestly was looking at the draft. I saw T1 blind the Ezreal. I've been super critical of the blind Ezreal today, and the same thing happened. You pick the Kai'Sa into it, you outscale it, you can dive at any point of the game. You can't play the Ezreal safely in most fights, and it worked so well. Even when I saw Waze Volley Bear, the blind Ezreal offset it, right? I was actually like, this is still potentially okay.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the tools that you have on RNG side, right? Like the R8 to close the gap, Camille can close the gap, even the Nautilus that we kind of touched on with the point-and-click CC. It felt like you had a lot of tools to get on towards Ezreal's and the Zoe. So even when you got to this position where you had some backline threat, you were still able to kind of follow through. And the only person you kind of had to deal with was like the Gwen with that hollowed mist for Kai'Sa. But you've got so much, you know, point-and-click damage essentially coming through from
the thing that surprised me a little bit was the fact that even with Bin somewhat feeding in the early game, I'm trying to be polite here, and the fact that we had Volley Bear in the jungle, RNG still managed to pick up that win. I do want to build on this conversation in cooldown, talk about resetting expectations now that we've seen the teams facing off against one another, and there's been some interesting results over the last 2 days. So let's move on to our next matchup, because we are running out of time before Pick Some Bands. It's going to be G2 taking on Saigon Buffaloes. These two teams have been enemies and allies on the international stage. Quick tidbit here. The VCS and G2 have a history. The VCS are 3-1 over G2, with Fongvu Buffalo having picked up 2 wins at MSI, and then ultimately also picking up another win to help send them through. The reason that I do love this is G2 have a little bit of a history of kind of dropping games surprisingly. And this is the one that everyone's expecting them to drop.
This would be such a G2 thing to lose this game, like so stereotypical G2. And we've said a lot that this team can sometimes play to the level of their opponents. Now, Saigon Buffalo's definitely had a rough time so far in the Rumble stage, but we've seen their aggression. I think if they do find a successful early game and get ahead, that's what we're looking for them to upset.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see exactly how they can try and do that, right? Because it feels like at least maybe in the bot side, we've seen Targamas have some messy plays. Maybe they can try and look for the advantage there. But it just feels to me like Caps is just going to outman Froggy in the mid lane. I think that's where you're going to start to see issues here. I think Froggy's had a little bit of a quieter MSI, I'll say. And I think for Caps, when he's been so explosive and so crucial to G2, it feels like him getting control of that matchup, getting control of the Rift is going to be so good for G2.
I absolutely agree with that. And I think, of course, for the Buffaloes, if they don't start picking up some wins, then that shot at making semifinals becomes obviously near impossible. The one thing I do want to highlight is the fact that Flackett and Targamas, they have played against pretty aggressive bottom lanes domestically here in the LEC, but I don't think to the level of Shogun and Taki. And the fact that they have made mistakes, but crucially, they've been able to bounce back. That's something that when they have fallen behind a little bit, the team as a whole can recover.
I mean, when we look at the transitive properties, right? I mean, if
we're back to that.
If Saigon Buffalo could beat T1's bot lane, and T1's bot lane were able to beat G2's bot lane, well, then, you know, by default, Saigon Buffalo should be able to outman them in the bot lane. You know?
Yeah, I do think for G2's bot lane, right, Targamas is fantastic roam. I think his presence on the map is stellar, and Flackett has shown up so well in these team fights. I feel like the 2v2 is the strength for the Saigon Buffaloes, and so that's something where we could find a mismatch, but I feel like if they don't punish, if they just let G2's bot lane get ahead in lane, I think they will outperform them on the map.
So you really want to see Buffalo come in swinging early, get an advantage
100%.
early, and don't allow G2 to get control of the map. Let's find out whether or not they can land enough punches to end the 24-game winning streak. Or 23. Freak, how many is it again? I've lost track.
I was wrong yesterday. I, for some reason, you know, like miscounted games. So they ended yesterday on 22. They got 23 earlier today. Thank you, EG, for getting them up there. And now we'll see if 24 happens with Saigon Buffalo.
And I've got to say, after the last game, like G2 stocks are rising. You know, like if that is the level that RNG and T1 are playing at, G2 look like the runaway favorites for now. Of course, a lot can change in knockout. A lot can change in that second round robin.
Of course.
But G2 here looking to continue perfection. It is just an insane run.
Yeah.
And like the amount of games that they've won in a row now. So 23 straight games. You know, coming in MSI, some people were tweeting, "Oh yeah, like undefeated to win MSI." I'm like, well, that's just stupid. That's never.
Yeah.
And now every game that passes, you're like, but maybe.
So I have a fun story. This is I will be called biased. I don't care. So Invictus Gaming at the 2019 World Championship, we're like, because they just come off winning Worlds, or so the 2019 MSI, they just come off winning Worlds, and it's like they're about to go 10-0 in the group stage. Like we're gonna have an undefeated team win MSI. They were slapping everyone, and then they lost to NA in the semifinals, baby. They lost to LCS. So I'm like, G2, make that 10-0 run. Grab EG, you know? I'm just saying. Actually, but to be fair, you know, that was an MSI that G2 won. So, you know, you can take either side
This is like
of that
one
story.
of those stories where it's like, wow, they went 10-0 and then they got them in the semifinals. Did they win, Dad? 0-3.
Yeah, 0-3. Yeah. G2 going for the 9-0 over EG. Also hoping to right the wrongs against Saigon Buffalo. 3-1, I believe.
Exactly. For Saigon Buffalo over G2, which is pretty shocking when you're like, what's Cap's record against Faker? Well, it's 9-3.
Yeah.
What's Cap's record against Saigon Buffalo? Well, it's 1-3. Like, excuse me?
Yeah. His record against Xiao is
You've won 9 times more games against Faker than you have against Saigon Buffalo?
Yeah. I mean, even against Xiao, he's like 3-8, right? Like that win rate's still higher, right?
I mean, that has been for G2. That was always kind of the stories that, you know, LPL was the teams that they struggled against, and they were the ones that were the real kind of Korean killers way back in the day. Everyone talked about LMS, but it has been G2 over the last bunch of years, you know, in Europe that have been able to get the best of those top Korean teams. Anyway, we are on this one. Everyone, of course, expecting G2 to win this, but this is a big game for Saigon Buffalo, who have a lot of ground to make up if they want to be in the fight for fourth. Coming into this Rumble stage, people were saying, all right, it's probably SGB or EG, and I was seeing a lot of people say, yeah, Saigon Buffalo is actually maybe even the favorites over EG, but they lost to the PCS, they lost to the LCS. That means you got to start making up some wins somewhere if you realistically want to get fourth. So they're going to need some upsets. G2 would be a big one for them to build some confidence. I'm hoping that they can kind of just throw caution to the wind, go wild, go super aggressive. That is traditionally how the VCS has beaten some of these big teams like G2 in the past, is by all-out aggression, snowballing an early game lead. We know that Taki and Shogun are capable of that. My big concern is Froggy and BJ going up against Caps and Yankos. Like, Caps is the best player at the tournament, full stop. I don't even think it's a question anymore. You know, some people would say Carrier, but like, come on now. Yankos has been playing, I think, incredibly well. Really smart pathing. And BJ and Froggy have been a liability. So, you know, that is really the concern. You've also given Ari over to Caps, so arguably the best mid laner in the game on the best mid laner in the game is a scary combo there. Who even needs your jungler when you're your own best duo?
Hey, don't worry. Yankos is here to both be a ward and remove all of them. He's going to go ahead and play Umbral Graves.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anyone say that before you, by the way, so you get the credit.
I get credit. I either discovered it or co-founded it.
Yeah. You know, with a lot of your puns and stuff, it's
there's some stinkers.
It's hit or miss.
Yeah.
This is one of the ones, you know, I'll give you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Broken clocks right twice a day, freak.
Exactly. and right now the time is ward killing time. Maybe some stopwatches later on. Ooh, yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Huge Senna fan, great champion. I think there's actually a lot of champs you can pair her with.
Like this.
So, yeah. Honestly, I think there are like 8 viable people alongside
you know, obviously
Senna.
Tom Kench is a clear one, but I've seen Cho'Gath do well. I've seen Mundo do well. I've seen, you know, even some of the aggressive pairings in solo queue. I've seen people do it with like Kled and Aurelia and like Yasuo. So I've seen some really wild ones. I don't know what we're going to get to see.
Yeah.
I think we're expecting that it's going to be a TK ban at the very least, because that's kind of the most common pairing. If there will be any beyond that will be the question.
I want to see a mage at some point.
Yeah, and I think also Hosmet needs to have something that can carry through side lane, right? Like, if you're going TF, if you're going Senna that can have a global ultimate to help through side lanes with the ulti, you need like a Camille or a something. Nautilus is another pairing we actually saw in this tourney, I believe, with it.
Yeah.
You know, I've even seen Rumble. Like, there's all kinds.
It was G2 themselves.
Yep.
So there you go. Right? They knew firsthand, like, we've played this.
So it's going to be really interesting because if you're depending on Hosmed to really kind of gap Broken Blade here, like, he has to pick blind because Broken Blade's on red side. So you just 5th pick, you get the answer. So that's really my question is, like, how are they going to create that matchup disparity for Hasmed, because already it just feels like your comp is going to be about playing through top, right? Like, you have TF, you have Senna, you're probably going to have some sort of melee farming bot lane that is not going to run over the game. Senna does not usually run over games. You're supportive, you're strong.
Gwen was the obvious look, I thought. So off the
it's
table
like,
there.
what else is it? If you go Camille, he's someone who will counterpick you. You know, Broken Blade is a guy that has a deep champion pool. You know, he has played a lot of different stuff, so he is not afraid to also, if they feel like for some reason they need to actually go top blind, he could just go Ornn, because his Ornn has been great and Ornn is available. It's really hard to punish Ornn enough that it matters with like almost any champion in the game.
One number goes. Bard for lane priority. Braum can just make sure nothing looks too spicy in the team fights. You can play very safe scaling if you're looking for no interaction on the bottom side. Renata actually helps you try to fight in Channer versus Channer.
I actually really like Renata. Okay,
you lose lane on this.
Because I was gonna say, like, I think the other pieces of the comp basically have to be some sort of like aggression or dive, you know, for Hasmed here. The Bard does allow you to really roam heavily, so if they just think, okay, no matter what you draft, you know, as that pairing with Senna, we don't think you're going to be able to punish, so I'm going to go Bard, I'm going to get out lane, get really active, because that can really influence the top lane as well. Vayne, so it might just be Senna support, or it could be Vayne top. It could be a flex.
Okay, yes, I want to see something like this. I would have said like maybe Karthus, but this could or should be a flex.
I don't think it's going to be Vlad bot. I find that hard to believe.
I mean, so back when we were like hyper mage meta in like 2018, Vladimir was a bot laner. I'm reaching for this one. But legitimately, Vayne Vladimir is a flex right now in the draft if the players are the champions.
Yeah, and I mean, if they did go tanks, you know, I was talking about, well, it's hard to punish tanks. Vayne is one of the ones that can. I would be down for it, to be honest.
Please.
This is the #1 team of the tournament right now versus the team that is, you know, in last place, right? Take a swing. I don't think it is going to be Shogun actually piloting it. I would be very surprised, but I'm down for something just completely out of left field because of it. But yeah, like I just right now, I'm not going to believe that it's Vladimir bot.
All I'm going to say is that Shogun has 2 career Ziggs games all time, one of whom is in this tournament. I'll wait to see what goes on here.
It might be.
Because time is ticking down.
You might have named it. I mean, Vlad is just such a weak laner. Like, you are such a weak laner. You have no wave clear. Your cooldowns are so long early. I think their bot lane is going to get absolutely pounded.
Yes.
So that is the concern. Now you are like all eggs in the Vayne basket. Like, this is like, you must absolutely blast Broken Blade for this draft to make any sense. And Bard can get up there and really kind of put a wrench in the gears. You know, maybe the read here is, all right, Bard's going to roam anyway, so Vladimir's not going to be pressured heavily. I'm not saying this is right, but if that is your read, if you can get through the laning phase with Vladimir and Senna, now you have multiple dive threats here, you know, that can actually go backline. Vladimir does scale really well. But honest opinions, I think Vlad is going to get trashed in lane. I think it's actually really hard to last hit effectively under tower while you're being pressured by 2 range champions. Your abilities cost health if you're trying to last hit with the E. Your auto attack is absolutely horrible. So, you know, Vladimir is very susceptible to it, but we'll see if they can teach us something new. This is definitely a new, unique look, and they do get Vayne into Sion. Sion tough to punish though, because you have the TP, and then you have your ult, which you can basically use as a pseudo TP if you're losing lane. You just TP back at like level 3 or 4, and then you just have to survive till 6, and you ult back. He's all in on it. It's Ghost. It is Flash. We'll see if Hasmed can do it. He's a guy who made a lot happen for Saigon Buffalo in the VCS. You know, really, I think this is so much like, it's actually reminding me of a game. They played a game where they blind picked Camille, and then they actually flexed Camille to support to be able to have a different counter pick for top. And this is like to that level where it's like, oh my God, you don't play this in that role, but they're like, but Hasmed will have a better matchup.
Yeah, and that's why I like this draft. I was like, I need to see a double flex fighter marksman, right? Or mage marksman. I'm just glad it's happening, man.
I wasn't with you, but you were right. That's 2 in a row for you, freak. This hasn't happened before.
Is like my thing. I love the random
just dumb stuff in general. Really.
I mean, I'm trying to push. I mean, that's true. Dude, I would just dive happy if it's Locket Senna. If it's Locket Senna, I'm like, it's done. We did everything. The whole thing's been covered.
It's not Airy though.
I know. If it was Airy Locket Senna, I'd be like, ah.
Airy Locket is good, but you know they're gonna probably want the damage here. And Umbro Glaive feels like it's so popular these days.
Yeah, it's really good.
So we'll see if that is going to be the choice here. Froggy locking gold card, trying to take an heirloom trade there. is the leash down on bot side. We'll see how Hasmed can do, how aggressively he is going to play this. I will say, you know, when you're playing Quinn and Vayne and stuff, I've dabbled myself. If you overplay the matchups, you can start to take too much minion damage. You can start to really fall behind because the return damage, if you get hit by something like a Scion Q and you start to really take that range minion aggro, can be rough. So we will see, you know, how practiced he is on this, especially with Spellbook. Broken Blade at 6 with Ignite, you are going to have some level of kill threat, especially if Jankos is up there. You won't need much more damage to actually be able to burst down that Vayne. So we'll see what Hasmed can get done.
Got some Ignite. That was like a flash Ignite kill practically. If obviously knows he doesn't have it, so you know he's able to play up down to 100 HP. He's like, you have no cooldowns. Like you literally can't kill me if you try. So you know he's fine, but does play to the edge. Hasmed obviously has priority. Drops 2 CS, I believe, on the push, but we'll see how much Broken Blade loses once it's under his tower. Early aggressive Trinket Ward in the brush. We'll see if Hapa does anything cheeky and knows he's going to get the root. And with the vision, gets to put the Q through. You could have Q'd his ward there, actually, and not taken a hit back. So kind of minor mistake there for Taki, but...
And so far, they're actually able to hold the wave enough. I mean, Senna is fighting heavily enough in the wave and fighting heavily enough back against the Bard and the Ezreal, helping kind of trim that wave. So it hasn't actually been a crash or anything. Jankos, again, like he loves...
Flash charm, that is beautiful. Froggy's going to flash the other half of it, but... It's going to be Jankos in. The W lands Dark Harvest. Beautiful. Hey, he says it's going to be 6v4, tends to int. Not today. He is getting the kills.
Yeah, Jankos just does this all the time. People have got to start paying respect to these blue buff ganks. Like, he doesn't even have a red buff. It's the same gank he did earlier today on Wukong. He did 3 camps, and he just wanders mid and gets something, right? This time he actually gets first blood. In the last one, he forced a flash, actually chunked out Jojopion in that game, I believe, on the rise after Jojopion had a really good, like, early first minute. Obviously not much, but you know, Jankos has just been very, very smart with his pathing, mixing it up constantly. And this is something that I just think characterizes how G2 likes to play. Like, G2 is down to cut corners. G2 is down to take risks because they are unpredictable. And even when you think back to the previous iterations of G2 when they won their MSI title, it was very similar. You think of like Pike Top and you think of, you know, these crazy roams from Caps, you know, playing like Silas or Akali or whatever, you know, these types of plays and Perks back in the day as well. It's just fun to see that they are able to play what is not considered kind of like correct or stock standard and make it work because people don't know what they're going to do.
Worth pointing out that Hasmed forced the first recall and TP at a Broken Blade well before he could afford a Warden's Veil. Ignite is on. Damage with Taki. They don't have the damage, I don't think. It's going to be a long cooldown on the Q. Shogun's going to try. Flacket. Going to flash and chase, and BJ takes him down. Waiting for his Q to come back, though, is Shogun. Ghost Flash Q. Nearly the kill. 100 health left on Targamas.
Yeah, that was very close. It looked like BJ missed almost everything there on the Ezreal. Oh, back to mid, no flash.
That's a slow.
Oh, you were in trouble.
Gold card stun.
He's got to dodge the charm.
Charm's going to be probably pretty easy. Holds it for a while, and there we go. Electrocute auto attack's going to happen. And a second kill on the board in mid lane.
Yeah, that one's tough to get out of because he doesn't have flash. He can't commit to one side because if you hug one side of the tower, then the charm is guaranteed. So he's kind of stuck in this no man's zone where he's strafing back and forth trying to dodge the charm. But Graves is just killing you the whole time, right? You're just getting autoed down. So really well played by G2. Jankos again, great early pathing back towards mid lane here. Targamas moves over to the side, so they go aggressive. Flacket shifts forward, does get W'd up there, has the cleanse. Shogun going in, but it's BJ's arrival here, pushing Flacket over the wall. The E on Ezreal is like, what, 28 seconds at rank 1? Something super long, so of course he wasn't going to be able to get away. Misses the Q.
Missed the Q, yeah.
Misses the Q, and also didn't use his W before his auto. That's actually would have been it right there. Yep. That's just a lack of practice, and that's one of those things, like, a lot of times when you interview players, and you're like, wow, you had a great video game, they're like, well, it's really easy, you just mash the buttons. This is one of those things where an Ezreal player would have W'd there and actually gotten the kill, very likely. If you hit the W early or the Q after, that's dead.
Yeah, well, that's 400 gold kind of missing because no sense of kill out of that one. Still a close game, 200 gold lead to Saigon Buffalo in the early game against G2. They have come back from far worse against better teams. We'll see now as big damage comes in towards Taki. So low and just burns to the red buff. That flash did nothing. Caps in for a bit more. Maybe BJ. He can't dodge this charm. This should be kill number 2 in the fight. Even a stun for the Bard. And look at that, Jankos already 3-0-1.
Yeah, Jankos is just making the difference in this one. He is dominating here. Oh no, Froggy, not again.
Flashes in for the back off of the Q. Jankos! He's just so good. Cap sets it up.
You bullies.
Oh my. Beautiful, though. Absolutely beautiful. And This is what you expect from the tournament favorites at this point. I'm just going to say it, G2 are literally like the best team in the world, and they are just so fun to watch. They're exciting, they're fast-paced, they're spicy. A lot of kills.
I mean, Osmond's like, guys, I'm up 15 CS. It's going fine.
Yep.
Well, he's very likely going to die here. He's going to have to flash now. I mean, if you roll that way, you have to flash for sure. All right. Well, he gets out, but it's just the Yanko's diff, isn't it? He's been everywhere. Taki late flash dies. They re-dive Froggy again. This is one of those where he's just not, I think, expecting or respecting the damage, but Jankos has, an early rated Dirk. Like, he is already very far ahead. He's level 5. He has the red buff. Hits both sides of the Q. Doesn't flash it very late. Maybe didn't think that Jankos had the angle. I will give the benefit of the doubt that sometimes it can be pretty confusing when you're in smokescreen and you can look really stupid because you're not sure exactly what's happening outside of it. But obviously, late flash gets punished, and then lazy recall here. The reset on the R came through. Caps dashes in, lands the charm. Jankos flashes through, gets another kill. Already an Umbral Glaive at 7 minutes, and he has double longsword on top. The man doesn't have an upgraded smite, but he does have a full item completed.
That's pretty good.
And that's a sign of things to come, perhaps, for Saigon Buffalo, as Jankos says, not again.
Nope, 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 nope. No one puts G2 to 4 losses here against the VCS representatives, and so far, yeah, so good. 1,000 gold difference, pretty big for an 8-minute part of the game.
I will say, Vladimir's doing great. I was wrong. I thought this was going to go way worse for them, to be honest. I thought he would get pressured more heavily. But the strengths of Senna seem to have kind of covered very effectively for the weaknesses of the Vladimir in the early game. Because Senna is a very strong laner, and if they step forward, the auto Qs, and also you're queuing through the Vladimir if you're doing it effectively to actually heal and damage at the same time, of course. Broken Blade just chilling. He's getting XP, so he's happy right now. Bard is moving up, and there's no flash on Hosmed, and he does have Spellbook Ignite. So this is that timing that I was talking about, where you can actually die if you get a little bit cocky.
Ooh, and Broken Blade has to answer the wave. Doesn't want to let it all die, so he will drop from his control ward. Also, keep in mind that with Herald being started, who's got the pressure? Sion now spotted on the wave, which means Targamas is going to have a hard time doing anything here. This, I believe, can be burned down.
Ezreal's bot. I mean, they should have this for sure.
Bayonet's plenty of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Jankos is on Wolves. Ezreal is bot. Unless Targamas steals this, which is just like
easy
absolutely troll, then they will secure it. So that is good. Top lane's still going all right, but I mean, it's not a massive advantage by any means. Broken Blade has just kind of been chilling. Like, you don't have to win. You just have to just absolutely not get pounded, right? Like, your team is slamming on the other side of the map, so even if Broken Blade is down like 40, 50 CS in the next 10 minutes, who cares, right? You just have to get experience.
And because Shogun rotated up, the value they're getting from the Herald is kind of being answered by the fact that Flackhead was untouched, solo forming down on the bot lane, probably got 2 waves, probably got close to 2 plates. And you'll Herald charge, and now a play here. Taki's going to be slowed up, ignited. Tree Shot Barrage will not land, and just sidesteps the ulti, will not die. That would have been kill number 5 for Jankos.
Narrowly able to survive there is Taki. Shogun under his tower saying, please, let me have the minions. But on the top side, Hosmet at the very least did force the ulti in retreat for Broken Blade. I'm not sure on his TP cooldown here. Maybe back. I don't actually know because he spell-looked over to the Ignite. I can't remember when he used it last. But at the very least,
be up yet.
I wouldn't think so. BJ will grab the red, and he can pressure up towards top. But Caps is on the move here. Does have his ulti. I don't think they're going to commit to the play, so it will just be a little bit of those minions lost. And even though there is some advantage up on the top side for Hosmed, it only resulted in 1 plate, and Hosmed just got that plate when he wasn't even ranged, so he didn't even get the local gold. So the tower is not like it's low enough to just drop a Herald for a free kill or anything like that. Broken Blade's just playing very respectfully.
It's a minion, gonna take a knockup. Not quite. Good sidestep there as he pushes towards. I'm not sure. Actually, could be Ruin King first. Could be just a shield bow, or even. I mean, if you're going really at the tank, you can go for Kraken Slayer.
But I think realistically, you're gonna have to 5v5. So I think it should just be shield bow. I don't think your team is going to hold up long enough that you can just AFK split push side lane with Kraken, but we'll see. We'll see what his read is on that.
Blade should be pretty much killable. Doesn't have any mana at all. He's got a flash, but the sun gets sidestepped, but with a TF here, that should always be a kill. Donated over. Yes. Hosmid. BJ. And the red buff took it away. Not much you can say about that one.
Yeah, can't blame him on that one, really. They did try to give it over. Now they're looking for the dive on
Flackett. Still has the ulti on him. I don't know if he can get out. It's going to be very low health bar right now. Empower Q in a second, and that's going to be a kill in the bottom lane. Flackett left alone on the Ezreal and falls.
Man, it's the plates going down in the bottom lane here. As Targamas has been on the roam, making the world tour here. Up to the top side, Jankos is going back, and they have TP, so they're going to actually try to defend this in the 2v2. Jankos is really strong. If Husband gets caught on the recall, that was a fast recall, and oh, he's dead.
That's a death every time. So how are you going to play around it? Gets away from the Q at the very least, tries to go for broke here, empowers up, flashes, but he's still going to be spotted. And that is double summoner and ult down to get absolutely nothing. A waste from Hosmed, overplaying his very weak hand.
Yep. I mean, if BJ stayed, I'm not sure if they actually had vision on the Graves first. I think they could have potentially 2v2'd that, right? But unfortunately, the Rift Herald recall a lot faster. Ends up meaning Husband goes down.
Doesn't go for the instant ult. Could have maybe tried to go for broke on a Caps here. Still waiting in camouflage, and Caps will not play. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Flash W, if Caps doesn't react, could be a kill. Gonna look for a lot of damage. Froggy sidesteps a great stun, Targamas.
Yeah, really well placed there from Targamas. They will push this out at the very least. He's got to drop Herald pretty soon. It is getting very low, but he just wants to run towards bot and probably guarantee the tower. The problem is, Targamas is going to follow you around.
I like this, though. He faints like he's going to play to the bottom side. What a flash by Caps! Next Q should kill! He might burn, and he does! BJ, I love that, because every play is go to bot, knock down the Herald, knock down the tower. He's like, no, Caps, you don't know I'm here.
But I love this mind game. Targamas just is following him around, because he's just going to Bard ult the Herald charge, right? So he's not able to place it. I think he's going to have to drop in base or something now. Like, he's not even going to get out. So now you just have to drop in base, and it's almost guaranteed to actually get immune. Please tell me you're not just going to let it expire.
I mean, it like flashes for you, like, unless you're like actually
he's going to let it expire, isn't he?
No reason to. You can hit it right now.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Please?
I think did he use it? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Wait for the last second, yeah.
But Bard now just runs towards top. We'll track on the mini-map. It is going to be Targamas. We'll see if he can actually get up there.
He missed that word.
Targamas is staying bot, so they actually might get this charge. They're pushing up here. Targamas is still down there.
Here's Jankos. Going to find the slow and a bit more. This could be the kill. Yes, it will be. His ward missed the brush. He didn't see Jankos play too far up and gets absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that ward means a lot, unfortunately, and they don't even get the charge off that either, despite the fact that Targamas is holding bot, because they were worried about Flaka getting dove. So Jankos able to move up towards top side. The game's still very close as far as the gold does go, but Hosmed has not been able to really get much from this Vayne whatsoever. It's actually been more about the Senna and Vladimir kind of creating the advantages.
Maybe. Charm lands beautiful by Caps. A flash. Oh, that R to redirect was great. Caps solo kills Froggy 2, 1, and 3.
Really well played there by Caps. Another kill on Froggy, who's just been having a rough game. Caps got put way ahead thanks to Jankos, and he is making the most of it. Jankos now has a full Mythic on top of the Umbral, and it is the Scion in the Scion versus Vayne matchup that gets first tower, despite the fact that Vayne's team also had the Herald. So who'd have thunk it? But well played by Jankos again, getting up there. I mean, he's just been everywhere, right? Like, this game is absolutely Jankos stiff. Multiple ganks towards mid early, gets kills on bot, gets kills on top, forces out summoners, has been able to take the dragon. He's just done it all, and it's really hard for them to kind of answer anywhere he is on the map. Like, he has kill threat on everyone.
I feel like we're going to cap back to the hotel and it's going to be a smiling Polish man. Like, he's just everywhere, right? Jankos is...
You open up your shower. How'd you get in here?
Well, that's because I have a poster on the wall of him, so he's just always there grinning. But, maybe in real life one day, a man can dream. 2,000 gold lead to G2. And they're doing great things, right? I mean, as much as we're like, man, Caps is so good. Jankos is also truly incredible.
Caps having a good game, but this game is all about Jankos.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's the one that put him ahead. He's the one that's dictating the pace. He is where all the action is. 7 of 8 KP. Would have had 100% if it wasn't for that pesky Caps getting the solo kill.
How dare you?
How could he?
I give you these 3 kills in your lane, and you go solo kill him for me? Why would you do that?
Despicable, really.
Yeah. Okay, a little bit of damage there. Avery goes off, looking for the claim, but unfortunately not in smite range. Ult's getting away from some of it. Shogun try again for a bit more of this dive, and there's the gold card, there's everything else. Everfrost, and he cleanses and flashes a whole lot of nothing. So again, a lot of wasted summoners here in these last few games of the day. Flaka goes down, though. Good to see some side laning. Shogun looking pretty good.
I mean, Flaka getting punished very hard. It might end up being about just like playing towards Shogun, right? Play towards the Vladimir, because Vayne is just not that threatening. It is Shieldbow, as I expected. There's a lot of armor on Broken Blade, though. He is very tanky, has the Mythic, has the Warden's Mail. They at least stop that second charge. Curious to see how many souls Senna has. We just saw her pick up a lot. We'll see if they actually do click on her at some point. I'll try to watch out for that.
Yeah.
But
there we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's 43. Okay, 43. Not a ton, to be honest. Not bad, but not like a ridiculous amount by any means. But they're in an okay spot. Like, the game is still close. They have to play through sides. Any fight you can take away from Jankos actually looks pretty good, I think, for Saigon Buffalo. And yes, he is incredibly fed, but he is fairly squishy. I think we're going to expect to see him to move towards MR because the Vayne is super weak. The Vladimir is going to be a lot of threat here. You know, if Vladimir can get backline, if he morphs towards like a Ma or something, I feel like there's almost no chance of him dying. But there is no exhaust, so you do still have to respect the potential of the all-in, the amp from the Vladimir ultimate with Senna ulti over top, you know, all of these skills getting thrown in. But of course, it has to be more about picks because it's very difficult to just like walk through the Scion and get to Jankos. So they have to try to really push out the side lanes, try to get someone to respond, maybe find Jankos in transition. That is their hope. You know, if you can get that 900 gold shutdown, that would be a lot for Saigon Buffalo. But G2 controlling vision on this bottom side. They're looking to preempt the play.
They're going to spot something. Here's the first stun, looking for a ton of damage there. The snipe not going to hit anything. Azonius is in. Targamas will not quite die, but here comes the chase. A great ulti. Buys a lot of time. Shogun got a sidestep. A Caps ready deletes one champion. Jaeger's going to lead another, and it's all G2 all the time. A 3 for nothing. And BJ's going to be next. Will we get the charm? He's going to be in range to spot it. Caps gets some Q damage and wants to get that little bit more. The move speed's on. Charm forces the flash away.
Gonna get the flash, nicely done. Caps on the chase, very patient with that. I mean, just like that, you really start to feel the hopes kind of slipping away. Saigon Buffalo were keeping it pretty close in the gold lead, but a couple more kills going the way of G2, pushing in. You can see the vision domination here. They're fighting for it. Broken Blade already priming the Q as the Bard steps out to clear the ward. Baited them into it, fully charged Q, does land on the Shogun. Nicely played by Targamas as well, getting away from BJ. Has the well-timed ultimate to land on the Viego as he exits the tunnel. And on the other side, they're just cleaning up Caps and Jankos, the dynamic duo.
Yeah.
The big veterans of G2 here. They're getting it all.
Hard 5v4. Hasmed walking out of base. And, you know, good job Broken Blade being there in time to make that the numbers difference. Obviously, yeah, the dynamic duo, the long-standing members of G2, been there for years now.
Yeah.
Doing so much there. What, a combined 11, 1, and 6? Just, they're incredible, right? And now we get to look at another fight. Caps wants to get Froggy. Ulti goes absolutely nowhere, and Targamas here for show. Maybe, yeah, there we go. The heal means he's getting the assist credit, and so Caps can claim this kill. You got plenty of time to make that one happen. Froggy just gonna run away for a little while. It's gotta be a kill, it will be. Good job. Caps on a rampage.
Yep, Caps is forced to use the ultimate at the very least there, but another kill. They just have no threat in side lane because they don't have any winning matchups is kind of the problem, right? Like, Hasmed is getting put behind. Froggy is 0-6. He has had a really tough game, so you know, anywhere Caps matches Froggy, Froggy's probably going to die. Hasmed doesn't really have any pressure on the Scion, and even if he does in the 1v1, if Jankos shows up, you lose that 1v1. Like, look how much lethality is on Jankos. You are going to get smoked, so it is very difficult for them to really get pressure, and that's why, you know, BJ is up here towards that top side. They're trying to kind of focus on getting some wards in this area, you know, putting down the wards all around that top side. So we have a little replay there in the mini-map. But, you know, vision all on the top side. 3-4 wards up there for Saigon Buffalo, being able to at least create a bit of space here for Hasmed. But G2 on the bottom side, you know, taking away the enemy jungle, they're going to be setting up for this next dragon. That'll put them at soul point. And they can't even threaten the dive.
Yep. Scion is happy against Triple AD in a 1v3. He's armor stacking, and he's just fine on that one.
Yep.
And now we look for the next little play as Targamas and Jankos doing a very similar play, but probably with better results. I mean, bot lane tier 2 already dead. You can see 4-2 in the turret score. A 4,000 gold in Froggy. Well, goodbye.
No, man.
Yeah,
Not
he's
again.
going to just be jumped on. And, you ready? Froggy croaks in the bottom lane.
Okay. Four
Even
pink
production
wards here.
groaned at me for that one.
Yeah, 4 pink wards down in that bottom side jungle for G2. Every time I blow up the mini-map, seems to be something going on down there that hides it.
Okay.
So I'm just not going to try.
This is the one.
Yeah, no, it's not worth it. They're full vision control on the bottom side. Even that pink ward and side brush around mid lane. So it's 5 pink wards from G2 down towards bottom side. They're just playing for jungle, playing for dragons here. Work towards soul in a really, really good position.
Oh, Taki.
Watch Taki die. Oh my god. Didn't even need the charm. It just insta-killed him.
Yeah, flashes, dies anyway. Goes for Shogun. Rooted in place. He's going to get
charmed.
Some damage. Sidesteps the charm, and he will heal up, but the chase down is good. Caps dominating and barely takes any damage, so G2 just running over this game now. A quick slow on to BJ. Will they get the rest of Flash? Slowed up by Bard, but does stay alive.
Yeah, unfortunately, Baron unlikely to win this fight. It is a 1v5. It's rarely a fair fight for Baron Nashor, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We'll see if BJ can make some magic happen. Doesn't have flash, does have ulti. You flip it, even if it's a 2% chance, you flip it because you're not going to win this game otherwise. We'll see if he can make it happen.
Does he have the vision is the question. Bit of vision because of Senna. Oh, it's too late. The smite was early and can't find his way in. So down goes the jungler. And why is everyone else even here, though? There's no reason to contest this one. You're going to give a couple more kills this point. He will try to run away as a couple of souls are grabbed by Senna. That's cute and everything. They do manage to slink away with their lives. Saigon Buffalo. BJ tries and, can't quite get it.
Yep. Worth trying there. I mean, everything is just falling apart around them. You got to go for the flip. I mean, you can criticize a flip when the game is even. You can't criticize a flip when the game is 95-5, right? And that's kind of the position that they are in. Taki just absolutely deleted. He's flashing away. Caps doesn't even have to use the charm. He's just holding it forever because he's so fed. He can't lose the fights. Like, he's 3 levels up on this. He insta-kills the Senna. Chase is down here. They don't even need the Bard ulti, which would have landed anyway. Back to live. We're going to watch Taki die some more.
Wow, and the train just hits him over.
Shogun.
He's going to die. Yeah, good luck, Shogun, and doesn't even basically anything. Double kill in for Caps. 9, 1, and 5. He is now eclipsed Jankos, despite the items telling you the other way. And now we look at a 9,000 gold lead. G2 pushing down the bottom side. They've got a cannon. They've got a Baron. And they're going to be knocking down an inhibitor.
Yep, going to be knocking down that inhib. Honestly, they could probably just push for the win. We'll see if they actually want to go for it or if they're going to play it a little bit more carefully. Do have the ability to try to look for a dive, but don't need to do it by any means. They're going to look to try to end here. They're just so far ahead.
Next turret number 1, 8 seconds, and Shogun coming back up. No summoners, no ulti. Turret 1 is gone. Taki just going to probably blow up. Ult's going to land. Executed by Collector. That's why I like Locket. Bit of durability, but it's going to be another turret falling. A charm going to land perfectly as he comes out of the stopwatch, and the turrets will fall. An exciting beginning of the game, a really cool draft from Saigon Buffalo. However, they will drop to 0-4. They are 2 games behind a 4th seed to make semifinals. G2 keep the streak going. 24-0 marks a 22-5 victory. The win streak continues. G2 Esports, the best team so far at MSI 2022.
12 in a row in the LEC, now 12 in a row here at MSI, matching their win streak from regional play, looking incredibly dominant. This game was all about Jankos. That's really all you need to see is about the first 5 minutes from Jankos, so you can kind of tell where this one was going. But I have to give credit to Saigon Buffalo. Their bot lane did great with something that was very atypical. I was absolutely doubting the Vladimir that it would be able to actually hold up. Of course, Targamas was roaming a lot, but they got some action done there. There were some kind of hopeful moments. It was a really cool draft. But Hasmed not really able to create any sort of advantage. Broken Blade more than equal to the task to hold him down and just kind of bide his time until Jankos could get up there. And when Jankos got that far ahead, he puts Caps in a big advantage, and we know Caps is going to do Caps things. He is playing so aggressive. And the G2 duo mid-jungle run over this game, continue their run in the tournament, where they have just looked incredible. Have had some close games, have had some competitive games, but no one able to take them down just yet. And at this point, do they even remember what it looks like when the Nexus blows up? Like, they haven't seen the defeat screen here in a while.
Yeah, occasionally not even in gray screens. It's just Technicolor the whole time, for these squads. And the Caps, I believe, went deathless, only one for Jankos or vice versa. Either way, a really good look for the two. And all I can do is just sing those 2 players' praises. I mean, Broken Blade, hey, good job playing weak side, right?
But the game's not about him.
It's not about you, right? You withstood Vayne, good enough for you. Jankos and Caps just combined for so many kills early on. And then at that point, it's like, well, okay, we just kind of kill anyone we see on the map, and that was just true.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane just got absolutely blown out of the water. Froggy was not a part of this game whatsoever, it felt like. He had a couple ults to the side lanes, but he was just chain dying in mid, chain dying in sides. Everything kind of fell apart through those mid games. We're going to have to see teams pay a lot more respect to Jankos and his early pathing, because he's not just full clearing. This guy will gank you on 3 camps, doesn't need a red buff, he's going to get the kills.
As long as Caps has a chain or a charm or something with a CH, it's going to turn into cha-ching, maybe. Who knows? That wraps up day 2 of the group stage.
That was like a 2 out of 5 at best.
That's me, par for the course. After the break, we will hear from the analysts and their take on the day, and Lore will be joined by Broken Blade for an interview.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. Go riders, go right. Gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. Noise shade to the origami wine. Enjoy like I don't know, man. Gotta come under the cold water. Set it off like this, set it off like set it off.
and welcome to MSI Cooldown. G2 were able to take down the Buffaloes. It was a happy game, some might say. One more of these slightly more chaotic, all over the place, action-packed. But G2 never really felt out of control.
Yeah, I mean, you looked at the bot lane as like, oh yeah, well, Flak hit 0-3. Then you look at the mid lane, it's like 7-1 for Jankos. Caps has got 8 kills, and you're like, this is going to be fine.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, there's some nice innovations coming out from the Saigon Buffalo, really creative, but the burden of execution was high, and ultimately, Froggy just got bullied in that game.
I mean, styled on by Caps. Another phenomenal performance. But I do want to highlight brother Jankos. All of the G2 players were memeing about the fact that Jankos sometimes hurts his team when coming up against the VCS. But again, working with Caps in that mid lane. And Orcs, as soon as we take a look at some of these plays. Oh, this is from early in the day as well. Just another great performance from G2. They pick up the win, and the win streak is alive.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Jankos, he's been absolutely incredible for the mid lane there, just kind of helping out Caps with, as you saw, like the level 2 gank there, being able to set things up, and then actually having the big impact that we saw from today as well. I think Jankos has been so stellar for G2, and a bit of an unsung hero.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's focused so much on Caps, with good reason, by the way, but Jankos has been there every step of the way, ensuring that his mid laner has everything he needs to carry. And ultimately, this was actually a game where Jankos was a really relevant carry himself on that Graves, and showed that, you know, that old man still does have hands.
He really, really does. Phenomenal performance so far, and G2 will stay 4-0, undefeated. They won 12 games domestically, and now they won 12 games here at MSI. We are waiting just to get an interview set up, and I think it's a difficult situation now on the other end of the table because the Buffaloes, they surprised a little bit, they shocked, but now they're on a 4-game losing streak in Rumble. It's starting to put a lot of distance between them and the teams that have wins.
Yeah, it's starting to get to the point where it's not just about beating EG and PSG to make it back. Look at the second round robin. They might actually need to take games off one of the top 3 to have a chance of making it into the next round of the tournament. So the pressure is building. They're struggling to find a way to sort of find success. You know, they had those early game compositions and groups that worked well, trying to find that early pressure. But now it just feels like they're trying different things and nothing's working.
Yeah, and I think that's the big takeaway for me. It feels like they're still trying to almost find their style, and you're at the international competition now, right? Like, they've been trying to play around bot side, hasn't really worked out for them. Now they're trying to play around has mid, still can't really find that working for them either. It feels like, at least when they were playing against DFM and they were like, oh, we got the strong bot lane into skirmishes at a Riftchild and team fights, that was an idea that they could work with. But now that they're in with the big boys, they just don't seem to be able to match up toe-to-toe in those early skirmishes.
The thing that I do like, they are still sticking to that early aggression in your face, trying to force errors and create opportunities. But every other team in the Rumble stage thus far has been able to deal with that pressure and has demonstrated a slightly higher level of sort of macro and, you know, mid to late game strategies. So for Buffaloes, things are getting pretty tense. For the rest of Cooldown, we will talk about a few more games as well as talking about the expectations, but we are just waiting for that interview. And I'm just going to sit with G2 for a moment because they would have been sitting backstage watching the RNG versus T1 game, and I cannot wait to hear what they think about it as well as what ramifications that will have for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, ultimately, I think both teams got bloodied quite a bit in that one. I don't think either team came away clean, saying, okay, we had a flawless game. By all means, T1 obviously had a lot of issues, but RNG as well. We've hammered on this tournament Bin's inconsistency. That was not a good game for Bin.
I've never heard you so much like, what are you doing?
Oh, my Lord. When he died and TP back in to die again. And the thing is, we've seen games like the Gangplank game this tournament. Bin can be phenomenal. And I think that's why I have so much frustration, because this player can be one of the best in the world on a good day, but it's just like the inconsistency. Regular season really struggled. Finals, he was the MVP, and it's like that back and forth. It's so hard to judge which Bin you'll get.
And it's been really interesting because, like, I think a lot of people looking at Bin used to play for Suning, obviously, he had that big performance when he went to the World Finals. I think a lot of people are still looking at that Bin and expecting him to be the one that's on the stage. But people kind of forget that, you know, he had Sword Art playing towards him. He had the entire team set up to play around him. And RNG aren't willing to give him those resources. And now you're kind of seeing that he can end up being exposed a little bit because he tends to play over aggressive.
It didn't hurt too much today. We are going to go to the interview. We'll come back and discuss the match just a little bit more. But right now, Law is standing by with Broken Blade after their win over Saigon Buffaloes in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Trev. We're back in Busan to wrap up day 2 of the Rumble stage. Bibi, thank you so much for joining me. Trev was describing your game as being a happy game. How do you respond to that?
I mean, it wasn't a happy game for me because I had to play against Vayne top as Sion. But I'm sure that our anti-secret agent Jankos has had a very nice game. I mean, he had like 10 kills or something. So I'm sure it was very fun for him.
Coming back to the Vayne topic, I don't want to be rude, but you kind of put yourself in this situation to play against Vayne. surprising, I would say. Not the best matchup to play Sion. Why did you do that?
I mean, they flexed it, right? Like we thought it was Vayne bot lane against Ezreal, and then they flexed the Vayne into Sion top and then picked Vladimir, right? So I didn't really, I was not thinking that he's gonna pick Vayne top. We knew he plays it. But I mean, I think the team comp that we had and the way we played, like I was giving really clear communication of like how we can play against Vayne, which was go through mid and then into top, which was literally what we did. Like Targamas didn't even lane bot and he was just mid and top the whole game, so it was just really hard for Vayne to play, you know. And that's how we like countered the Vayne.
It was worth it in the end. Talking about the bot lane, actually, I didn't expect them to pick Senna Vladimir. Not something we see usually. What's your take on this bot lane and the matchup?
I mean, I think it was a thing in the past that people picked Vladimir into Ezreal, but I think it was more so that because they had the Senna, they were more open to like a lot of combinations, right, in draft, and we checked their picks, and they like to pick like these freaky little picks, you know. Yeah. But in the end, it didn't work out. Even though they got some couple kills bot lane, I think our mid jungle was just very strong this game, so it was just unplayable for them.
Yeah, indeed. Something they also mentioned on the desk. I want to talk about Jankos in that sense, because playing an OP champion, still he had a huge impact on the game. How do you reflect on his performance and what he did?
I mean, he's always like, oh, if Grace gets kills early game, he's a really strong jungle because he clears so fast. And then we always call it the Scrim Grace when the Grace gets a lot of kills. And once he got like 4 kills, we were like, oh, Scrim Grace is online, guys. And then after that, the game is just so easy because he was literally, I think he like did 3 autos on Vayne on top. Yeah. And then he died, which is just easy to play after, you know, especially when you're playing a tank, you're just farming, getting pushed in by Vayne, and then there's a 10-0 Grace coming, just one-shotting everybody. You know, I'm just laid back playing, and my jungle's carrying, so...
Kind of OP, but yeah, playing super well. We almost wrapped up the first part of the Rumble stage. How do you reflect on the competition you faced so far? Who challenged you the most on the top lane?
I'm not really sure. I think obviously T1 and RG, they are very good teams, and I'm looking forward to play them again, especially because now we did beat both, and they probably want to get revenge, and I think those 2 games are probably going to be the most challenging. I think NA can maybe be challenging as well, even though they did lose all the time. I'm pretty sure it's like stuck in their heads that they never win against EU, at least in this MSI. So they probably want to beat us really bad, which probably won't happen, but I'm definitely looking forward to any game we play. We will still have to play against PSG, which can also be a surprise, because I don't even think that they're a bad team. So
yeah, PSG is a story for tomorrow, the last team you will have to play. But I mean, so far no one managed to beat you. I'm still wondering what could be improved for G2. What do you see as areas of improvement for the team?
I mean, I do think we're still not a perfect team. Obviously, I think there's always room to improve, and the great thing about this team and this whole organization, I feel like they're always looking to get better. Even if we are on a really long winning streak, we're not actually cocky, even though we just beat like T1, RNG. It doesn't really matter for us. Like it kind of does, but not really as well. And we always look to get better as a team, and we have really open discussions when there's issues. We actually just go there and talk with the players, with the staff, like heart by heart, you know, and we really care for each other, and I think that is very key to why we're actually so good.
Yeah, you have a well-rounded system, and yeah, don't be cocky. I think that's the most important. Bibi, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on a perfect day once again. And Berlin, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law and Broken Blade. And you can feel the excitement, the energy. Broken Blade doesn't sound stressed, nervous. Obviously, he's on a 24-game winning streak. But I think
they're in a good position.
The intangibles of like the team environment, the way in which you deal with challenges and feedback and things. Because G2, they were not the favorite to even win the spring finals, but the lower bracket run has, you know, molded them into something that currently is undefeatable at MSI.
And I think outwards, everyone looks at G2 as a super cocky team, like super arrogant, like trash talking, we're going to win. But I think the talk there, and you can kind of see this is a team who are like always looking to improve. Even if a game is a win, that's not enough. They're looking to try and find a way to make sure they continue winning, which is so critical in a tournament like this, because despite the fact they've had those wins against T1 and RNG, they will face them again. They will probably face them in the knockouts as well.
crucially, I think that performance element of the trash talking and the banter and whatnot, I think it just generates hype. It makes it a little bit more interesting to watch. Right, I want to move us on because we've got a lot to talk about here in Cooldown. Let's take a look at the standings after day 2 of the Rumble stage. And we're going to go through some of the matches that we didn't quite have as much time as I would have liked to cover. I want to start with obviously the most exciting game of the day, in my opinion, RNG versus T1. There is so much to unpack and talk about, and we were starting to highlight some of the criticisms of individual players, some of the question marks we had, but ultimately, RNG were able to play to their style, punish the Baron, and come back to great fighting.
Yeah, it wasn't only the Baron, though. It felt like when we got to a lot of these kind of objectives at the top side of the map, RNG just set themselves up better. You can see here for the Rift Trail play where you end up picking off 2 members of T1 before they can even try and set themselves up. Then, as you say, later on, we had that Baron fight as well. It just felt like when we got towards these neutral objectives, that's where RNG were able to kind of lean into what has been the bread and butter in the LPL of being able to take those fights and run away with the game.
And this honestly kind of, in some ways, felt a bit similar to the T1 G2 game, where T1, it was definitely messier, not as clean, but they outperformed in the early game. But when it came to the team fight and execution there, RNG's comp, it felt like it was easier to find these angles. This is an example of a team fight where T1 could maintain distance, but a lot of them, they got on the back line, they disrupted them. And I mean, Gala and Shahu were just so good.
I mean, Gala, another fantastic performance. His Kai'Sa repositions during the course of that fight, the entire game rather, was completely game-changing. Had he not picked up the CS and the kills early, that game could have gone very, very differently because of what Bin and Wei were doing in the early game. So I know Orgs absolutely loves it. I also want to go back to EG versus PSG because that was one of the games that we truly weren't 100% certain which direction it was going to go. I think you could have made a defendable argument that either team could have won, but as we watched the game, what is your immediate takeaway or thoughts on how it played out?
Well, I mean, for me, it's on your screen right now, right? I think that when you look towards PSG talent, they've done an incredible job of setting up for objectives in the past. But when you actually look at the way that they played out, EG were the ones contesting mid-wave, getting priority on the map, and then moving in to set up these objectives much cleaner. And it meant that when you got towards the team fights, even when Hanabi was making incredible plays like this, EG were still the ones coming out on top.
And I feel like this obviously wasn't a 100% perfect game from EG. There was definitely mistakes, some early dives that they had to back away from and were disrupted. But ultimately, I felt like they were the ones who constantly had the agency. I wanted to see PSG unlock their bot lane, have Kaiwing roaming and try and set the pace, but ultimately EG were the ones making the moves, and it just favored them so heavily. Even when they had to step back and things didn't work, they always kept pushing the game on.
And it honestly felt like for Kaiwing and Unified, they played this game amazingly in the early stages, right? They got a ton of pressure from Evil Geniuses. There was like 2 different dives that were down there with multiple people trying to set them up. They were down at the 3-minute mark, then you see them at the 7-minute mark, and you're like, Jesus, lads, can you just leave us be? But they were still continuously going for this, and Kaiwing and Unified managed to outplay them, get away, but it just wasn't enough.
And I feel the problem is when your bot lane is absorbing so much pressure, doing so much to mitigate what the enemy team are doing, you should get something in return. And that was the problem. It never felt like PSG were getting something in return for how well the bot lane was defending. It was kind of like, okay, bot lane didn't die to the dive. Cool, let's wait for the next one.
What I like as well is the fact that EG identified that, correctly strategized, play the game out by shutting down the danger players for PSG. And of course, because EG picked up that win, they also took down Saigon Buffaloes. They're now currently sitting in 4th place. And I want to take a few minutes to talk about pre-tournament expectations versus the realities and what we're actually seeing taking place on stage. Because I think it's fair to say that people expected EG to be able to pick up wins, likely looking in that 4th place seed. But nobody was expecting G2 to come out swinging, to play the way that they did, and to still be undefeated right now.
Yeah, I think G2 have been absolutely incredible, and I think a large portion of that has obviously been Caps. He's been the big talking point, but I actually kind of want to take it one step back, because I think Jankos is the unsung hero of this team. We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier on, but we could see in like their game against Evil Geniuses, right? Jojo Pyun was actually doing a really good job of getting control in the matchup against Caps, and they just get Jankos roams in, that traditional gank level 2, gives Caps the reset, gets an opportunity for Caps to, well, reset the lane in general, and then he's able to set up and be that big carry once more. And it feels like this has been such a big factor for Jankos throughout the day, where he's falling behind in like experience and when he looks towards the CSD, but when you actually look at his goal difference, he's been so instrumental to setting Caps up that he's actually coming out with about a 300 goal.
Do you think it's fair to say G2 overperforming versus expectation? I think that's a pretty safe one to say.
I think 100%. I think a lot of people looked at them as being potentially 2nd or 3rd. Most would say 3rd, but people thought they could beat out R&D. I don't think many people had them above T1. And honestly, it's kind of similar to the playoffs, right? People didn't expect G2 to win the domestic playoffs. And it's similar coming into this tournament. It's like, sure, they had a great final run towards the LEC, but they have really just kept improving over the course, and they look so on form.
Okay, you mentioned RNG. I want to go to them next. How do you interpret the games that we have seen? Augs, you and I have done a lot of analyst desks, and almost every single thing that you mentioned or disliked or were frustrated by RNG domestically, I think has come true here.
Yeah, 100%. I think they were tested a lot domestically, and we saw these issues. I think that's the difference between T1, who everyone sort of thought they would win domestically way before the finals, and G2, who had that big stomping run through playoffs. RNG had to fight, right? And we saw issues, inconsistencies with Bin. We saw Wei not being on point every single game. And we saw Xiao having to turn into that facilitator role where he wasn't that individual carry. So I feel like the fact that they are currently in second, the fact that we've seen those problems resurface, and it's a bit of a back and forth, it's what I expected. My big question is, can they improve on that and look to challenge G2?
I'm very intrigued to see what fans and viewers at home feel about expectations of RNG versus performance. I think they're performing at expectation, in terms of their playstyle and their decision-making. And the next one I think is going to be a pretty tricky one because the Saigon Buffaloes, they came into the event as the second seed because GAM obviously went to the Southeast Asia Games. They play a style that is still in your face. They are not afraid of absolutely anyone. In the very first game, they go really aggressive into Guma and Carrier. That made us buy into some hope, and now I don't know if they are performing below expectation or to expectation because it's a very nuanced conversation.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Like, I was price watching the hype train for Saigon Buffalo. I was kind of like, how are we going to feel out? Because you do get them going really well against T1. They end up, well, I say very well in the early stages against T1. Then you have the games against DFM where you're like, okay, well, now they're actually starting to go up against the Japanese team, and the LGL have done pretty well when you look at them internationally. And then you're coming in and going, all right, well, can they continue this on into the Rumble stage? And my answer was honestly yes. I mean, you've heard several of the guys saying, look, we were terrified of what Saigon Buffalo would bring to the table.
Yeah.
And if they'd be able to upset the apple cart because of that hyper aggression, but it just doesn't feel like they've been able to get the same style or even the ball rolling in the same way that they did in the early stages from groups.
Yeah, and I think ultimately we didn't know really what to expect from the VCS because they've been absent for such a long period of time. They came out just all guns blazing in the group stage and had a good performance. But I feel like the way they play, that sort of early aggression, that trying to catch other teams off guard, that starts to work less and less as the tournament goes on, and teams are ready for it. Teams at this stage have seen a lot of that play. They expect what Saigon Buffaloes are going to do, and so they've been able to respond. And I think as a result, it's getting really difficult. And that's why they become very experimental, have to try through things, but time is running out.
So then for the second seed from a region we haven't seen in a long time, but still playing their way, at least trying to upset in the early game, at expectation?
I'd say probably. I don't think anyone had them sort of too high in the standards. Maybe, especially coming out of group stage, or even in group stages, people thought they could be potentially a solid competitor, but a lot of people downplayed them because they aren't even the first place team from their region. I think regarding the hype train sort of conversation, one of the big reasons people got so sold on this team is because they're so fun to watch. And I feel like it's so easy to get invested in a team that are fun to watch, even if the results weren't always there.
All right, let me move us along. Just talk about one more team, and this one could be a little bit more controversial. T1. Under, over, or at?
Get the two LPL lads to talk about this.
Let's get some opinions first on the gameplay and then try to make an assessment.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like there's been such a big question mark about the bot lane. Because going to this tournament, I think everyone, a lot of analysts saying Carrier, best player in the world. And the bot lane, best bot lane in the world. And we've seen them challenge consistently in a way that we didn't really see domestically. Getting all-in early, dying in the 2v2. And even outside of lane, I think Carrier has been strong, but Gumi Yusi has had problems.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And look, they have had some great performances. Like, you look against G2 where they were able to get these leads against Targamas and Flakkit, but it just feels like so many times they're actually getting outpaced by teams like Saigon Buffalo. And then when you get into these mid-game fights, they're not really being set up for success, in particular Gumi Yushi, right? Like, we're seeing them T1 kind of toss in towards these neutral objectives and look for these flips, and they're not able to just outclass their opposition like they did in LCK.
Yeah, and I think you can see from this clip a moment where Gala was the pivotal carry, getting the MVP of that game up against T1. And, you know, I think people were sort of weighing up, is Gala better than Gumi Yusi? But a lot of people sort of said Gumi Yusi is the one who has the edge. And I just feel like they haven't shown it. They haven't shown what they've done domestically.
Yeah, I also just think from the perspective of not even just their bot side, honestly, their ability to just play the map in general in the mid-game has kind of been a little bit disappointing for me, right? Like, we've seen them continuously flip these Barons, and they've got big leads with Zeus, who I think has been amazing for T1. I've been so thoroughly impressed with this guy, but it just feels like giving him a little bit more leeway to play side lanes, like open up the 1v1s. I expected that to be a style T1 could lean into, but we just haven't seen it.
I'm very, very intrigued to see how the second round robin plays out and which one of these teams will start to stabilize. We're still only on day 2 of the Rumble stage, so we can't make too many bold assessments, but I do think checking ourselves versus expectations was definitely something as important to start doing. Now, let's take a look to tomorrow's schedule. 6 more games on the book. The first 3 will round out the first half of our round robin, and then looking at the second half of the day, RNG versus G2. I think also I'm very intrigued to see how Evil Geniuses will play against T1, whether or not there's anything that you can glean from the games that they have performed, and also how do they bounce back from today?
Yeah, ultimately, Evil Geniuses, it's going to be hard, but I think they are the, we talk about the top 3 and the bottom 3. EG have started to look better and better. They look like there was a clear divide between them and PSG Talon. And the thing is, if this is a T1 who are struggling, if this is a T1 who have issues, there's potential for an upset. I wouldn't rule this one out.
I sincerely hope so. I do actually have something a little bit special before we close out the day, because of course Impact is going up against T1. I asked to see whether or not we could get them to talk, and Law is standing by with Impact in our Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome back to Busan for MSI 2022. I'm here with Impact, and Impact, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. I wanted to talk to you specifically because we're here in Korea, and the last time you played in Korea was in 2014, just before you went to NA. What does it mean to you to be back in your home country and play this competition?
I don't know. I feel weird to back to play in Korea because I don't know. I feel like I'm back to HK, and when I hear the Korean casters, I don't know, I feel like I'm boomer, like, wow, I play only 10 years, and I don't know, my life doesn't change. I play game, same game, and my lifestyle is same. I'm a little bit different because I'm do workout and care about my wrist more, but still, my life is same, play game, League of Legends, but, yeah, I feel it was weird, like, it's not comfortable, like, but, I don't know what to say, but it was good, I think.
Yeah, I can imagine. And we're about to reopen a very important page of the League of Legends history, because your next game is going to be against T1, against Faker, the mid laner you won Worlds 2013 with. Tell me how you feel about this matchup, about facing him and, yeah, meeting him on the Rift once again.
It feels great because, I mean, we are all teammates, and we played at the 2013 and 14, right? And still we playing, he and me only. So I don't know. It should be interesting game, and I hope. But if he's mid laner, I'm top laner, so I don't care. I mean, maybe I'm gonna gank mid and see what's gonna happen, but should be fun.
Sneaky gang on the mid lane, unexpected from a top laner, I think, in this meta. You were saying that you've been playing for so long. Still think that you won Worlds 2013. I mean, you and Faker have been playing for such a long time, and the fact that you're still playing on your top level is really impressive. Impact. How do you reflect on your career and your achievements over time?
I'm not sure about that. I can say that I'm all the time in this top class because sometimes I play bad, I think, in some tournament. But I mean, I'm proud of myself. I made that play 10 years, and I play well at some invitational tournament. I mean, now I didn't plus my ulti and the Trinidad. I mean, but Dutch boomers sucks, but I still can do better. So, yeah, I'm proud of myself.
You can be proud, indeed. Massive respect for you and everything you achieved, in fact. And looking forward to seeing this boomer matchup tomorrow against Iran. Thank you so much for the interview. And Berlin, back to you.
What a heartwarming interview. So much smiles and laughs. I mean, I'm so happy, and it's infectious when you hear and you see Impact, and it is true. He's had a very long career. There have been some ups and downs. I really appreciate some of that self-reflection, but I'm very intrigued to see who's going to, be able to pick up that win tomorrow. I think seeing T1 drop games will inspire EG and Impact.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for that sneaky mid lane gank now. I just want to see if it's just like, hey, I'm back in Korea, remember me?
But I think it's just fantastic because a lot of people talk about when players sort of move from Eastern regions towards NA, sometimes for the money. I feel like Impact has still continued to compete and still continue to push himself to the point that, you know, he has won the LCS again, and he has won so many titles because he still, despite having moved away from Korea, wants to be competing, wants to be returned into these internationals. And yeah, I mean, such a heartwarming interview.
It absolutely was. Such an interesting day. Lots more to come over the next 3 days. However, that's it from the Irish Analyst Desk. See you tomorrow for 6 more games on the Rumble stage.
Slaughter, are you?
What?
Matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurk at the waters and bushes, oh man. Cool guys, we deepin'. All of you die, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't throw dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it climb.